process of
Wow, I don't think we've ever started at 8 o'clock.
hey, we're on time. We are on time. Hello, and everyone. This is the 100th episode of the Dad Level Podcast. This has been a long time coming, something I've been wanting to do for a while now, but life gets in the way. But tonight we will be talking about our favorite B horror and sci-fi movies of all time, as well as, rants and discussions as we go. But as we do this, I am joined by, of course, my father and Colin, which are part of the usual guests. But, Di, if you want to introduce yourself, your channel, and everything, and what you do.
Hi, I'm Daigo Kusatsu. I think I changed my name to Otaku Koda, but yeah, I just make, well, when I do, I make video game and anime content, stuff like that. I haven't in like 2 years, but maybe one day I'll come back. So,
And then Tyler.
Hi, I'm Ty Lord. Happy to be here. Happy you invited me. I've always enjoyed your shows. I listen to you guys on the weekend, so I'm honored to be here on your 100th episode.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uh,
Do you want to do the talk about your podcast with Wubs and stuff too,
oh,
or
right. Yes. Oh, yes. I'll plug my James Bond podcast. Wubs and I do the best of Bond with Wubs and Ty Lord, where we do in-depth kind of reviews, more just like we're gushing over James Bond movies for about 2 hours every podcast. We're all the way up to On Her Majesty's Secret Service right now, but I already have Live and Let Die, Diamonds Are Forever, and Man with the Golden Gun recorded. I just have to edit them, but we have reviews on all the Bond movies up to then, and a lot of James Bond related discussions on my YouTube channel, Ty Lord.
Yep. And all the links for everybody that will be in this episode are down below. Other guests that will be in this episode will be Retro Ryan, Retro Tiburone, and Zombie JLT1. They will be here maybe a little bit later, but as we go, so with B movies, there are definitely things that stand out above like the normal standard stuff that we get in film, right? So, Dad, if you want to give the criteria for where we were going with our choices on this, what designates a B movie?
So whenever I was trying to figure out, because there's, like I was saying to these guys earlier, there are just thousands of films that are fantastic. It's hard to get them to 100, let alone to five of my favorites. So what I did was I looked at what the criteria was. And to do that, I had to go back and look and see what exactly a B movie was. And like the old days when they used to produce 45s, there was an A side, which was the hit, and then there was a B side to accompany it. So sometimes those would become hits on their own. Sometimes they were just okay. So that kind of bled over into how they considered movie billing, because movies were so short back in the day. Normally an hour to maybe an hour and 10 minutes. You had to have two films to draw in the audience to get them to pay. So you ended up with a normally a cartoon, and then an A type movie, and then the second film was a B movie. And this was a niche thing that was designed to fill in that gap and make the movie going experience better. So um, I was like looking, and I was like, okay, now that I understand what that is, these are created. They have stock characters. It's simplistic action or comedy, or so. Um, I went back and I was like, okay, I need to figure out what some criteria is for this. And let me read it to you because I wrote all this stuff down for myself. Major Hollywood studios began to produce A-grade films of certain genres. They had previously been low-budget films, and the studios also adapted exploitation to derive the market and booking methods. That's to get them into certain theaters, which sequenced B movies out of the commercial arena. However, once digital came, B movies were rediscovered. So my criteria for a B movie included unconventional storytelling, cult-like audience appeal, uh, genre-focused, horror, sci-fi, mystery, a comedy. And then the biggest one is it has usually a low budget and or its production values were low. And so that was the criteria I used to start whittling down my list of films.
So Tyler, what do you think about when B movies for you? What resonates to you? What stands out? What makes
Um,
it part of that list?
yeah, I would think like specific genre, like Floyd was saying, like usually think of them like most of the sci-fi movies and the horror movies I saw when I was a kid. I didn't realize at the time, but they were probably considered B movies. So I think of them as a specific genre like horror, or especially like we're talking about horror and sci-fi. And I know a lot of action ones too, like back in the 90s and the 80s, I would watch a lot of straight to video. I don't know, I guess those might be considered B movies too, like straight to video stuff with a lower production value that didn't make it to the theatrical opening. I think of like action, sci-fi horror with a little bit lower budget. Now that I'm older, I see the difference in production values. But like at the time when you're a kid, like all that stuff seemed awesome, and I think it's overflowed into my adulthood, and I still really appreciate them. I always appreciate trying to get a lot for your money, like the what B movies do. Or, uh,
Oh yeah,
mhm,
Colin, what about you?
Schlock,
yeah.
straight schlock. It's,
Mhm.
if it occupies space and distracts you for an hour 40, but nobody knows what you're talking about, that's a B movie.
Yeah.
I mean, Vince and I, we used to just spend weekends watching USA Up All Night and just, I mean, we became like a walking catalog of B movies. It was some of that stuff was just so bad, you know.
Well, and when we grew up, it was I was like you had shock theater in the afternoon or a horror theater on Saturday after the cartoons were over. Then usually after 10 o'clock when the movie, either the late night movie would come on. Remember, we had cable, but barely cable back then. But we had when ABC and them were the primary, we started getting like UPN, uh, what was it, channel 26. I don't remember what that one was, but they had all these different channels coming online, and they were just desperate to get, you know, content for their shows. So then you get these big blocks of stuff. So we got three movies on Saturday night. We got Friday night, you had one late night. And then sometimes Thursday you would get somebody who would do one of the shows. And so we would just had all that there for us.
And then it was either 26 or 39 started the Kung Fu Theater
Mhm.
on
Kung Fu
Saturday
Theater,
mornings. And they always had it so that you could watch the cartoons and then switch over to Kung Fu Theater.
Yep. And then there would be like two or three movies of that. So
Yeah. Di, what about you? Um,
Oh yeah, so pretty much like you guys said, I think I agree with a lot of those aspects, just lower budget movies or um ones that have cult classics, stuff like that. So pretty much agree with all of what you guys said. So
mhm. Yeah, so I mean, definitely everything under that category that everyone's talked about. I mean, this stuff is movies that we would go to Blockbuster or Hollywood Video and just or your local mom and pop video shop and just go through the aisles is like looking at all the artwork on these amazing VHS or DVD boxes and just like it captivating your imagination, flipping the video over to read about what it was and who was in the movie, and it was definitely something like that was a big part of our childhood growing up.
I
Um,
remember when you guys would run up with something that looked really, really cool. I would go, okay, that's their whole budget right there in the artwork of the cover. Let me look at this film and see what's going on with it. You have
Yeah,
to look on the back, see
all the
who's in
packaging.
it.
Have you guys ever seen a movie that lived up to its cover art? Can you think of one?
Yeah, there's a
Man,
Oh, that's a
bunch
good
on my list.
question.
it's a really good question.
Oh, right on, right on. Yeah.
Dad, what can you think about? Like what
Warlock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Man, I that one I was like, wow, that's just it's really simple. It's nice. It's got the warlock and he's walking. It's a white cover. All right, what's not to like? And then I saw who the actors were, and we got home, and I remember it coming to theaters, and I was like, nah, I ain't gonna go see that. And then we got home, we watched it, and I was like, I fell in love with it. I don't know how many times I watched that thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. That was a really good one. I mean, uh what was
me
it? Blue Monk That movie Blue Monkey had that weird cover with that giant like
The praying mantis
it's
looking
like
thing.
creature. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that was really good because they actually delivered on that. That's what they were. I kept going, where's the monkey? You know, where's the and blue monkey was the kind of flower and the creature, the insect that lived in it. You know, it was
Hmm.
like, but there were a lot of those hidden gems, man, that, stuff
Yeah.
that you'd watch and go, wow, this is much better than I thought. This is going in my collection.
Hmm.
So I guess what we can do is we can start the process of like going kind of round robin with our list. You know, all of us kind of selected 5 movies or maybe a little bit more that we want to discuss. And we have some honorable mentions that we feel that are important to us as far as falling into this category. So, you know what? I'm going to let Tyler go first with his first pick as far as his favorite B movie, either it be sci-fi or horror.
Okay. Well, my first pick for the episode is Godzilla versus Megalon from 1973. And this is probably the first B movie. I'm sure over here it was considered a B movie. I don't know if in Japan. I'm sure it probably was in Japan as well. I mean, it's pretty intricate movie. I'm pretty sure they put a lot of time and resources in the and it has a big budget with all the miniatures and everything. But what I think of a B movie is this one always comes to mind. But it's always been one of my favorite movies ever since I was a kid. I got very early on. I don't remember if it was Christmas or my birthday. All the family was over. One of my uncles bought me the VHS of this, and I still have it. It's my oldest VHS. It's probably the first B movie I ever saw. Godzilla versus Megalon. I still have the darn thing. I'm so happy, but man, I would watch this thing over and over and over. It's very corny compared to the King of the Monsters. Once these movies went into the 70s, they started getting really corny, but I didn't know any better. It's the first one I saw, and it pretty much it was so childish. It was almost like a cartoon. It almost seemed like a kid wrote it and directed it. But it was so fun. You get like a battle royal or a tag team match between Godzilla, Jet Jaguar against Gigan and Megalon. And I wish we would have seen more of Megalon. This is the only time Megalon ever showed up in a movie. The big beetle monster from that lived under the earth. He was like the guardian of Seatopia, all the people that lived underneath the earth. But I mean, I just really every time I watch this movie, it just it puts a warm feeling in my heart, and I just love. There's even a car chase in it. It's such a corny, fun movie. There's a motorcycle and a car chase in this. It's a fun, silly little plot. I think a lot of it is just stock footage from other Godzilla movies that had come previously, but I didn't know that at the time. I think it's a nice looking movie, and I love the suits and the miniatures. So Godzilla versus Megalon for me is my first pick.
Yeah, man, like great. And that's what I was talking to my dad about too. Is like, do we add movies from other countries? Because like
Yeah,
the Godzilla films got very corny in the 70s. And there's
yeah,
even like even during the Heisei era, like there is some parts, especially Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, like or not or the Gigan or not Gigan,
yeah,
but the King Ghidorah. You know,
yeah.
that there's like the cyborgs and stuff, and he's just running like this and
Yeah, I know the one you're
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. I mean, oh man.
You
But
can't really discuss Godzilla without understanding that they started seeing diminishing returns on the films. So starting with what was it, Son of Godzilla, they played around with changing the focus from adults who were then, by that time were already going out doing other things, finding other things to entertain them. So they had to keep an audience, so they started focusing on kids, and it got all the way up until he fought Hedorah. Hedorah is just out there, man. That's like an avant-garde
Yeah.
Oh my God.
film. But up until that point, they were really changing their focus towards kids. I went and saw Megalon. I remember seeing a picture on the newspaper my dad was reading, and it showed Megalon in one of the twin towers and Godzilla on the
Yeah.
other twin tower, and they were fighting with each other. And I was like, "Oh yeah!" Couldn't wait to go see that movie. So I took a bus, went to McCreely Mall, went in to go see the movie by myself, and I was watching it, and I was really enjoying it. I really loved the Jaguar
Yeah.
because he was reminding me of like Inframan and all those things I like about
Ultraman too.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultraman.
Mhm.
And so, but even then I could realize, okay, we're getting into a repetitive thing. Same story. Alien race comes. They bring an alien to come and help fight. Godzilla has to go find a partner. The alien gets a partner. They battle royale it, and then at the end they
Yeah.
all go. Um, and the I thought once they did Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, I was like, oh wow, then now they're getting back to it, right?
Yeah. The more serious stuff.
Especially when Anguirus, when the robot, I mean, Mecha Godzilla disguised as Godzilla was ripping
Yeah.
Anguirus's jaw, and that I loved Anguirus, and he was hardly ever since Godzilla Raids is what it was called when I was there, but it was the actual second Godzilla film.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I was in love, and I saw that on television, the Godzilla Raids. And my first Godzilla film I ever saw in the theater was Godzilla versus the Thing, which was Mothra.
Yeah.
And my mom took me to go see that. But I was like, for a while there, I was like, oh no, it seems like Godzilla's gonna. I was afraid it was gonna go away. That
Mhm.
the films were just diminishing and that we just weren't gonna see anymore. And then they came out with that last one where the what was it, Godzilla versus this, what was it, the underwater monster, I forget what it's called.
Oh,
um
not King Caesar. Hedorah, not Hedorah. I can't.
no,
It's called
Eberron. I think it
no,
is.
Ebron was the that was the lobster
No, the crawfish.
crawfish
Yeah, yeah,
looking
yeah.
thing. No, I forget what this one was, and it was so bad.
You're talking
It
about
was so bad.
you're talking about like the smog monster, right? Hedorah. I mean, no,
It was
the
no, that was Hedorah. No,
okay,
this
okay.
was the very last one in that series
was
of
it
films.
Terror of Mechagodzilla with like Titanosaurus or
Yeah,
Titanosaurus.
yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah,
was it.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And I was like,
Yeah.
but I mean, I always I wanted more of Gigan. I thought Gigan was so freaking cool.
Yeah.
And it really pains me because I remember watching the one with Gigan, and it was English dubbed. And now you cannot find that in the English dub. You
Oh
can find
no.
the others, but you
Yeah.
cannot find that one. And the idea that they were, I'm trying to remember, were the aliens cockroaches in that one? I think so, because
Yeah,
they were gorillas
they were
in Godzilla
gorillas.
versus.
Yeah, in the Godzilla versus Mega Godzilla or Mecha Godzilla, they were monkeys, and then they were
Mhm.
Yeah,
cockroaches in Gigan.
yeah. I was like, it's just. But
Just
and
on,
then if you go back and you rewatch them, some of the suits
Yeah.
they were pretty worn out. I was like,
yeah,
wow, they're not even
yeah.
patching them up anymore.
Well, like just one because like the Hedorah one where it's like it's so 70s, and like whenever Hedorah's flying through and they're at that party and then like the smog just
Yeah.
comes down and they start like turning like they look like they're turning reptilian and then they die.
Yeah.
Uh, but so Coda, why don't you give us your number one?
All right, so for my number one, I put the 1977 movie Rabbit. Have you guys seen that one?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah,
With
Cronenberg.
with
Yeah,
what's her
yeah.
name? Who was the porn star that starred in that?
I
Chambers,
can't
right?
remember the name, but it was just that's one I saw like when I was younger, and it's just more so nostalgic to me now. But
Yeah.
um, I wish I had a chance to rewatch it before doing this, but I really enjoyed it from growing up, and it was like it's probably like not my earliest zombie movie I ever saw, but it's like probably like the top three, the first ones I ever saw. So I was like, yeah, it was just different. I
Can I
really
ask a
enjoyed
question?
it.
How old were you when you watched that movie?
Probably too young. I was probably like 7 or 8.
Hey, that's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with it. Yeah, my dad let me watch a lot of horror movies when I was like
Hey,
really,
I didn't
really young.
let you watch anything like that.
No, I know.
Yeah, I don't think my parents did either, but my brother did.
That's usually how it happens. It's an uncle or,
Mhm.
a brother. It's just like you're going through the movie. Hey, what's this? Oh, you like this? And yeah.
Yeah.
That's just like, when cable came about, Showtime and Cinemax. Um, you'd be watching something till your parents came home and you'd race to the thing to switch the channels.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Colin, you want to do yours next?
Sure. My number one pick is Plan 9 from Outer Space.
I should have bet. I knew it. I
I
knew
knew
it.
it. Yeah, yeah.
I am
That's-
such an Ed Wood fanboy. I love every movie. I spent 2 years getting everything that I could find of his digitally. And I mean, I found commercials he did. I found a partial one of his last movie, which was called Take It Out and Trade when he got into sophomore. I got it all. There's like, well, there's one that's in limbo, and then there was one script that I actually had enough contacts where I was actually able to contact the estate before his wife died,
mhm.
and was in the process of getting that. And then she died, and I wasn't able to get it.
Mm.
Now, Plan 9 for Outer Space for me was just, it was one of those things that came along later on. But the first time I saw it, I'm like, okay, what is this craziness? You know, and it's just what you saw the strange, you saw the you know the bad acting, the stiff people, you know, it just you saw it all. You took it all in, and if you could detach yourself from physics and reality, you could enjoy it, and that's exactly what I was able to do with it because I was
Mhm.
just like, round cigar shaped UFO, big square base. Metal
Yeah.
makes that noise. But I could find no fault in it. I mean, Sam Raimi took like an hour and picked it apart. I saw that thing
Uh,
that he did. And he spent an hour and he just picked it apart. I mean, every little nook and cranny of that thing, he just destroyed it. And that made me love it even more.
I
Yeah.
love the curtain airlock.
Oh yeah. And then of course they explained how that happened in the Ed Wood movie with Johnny
Mhm.
Depp. It was just a piece of the Pirates board or whatever it was. And they just bent it over. That was Ed Wood, man. He shoestring budget, and the man could
Mhm.
smoke talk.
Yeah.
But no, there's just I mean, it was one of Bela Lugosi's last movies, if not his last movie, which was all. Yeah, yeah, it was
Which one was the one where they fight the octopus looking thing?
okay. No, that was Bride of the Beast,
Right of the Beast.
where he was okay because he did Glen or Glenda, Lugosi did, and then he
Mhm.
did Bride of the Beast, where he was the professor,
Right.
the mad scientist, and then he did. They had footage of him that they shot during the other stuff that
And
Ed
they put
uncovered.
that in. They
They
used
put
that
that
into
in,
Plan 9.
and it was
Yeah.
enough to be able to give him credit, even though they used uh, Ed's girlfriend's chiropractor to do the body scan in.
So I remember who was the horror queen that was in that?
Vampira.
Vampira, and then
I
the
was
actor who always played the ghoul, the big guy.
The
He was
big bald
Tor
guy,
Johnson.
Tor Johnson. Yeah,
yeah, because he
Tor
used to
Johnson.
do
Yeah.
he used to play like cops in the old
Yeah.
Yeah.
and bad guys in the older
Mhm.
serials and stuff.
And he was the lead character in Plan 9, one of the two leads.
Yeah.
And then there was Kelton, the cop character, which was actually spread out through all of Ed's movies. He actually had the one character show up multiple times. and he's like, monsters, graves, bodies, aliens. Tons of it's just, I'm sorry. I mean, when I think B movie, there was no doubt in my mind. I'm like, okay, need B movie, need sci-fi. Ding.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
like horror and sci-fi.
And schlock.
Yeah, all
I mean,
schlock, yeah.
where they literally would just pull off to the side of the road, and all of a sudden there's your acting.
Yeah.
Had a funeral for Bela Lugosi's character, and they were literally just on the side of the road. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, And the grave diggers for that scene were actually the preachers of the church that funded most of it.
Oh wow.
And
I
they
remember
talk about
thinking,
that in the movie too.
Hmm.
I remember thinking Roger Corman probably said this, saw that, and went, "Here, hold my beer. I can do better than that."
Yeah, probably. That's probably what did it. I mean, because you go back, like I said, I have just about the entire body of work. I can't say I do, but it's really close.
Hmm.
The commercials he did were actually just straightforward and stuff like that. You go and say, okay, there's potential there. I can see what people saw in it. Then when he got out there, because he did the things like that to help finance his other stuff and keep himself afloat, then he started getting into his movies and stuff like that, and then that's where you saw the really Ed Wood come through. But then as that career started dwindling, and he turned to the bottle and he got involved in all this other weird stuff, that's when he really had to reinvent himself.
Hmm.
He basically decided, hey, I can still write. So he wrote scripts for a couple of things. Like there's this, what is it? I can't remember. Bikini Girls from Outer Space, something like that. Basically, they're surfers that were on this alien ship. It was really strange. But now he would take unused scripts and he would reformat them to books, and they became a lot of those nickel books and stuff like that. Really, just the absolute garbage. And he wrote dozens of them, and that's what kept him afloat week to week and stuff like that. Until somebody said, "Hey, you're a writer. Why don't you come and write this?" And they got him into the softcore market, and then he actually started acting in some of those, and that's when it just went all.
Of course he did.
The one that I have.
I will never let an actor do what I won't do myself.
Right. He's the stunt. He's the stunt double, right? What is it from freaking
That's not what they call him.
Orgasmo? I know it's the stunt guy.
The stunt chicken. Stunt chicken.
So
But
before
now, the one that I have that he was in, that there's only like pieces of it that exist. It's what's called Ticket Out and Trade, where he was in it, and it's so bad.
it's so bad.
Oh
Man. All right. So before I get into Dad's or mine, Vinny Vaults said, anyone? Okay, let me read this. Anyone ever see a bad B-listed thriller horror where the effects are so bad someone could be bleeding and it literally looks like ketchup instead of blood?
I think we just talked about it.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, they had the aliens in Plan 9 had a death ray. Instead of showing them decay or whatever, they just did a sound effects and woo, and then you cut away to pulling away a cape and there's your skeleton from a zombie. It's bad. Any Ed Wood movie.
Yeah.
That's again.
Or any sci-fi movie that came on at a certain point from the Sci-Fi Channel.
And which reminds me, guys, anybody who's watching, if you have questions about anything we're discussing tonight, please leave them in the chat. We'll read them and then we'll answer. So, but Dad, go ahead and give your number
you give
one.
yours.
Give mine.
Yours. Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna go from the bottom up. So my number 5 or number 1 or whatever is going to be Moontrap with Bruce Campbell and Walter Koenig, right? Or I can't even say his
Walter
last name.
Koenig.
Yeah.
Walter Koenig.
Great sci-fi. The what is it? The NASA gets a beacon off of some kind of thing off the moon,
there's the shuttle. They're I think repairing satellites, and there's the two astronauts, Bruce Campbell and Walter Koenig, people that you would think are astronauts. I played one on television.
Yeah.
And they get a beacon and it ends up being a derelict spaceship
Yeah, on the
floating
moon.
between beyond the other side, the far side of the moon. So
Mhm.
they go and investigate, and they find a pod, and the ship starts having problems. So he has to, they have to do an emergency escape so Conan can make it to the shuttle, and then trying to remember, how does he meet? Oh, that's when they go back that he meets the girl
Yes, yeah.
in the on the moon in the tomb or the pyramid thing.
Which is funny.
But yeah, it ends up they were like biomechanical
Yeah, very much like
creatures.
Yeah.
virus. Yeah, they would take mechanical and bioorganic materials and make these creatures and stuff. And it was really awesome. The effects were
Mm.
really,
And,
really good.
and Bruce Campbell was young, man.
Oh yeah,
He was almost Evil Dead 1 young. And
And that was Sam Raimi, right?
yeah. Or
Yes.
he had a big part of it. Yeah.
uh,
I don't know
did
if he.
he?
I don't know if he
I
directed
don't
or
think
not
Sam
though.
Raimi had anything to do
Okay,
with
I
it.
assumed it would be Sam Raimi if Bruce Campbell's in it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, yeah, oh, yeah. Sam Raimi was the only one who would hire Bruce. No, I'm joking.
their
Uh,
friendship is legendary.
so
Yeah.
Robert Dyke directed it,
Oh, okay.
and Angels in the Outfield. He did some effects for Evil Dead 2.
Quiet, you.
Yeah.
You triggered my Google somehow.
Really?
Yeah.
Order this. No.
He was trying to get the chew. He was trying to get the chew.
But yeah, just a great like buddy kind of like this film with these two characters, and then of course Bruce is he just doesn't make it.
Mhm.
But
And
some great one-liners too. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but it's definitely one of the ones that I remember watching a lot.
Cool.
But Dad, you want to go in and get yours going?
I would go through and talk about, like, we owe a lot to William Castle. We owe stuff to like George Romero, Night of the Living Dead,
Mm-hmm.
because they were groundbreaking. They really showed these movies could make money. Um, but I'll skip all through that stuff. My first pick. Uh, I about Roger Corman, just because everything he did. I gotta get to my list here.
You're breaking up a little bit, Dad. A little robotic.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Breaking up, Captain.
Yeah, how about that? Is that better? I'm
Well,
getting
don't
it
It's
from the
or
principal.
was for a second.
don't we need to talk to
Okay,
Spox because he
no,
was
I
the
remember.
communication expert and science expert? Oh, no, it was a horror.
That was a
I know,
hurdle,
I know.
boy.
I gotta catch up.
Okay, so one of the my favorite movies that was could be considered a B film was Planet of the Vampires. It was from 1965. It was an Italian science fiction horror film. It was originally titled Terror in Space in the UK, and then in Italy it was called The Demon Planet. The film was basically, I was trying to, who was it? It was
Let me pull that up.
Barry Sullivan, who was a well-known actor and went on to do a lot of television later on.
Hmm.
Was playing this the captain of this ship, and they were three of them, and they were on a just exploring different planets and things like that. When they receive, and this is gonna sound a little familiar. They received an emergency beacon. So on their way to go find out what is going on, one of the ships gets hit by a meteor and it gets destroyed. So there's only two of them. So the two ships get there and they have to go and land on the planet. The planet is covered in hostile atmosphere. It's shrouded in mist. So as they go to land, one of the ships loses its path and it lands like miles away from the other one. And then the main ship, when it lands, it is damaged. Well, during that landing, part of the crew go crazy and start attacking each other, trying to kill each other. And the captain is able to subdue them with the help of the crew, who is still of sane mind. And once they hit the ground, everybody's normal. Everybody's like, "Well, what do you mean I was attacking you?" Well, when they land, they have to go and find the other ship, to make sure everything is okay because they can't get any communication with them. When they get there, they find the entire crew has ripped each other to pieces. Everybody's dead, even his brother who was on board that ship. And so they're trying to get the bodies so they can bury them. And they go up to the command and they can see through a window the they're all dead on the inside of the command module, the the bridge. And so while they're there, they like, okay, they do the one thing that you don't do. They split up. He goes like, I need you three people to stay here and stand guard over what, the dead bodies? Okay. And then him and another guy, they go back to the ship to get a cutting torch to come back and cut their way into the bridge. And I was like, didn't this ship carry the same equipment the other ship carried? Like that's how I was as a little kid. And so they they go back, they come back, and they go to cut in, and the crew they left is missing. And then when they look through the portal, the crew that was in there, they're missing.
Hmm.
So what starts happening, and let me read this to you because it just was obvious, was the influence, one of the many influences for Dan O'Bannon and Ron Susitz's Alien. Um,
Hmm.
they during this whole thing planet, not only do they find that the dead come back, but that they're being controlled by an alien presence on the planet who wants to escape. This is its planet. The planet is dying. That's why the atmosphere is the way it is, and it's been trying to attract ships there so that it can get on board and flee. They find a giant derelict ship with giant crew that are dead and fossilized, and while they're there, they are possessed. The captain is able to break his possession with the help of one of the other crewmen, and they save this one woman. And then while they're trying to get back to the other ship, they have to go back to the other ship first before they can go back to their main ship. They lose one of the guys. I mean, he's like following right behind him. In 1 minute, he's just like gone. There's no explanation. You never see him again in the film. And they're like almost to the ship, and they turn and look and they go, "Hey, what's his name?" And they're like, "I don't know. He was just behind us." Oh man. So they end up having the crew of these zombies, these reanimated bodies, come in and attack them. And while they're fending them off, they're trying to get to their main ship. Well, when they get there, they find that their ship was damaged because some of them went over there and attacked that ship. Now there are survivors there, but they were still able to damage the ship where it can't take off. So now they got to go back to the other ship, take the part off of that one, and go back to their ship and fix it. This movie was it was unique. It was definitely an Italian film. Um, but it had some scary moments, man, especially for a little kid. Like
Mhm.
when they buried people, they would wrap them in plastic and then they put them in a hole in the ground and put a metal plate over their body. And then, when they were resurrecting, you'd see them lift these heavy plates with one arm and just flip it over, and they'd be standing there in their plastic. And when they come out, they're all rotted and decayed, or they're all damaged from the attack. And they would, you would think you were safe. The crew would be standing there talking. You can see everything going on around them. Somebody walks off, and then the minute the other person turns around, he's like face to face with them. So these things moved really quietly, and they were like Jason. They were just relentless
Wow.
coming after you. Um, and I'm not going to tell the end because it's really exciting and it has a nice twist at the very end. But it wasn't a big budget film, but for what their budget, man, they actually accomplished quite a bit. And it I saw it when I was young, and it stayed with me. And so whenever I see that it's on, I go watch it because it's just, and then because I it's no, you know, I love Aliens. That is my favorite, really my favorite movie. And so anything that had the influences on that, I'm gonna love. And
Mhm.
so that my suggestion would be Planet of Vampires.
Wow. The way you described it, it sounded like something from like the 70s or the 80s. I don't know. I've never seen it, but it sounds way ahead of its time. Like you said, it sounds like it would be in the same vein as Alien.
This came
Yeah.
out in 1965.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the whole thing of like a derelict ship and like the
Yeah.
distress beacon, and then the crew being affected by something and then trying to leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There,
It had something for everybody.
yeah. I gotta put, I'm sure this is on Tubi. I'll try to watch it tonight.
All right. So, Tyler, you want to go with your number two?
My turn again.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this one here, this is like what I think of B movies. This is like the first thing that always pops in my mind. Roger Corman Presents. I don't know if he was probably a producer on it, but it was directed by an Italian director named Luigi Cosi, and it came out in the wake of Star Wars. It was supposed to, I know everything was trying to rip off Star Wars at that point. It was one of these low budget Italian movies that came out, but the director Luigi Cosi was a big fan of Jason and the Argonauts and stuff like that, and the Ray Harryhausen stop go animation. So he kind of made it his own thing. This movie, Star Crash. Have you seen that? Star Crash.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like late 70s. I think it was 78, I believe. Anyway, it was sort of an Italian answer to Star Wars, but like I said, the director Luigi Cosi did his own thing. You could tell it really feels more like Jason and the Argonauts or Clash of the Titans or whatever, or Sinbad in space. It feels like an adventure, like a high seas adventure, but in space. I really love this movie. It's so cheesy and corny. There's nothing in this movie you can take seriously, but it's so fun. Um, I probably rented this when I was a kid just because I saw there was a pretty lady on the cover. I was hoping I'd see some skin, and you do see a lot of skin. Caroline Munro is the star. I love her. I have such a crush on Caroline Munro, who is actually a femme fatale in a Bond movie in The Spy Who Loved Me. And she's been in a Hammer Dracula movie. I think she was in Maniac. She's been in a lot of other wonderful B movies, but this movie, or the star is Caroline Munro plays a character named Stella Star, and she's on the run from the space law, but she ends up making friends with him. She has a sidekick, a robot sheriff, this robot guy that he's this human-sized robot. And he has like a southern accent or a Texas accent, and he's like her buddy. And then her other buddy is played by, what's that actor? The guy from Food of the Gods. His name is Mar Mar. Anyway, he has a buddy who's like he almost is like a Jedi. He has like telekinetic and all kinds of powers, and he has a lightsaber. So there are a lot of Star Wars rip-offs in this. Marzi Gortner, the guy from Food of the Gods. I guess
He
when
was
you get,
also he was
oh, go
also
ahead.
in he was in Earthquake. He played
Earthquake, yeah.
the nut job.
Yeah, yeah. I guess his character, they wanted him to put on like a Wookiee style or a lizard mask to be like the sidekick, but he didn't want his pretty face covered up. So he just looks like a regular guy in this movie, but he has like psychic powers and super strength. He's kind of like a Superman type of guy, but there's that. And then later on, the prince of they meet up with the emperor of the universe, who they want to take down the evil count. The count's played by Joe Spinell. He's like the typical like Ming the Merciless looking guy, like you would see like in a serial or a Flash Gordon. But the Emperor of the Universe, who is a good guy, who Stella Star and her robot buddy Elle go on a mission to save the prince. It's actually the Emperor of the Universe is actually Christopher Plummer. Like I think maybe the producers got him for like 2 days or a day to do some scenes, but it's crazy that Christopher Plummer is in this. Um, but eventually when they rescue the prince, he kind of turns into the main star and saves the day with Stella. It's David Hasselhoff is in this before Knight Rider. Um, um, yeah,
Long
and
before
then,
drunken cheeseburgers.
yeah, before that, way before that. Yeah, but fun movie, all kinds of weird visuals. Like it almost looked like the all the intricate little models they built for this. They look really weird and surreal and kind of stupid looking, but you got to appreciate like the effort put into it. There's a lot of stop go animation. Like there's a giant there's a it kind of goes from like one island to the next, sort of like an adventure movie. There's one planet to the next. One of them is filled with Amazon women, and they have this giant like a giant robot Amazon. It kind of reminds me of the giant in Jason and the Argonauts with stop go animation creature. There's these stop go animation robots that they use back projection on over they do stop go animation and then they back project that and have David Hasselhoff like fighting them with lightsabers. It looks really cool. Yeah, so this movie's so fun to me. And one thing I want to add to John Barry that does the James Bond scores. I don't know how they got him, but he does the soundtrack for this, and the soundtrack is a banger. I actually listened to it. I love John Barry music, and this is like just as good as any of his other work. For it's like such a corny B movie. Like the soundtrack in this is fantastic. Star Crash for me, my second pick.
Cool.
Yeah, it's definitely one I haven't seen in a while. I need to. I need
Yeah,
to. It's like we're
yeah,
listing stuff I haven't seen in forever.
yeah.
78 Hasselhoff, the icing on the
Yeah.
cake sounds like.
Yeah.
All right, so Di, you want to go
All
with your
right. Yeah, my second one came out in the 90s and it was Arachnophobia. That one is pretty good. I like that one. John Goodman is in it. I
Yeah.
keep thinking it's Jeff Bridges, but what is that actor's name?
Oh,
Makes me think.
Jeff Daniels.
Jeff Daniels?
Jeff
Yeah.
Daniels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeff
Jeff
Daniels.
Daniels.
Yeah. Yeah, and that British actor, Sells, he passed away not too long ago.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was
yeah.
the one who got lost on a hike.
Hiking. Yeah, yeah,
Oh
Yeah.
no.
yeah. And but
Yeah,
no, that
he was also the
pretty good.
warlock. He
The
was
Warlock, yeah.
Oh, Warlock.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And overall, that movie's good. I like the effects that they used for when they did for real spiders. That was nice.
Mm.
And if you had real arachnophobia, it creeped a lot of people out that had that. I've showed a few of my buddies that movie and a few people, and they hate spiders, and it definitely gets to them for sure. But it's still cheesy when they definitely use the bigger. Uh, I don't know if it's the mother spider or whatever, but it still could be cheesy at times. But honestly, it still holds up to today. And it was a pretty good movie. So
Mm.
overall.
Yeah.
Definitely can creep people out for sure. So the whole premise was cool. How it bites the guy, and then it goes in his coffin when when he brings it over, and so yeah, story's kind of creepy, but yeah,
I,
definitely a good movie overall.
Ryan says arachnophobia is a good, but he hates spiders too. I hate spiders too. But I love seeing them in movies. So my dad's the same way. That's his favorite, like one of his favorite creatures he loves to see on film.
It had some
Yeah, for
awesome
sure.
effects too. Like I don't know if they had robot spiders or trained spiders, but the stuff the spider would do was pretty incredible. Like towards the end of the movie,
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
know if maybe
I
if it was CGI. I don't know, but it looked good.
no,
Well, it
I think
wasn't a whole
in
lot of CGI back then.
Yeah.
yeah,
A lot of
in
practical
the movie
effects.
they used huntsman spiders. I think those are
Oh,
the
The
okay.
huntsmen were
yeah
the big long-legged ones. Those were the ones that
yeah
attacked everybody like in the shower and
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
that
yeah.
stuff. But
Which would be creepy to even have to work with one of those like that.
Mm.
dude,
I hear they're not. Oof.
when it crawled out of his mouth, the guy he killed who was eating the popcorn. Man, I was
Oh,
like,
God.
I'm done. I'm just
Well, it's definitely one of those things. It's like, you see the videos of people who have huntsman spiders in Australia, and you just see these giant spiders in their houses, and they're like,
Mm. It kills the flies. Huh?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Burn it all down.
Just burn it all
I'm-
down.
yeah. I'm a big proponent of just burning your house down and moving. Or I think they should sell friggin' flamethrowers at Home Depot.
Hmm.
Cool.
Let me see.
That's probably my second. Yeah. So.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's a great pick. I mean, it's definitely over the top, and it just like
Was his
definitely,
name Julian something? I cannot think of
yeah,
his last
Julian Cells.
yeah, Julian Sells, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
God, that was really sad that he's gone.
Hmm.
So let's see. Ryan said, I remember wanting to see Arachnophobia when it came out, but we went to go see the other snoozer, like Ghost, with Patrick Swayze.
Other snoozer.
What, the pottery lesson movie?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, what? You also got Dirty Dancing was like awful too, but
And had Whoopi Goldberg in it. Come on.
All right, Colin.
Okay. My number 2 pick, according to this list, is Ice Pirates.
Right up there, right next to Star Crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Robert,
Wow.
I should have gone back and watched that one because I'm trying to remember it. I was always a big Robert Urich fan, so anytime something he did came on, I was like, oh, okay. And the first thing I remember is that his hair was all, I believe, curly, which was really strange to get used to. But no, let's see. What I remember of it was they were, basically ice was like a big, ice and water was like a
Water, yeah.
commodity and stuff like that, and they would go wherever they had to go to get it, and then they ended up in all sorts of weird B movie schlock villainry to have to get it and deal with. And,
Yeah, once they saved the princess, all these movies always had a princess that either was always cocky and sure about herself and had to be rescued but didn't want to be rescued. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like Spaceballs, but
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
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 a little bit different.
Well, they had to live up to Princess Leia, right?
Yeah.
Carrie Fisher, and I mean, even they did that in, was it Orin, the animated
Oh yeah,
Yes,
the
Legend of Star
Adventure
Chasers?
Yeah, Star
Yeah.
Chasers. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love that movie, animated movie.
that's a whole episode.
that's really good. Oh, that's like a Star Wars yeah, that's really good. I forgot
Yeah.
about that movie.
So that's definitely
Yeah.
an episode we need to do, is talking about those
Yeah.
animated movies and stuff
Yeah.
between like 70s, 80s to 2000.
Yeah.
Fire and Ice, Rock
Yeah,
and Roll, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, oh, go
I
ahead.
mean, like I said, I remember watching it and being very happy with it, very fond of it and stuff like that. But it's one of those things where as I'm going through the list and everything like that, I'm like, I should sit down and watch that so I can refresh my memory. And then life happened, so I didn't get to do that. So,
Well, he had such a great crew too. There were a lot
yes,
of comedians and stuff that were playing parts of his crew. I think wasn't Avery Schreiber in that?
I think so.
I
can't
remember there
if he
was a guy, he was a head, but his head set on top of a robot body. Or am I thinking of a different movie?
No, I remember that, but I don't remember if that's a movie. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like he had that metal thing on the bottom of his
Yeah.
neck, and so he was like on top of it. I think
Yeah.
that might have been it.
Yeah.
That sounds right, because that was, because I remember later on when Futurama came out and they had that whole concept. I'm like, wait a minute, how was that?
Yeah.
Well, and it's also the whole joke that Walt Disney has his head frozen, and
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
Oh,
waiting
so-
for Elion.
yeah.
so that's my number.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go. My number 2 or 4 or whatever is Trancers.
Oh, excellent.
This is
Yeah, Transfer Z was my favorite. No, I'm joking.
Transor Z. Hey, I watched that cartoon too. Where's Mazin? No, but Transfer, you got like was it Tim Thomerson or Tom?
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
Tim
then
Thomerson.
Thomerson,
and of course
Helen
Helen
Hunt.
Hunt, which was like my crush back then as a kid
Woo!
when I watched that.
Yeah,
But yeah, you got a detective that is dealing with these zombies that this guy's creating, and then he gets sent
yeah,
back down the line to his ancestor, who's an ex baseball player, and then he has to go and stop this guy from killing these three counselors that kind of rule California at the time, and it's just
mhm,
like great, like just full
yeah.
moon production stuff, like Slock. I mean, great. It was a fun story, but man, it was like you could definitely tell it was over the top on.
Yeah. Yeah, time traveling zombies. They were like
Yes,
Scott. They were like Scott Bakula from Quantum Leap, but they're
yes,
zombies.
hmm yeah,
I
And
know
but
then
the
it
yeah,
had the
go
one guy, the blonde, the platinum headed guy who always played villains.
Oh, Richard
The
Lynch, he was in the second
yeah,
Richard
one. Yeah,
Lynch,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah.
hmm
Yeah, there were some good sequels, some fun cheesy sequels.
oh yeah, for transfers, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely, it was great. I mean,
yeah,
it's definitely one of those things you at least need to watch at least the first four I think it is or first five,
yeah,
because after that it's like it kind of goes in a weird direction. And I didn't watch
yeah.
it.
Oh,
The
the one with it's actually pretty funny. The one with the girl, like
Yeah, where he goes to his like
he
his
like leap,
granddaughter or
yeah,
something.
he leaps into his granddaughter's. So she's acting like this chauvinistic, smug, like detective guy, and it's a little girl. It's funny. Yeah,
Which kind of plays up on the whole thing of like
yeah,
his chief does the same thing,
yeah, yeah,
and like
yeah.
he
Oh yeah, Steve is the little girl. Yeah,
yeah, turns a little girl, and then like in the second movie she's all
yeah,
like she's like 17 or 18.
yeah. Yeah,
Oh man, yeah, great movie, great detective film.
yeah.
But yeah, that's my number two.
Excellent.
Oh, now I wished I had done Jekyll and Hyde together again.
Beth, you ready? Are you-
Yeah, I just got to get the vision out of my head of, oh my God, hold on, and we'll make this better. No, no, don't you dare! I'm taking these home. He does the breast augmentation,
Hold
and
that.
he.
Uh,
Okay,
Hold,
okay,
hold on to it.
I'll be quiet. Um, so for mine, my next one, one of the things I tried to do was do decades, right? I wanted to, because there's so many, I wanted to pick one from different decades and that represented different genres. So my next one was from 1971, and it was called Vanishing Point,
Oh,
oh
and
yeah.
it's about an ex-California cop who lost his job. He's uh, a speed addict and a drug addict. He what he does for a living is he drives cars across country for people, and so he takes a job to get a car to across country from California to the East Coast, and he has to do it in a certain amount of time. So, of course, he starts running in afoul of police, and there's a big police chase, and they chase him across the country. This movie's been remade like 3 times, but the best one is the one with Barry Newman as the driver. The one I love was directed by Richard Safran, and it had like Cleavon Little in it. It had Dean Jagger in it. Um, it had a beautiful naked woman driving around on a motorcycle in it.
Yeah.
Um, and the ending is just um, unbelievable. And I was telling my son about it when I was telling him I made this as my pick. When I went and saw this, I was like 12 years old. And there was a place in San Antonio called McCreeless. It was a mall. And so they had a theater in the mall. And you had one theater on the right, one theater on the left, and a bathroom hallway in between them. And then you had to walk around to get to the concession. So I would go and I'd go see one movie, leave it, go into the bathroom for a minute, come out, make sure there was no, because they were always shorthanded. So there's nobody ever watching. And then I'd go and sneak into the next movie to see whatever that was. Well, I
Yeah.
sit down and this comes on. And I'm like, okay, that's going to be a car chase film, you know. And I'd already seen movies like Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry. What were some of the car movies where they chase across
Bullet.
country like this? Um, well, Bullet is more of a cop with Stephen Queen. Yeah, it has
Yeah.
And
that,
there
but
was
these are that.
Oh,
It
like
was like where
Gone in 60 Seconds.
Gone
Yeah.
60 Seconds.
Yeah.
There was
Cannonball Run.
Making County Line with Max
Yeah.
Baer as the redneck cop, and all of those.
Mhm.
So it was really, this movie set me off
Mhm.
on the really I want to see as many of these as I could.
Mhm.
And I sat in there, and by the time it was over, and that whole ending, I couldn't get up out of the seat. I was like, dude, man. So I don't know if y'all have seen this. We won't talk about it, but it really has this impactful ending. Um, and of course, in modern times, when they remake the film, they got to change it to give it a better ending, something more appropriate for the
Mhm.
newer audiences. But I prefer the original.
So Ryan asked if James Taylor was in that one. I tried to look it up, but I couldn't. I didn't see him in the listing. Was
I
he
don't.
maybe?
I'm trying to remember which James Taylor, not the musician, right?
Let me go look him
Which
up on
James?
IMDb.
I didn't realize there was remakes of that.
Yeah, there's at least two.
Uh,
One was a TV movie, and
oh,
one was
One had Viggo Mortensen.
Mortensen and Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the songwriter.
Mhm.
Let me see.
I wonder if he was, because the hippies he meets when he's having problems with the car, and he's out there trying to work on it, and then this girl comes out of the desert, and she's like this vapor trail, and then as she gets closer, you see her like she's naked and riding around on the bike, and then so she's like, "Hey man, what's going on?" And they talk, and then they head to their where her and her boyfriend live, and unless he's that person who
So
she's with.
I don't see him on the cast,
yeah, I
but
don't see him on the cast. I see Two Lane Blacktop is maybe because he's in that movie. He plays the
Mhm.
driver. Um,
One of them might have had a
Oh,
different name, but I know that there was another
yeah,
vanishing point.
yeah.
yeah.
Rita Coolidge is in it.
Oh yeah. So Ryan said Two Lane Blacktop was the one with James
Oh,
Taylor,
okay,
also in
okay.
1971. Yes, The Musician, also a racing movie. Floyd would enjoy Blacktop. Two
I'll
Lane
look it
Blacktop.
up.
Yeah, I'll put that on the list. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've never seen that one, Dad, unless you let us watch it when we were kids, as far as the
Nope, I
Vanishing
never
Point.
let y'all watch it. Nope.
So it's definitely something I'll have to pick up at
Mhm.
some
Yeah,
point to.
because yeah, the one of the remakes was 1997, and
Mhm.
I know there was one later than that. But
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, too much drugs and too much booby for me to let you guys watch
Well,
that.
hey, there is that movie with what was it, Videodrome, with James Woods,
Oh
and
yeah,
But
there's
yeah,
there's a
I did
lot of
not
weird
let you
stuff in
guys
that.
watch that.
yeah.
And you went rogue on that.
Yeah, that was that one's you didn't we didn't watch that until like
Yeah, y'all didn't
2000
watch that when
something.
it first come out. Yeah, and then a lot of times I would skin it. What do you watch? Get out of here,
Yeah, and then we'd hide around the corner.
corner. Yeah, yeah. I get up to go get a drink, and they're sitting in the hallway, just out of sight, behind the fireplace. And I'm like, "What are y'all doing here? Y'all been watching this? I might as well go sit on the couch now. You done signed most of it."
Uh,
Um,
but yeah, all right. So we're number three, and we're back on Tyler. If you want to give your number three pick.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So my number three pick is from 1983. I love this movie, but I also wanted to throw in a movie from one of my favorite B movie directors, David Worth. You probably know him. Like he's made so many movies I like from different genres. He directed Kickboxer, which isn't really a B movie. I don't think it is. I guess it is technically a B movie, but he directed Kickboxer. So he's on the martial art front for me. So 11 for that. He directed Shark Attack 2 and 3. So he's on the shark front for me. But David Worth directed this movie from 1983, a post-apocalyptic movie, which I love, an Italian post-apocalyptic movie, Warrior of the Lost World, with Robert Ginty as the writer with a motorcycle, like the AI computer motorcycle. Warriors, I don't
And
know if
that's
you yeah.
Oh,
that's on Tubi right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, excellent. Oh, okay, I gotta. It's hard to find a copy of this thing, but I mean, it's one of the earliest movies I saw. I think it was on television or something. My dad was watching it, getting a kick out of it. But and I know Robert Ginty from the Executioner movies is the star, and everyone like craps on his performance. But I kind of like him in this movie. He's like a disinterested hero in this movie. He's going with the princess to save her dad, who's a doctor, a professor from this evil dystopian city like called the Omega City, and it's led by Donald Pleasance, who pretty much just looks like Blofeld from Free, You Only Live Twice. Donald Pleasance, the big baddie in this. But this movie has all kinds of great action. Like there's street action, there's Mad Max style on the road action. Like in one scene, there's like these two buses like fighting each other, like they're shooting at each other with machine guns, all of the soldiers in the buses. But and then there's all kinds of like shootouts, like there's heavy violence in this, like when they break out the girl's father from the city. It almost reminds me of like Half-Life, almost like a video game. Like there's so much running around and shooting, and it has like a sci-fi dystopian, like post-apocalyptic feel. Really
Hmm.
love it. Has a lot of fun, corny cheese. Like I said, Donald Pleasance is one of my favorite actors from Halloween is in it. And then Fred Williamson is in it. He's one of my other favorite actors.
yes.
He doesn't have quite that big of a role, but he's in there. I think maybe they just had him for a day and they filmed but just like him and Donald Pleasant, but both of those are in it. So those are two of my favorite actors, Donald Pleasance and Fred Williamson. And there's a pretty girl in there. The main character is a beautiful Indian girl. Her name is Paris Kambata, but yeah, she's a hottie, the love interest in this. And then I noticed the professor. I thought it was Ronnie Cox from RoboCop, but
Oh, yeah.
it's some guy that looks like him though. He looks like Jimmy Carter, the guy. But I don't remember the actor's name. But there was a lot of funny characters, all kinds of funny gangs. There's different, kind of like the Warriors. There's all these different gangs on the outskirts of the city. They're all different little themes, and they come together to fight in a battle royal to see who's the top gang. And Robert Ginty joins it, and he ends up winning. And then he unites all of them together to go fight the evil tyrant. And so they all join forces to go have a raid on the Omega City run by Donald Pleasance at the end. So man, I think this is a fun movie. All kinds of like mostly every print you see of it's bad print, so it looks crappy. But I'd love to see like a crisp, like restored version of this because it has a lot of cool stuff going on in it. Warrior of the Lost World. That's my pick.
Nice.
Nice. I need to watch that.
You have.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
have
you.
seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I've seen
it
so
came
many
out
things.
about the same time as there was a kind of a duplicate, and it was Richard Hatch in it, and it was three people. They go across the plane into an alternate dimension, and then they're trying to get back, and then there's a warlord trying to catch them. There's somebody there who's like a knight who tries to help them find their portal way back, and I can't remember what it's called, but I know what the cover looks like. I'll
Yeah.
look it up, and then he can add it.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I probably have seen that, but that sounds like something I would love.
Okay, before we move on to another one, there's a movie that has who's the guy who played all I got is damn it, Janet, from
Barry
Rocky Horror. Barry Boswick.
Oh, Barry
He
Bonds. Yeah,
it is where they're a elite military force that have
yeah,
these flying motorcycles,
yeah. I
and
think that was.
he's
Yeah, I know what you're
what
talking.
was that called? I'm trying to
Oh, it was
remember it.
called. It seemed like I think it was this. what was that?
They even had a video game made for it.
It's called, what was it called?
Oh, were you talking about Megaforce or whatever? Or no?
Megaforce. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that
yeah.
was it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really in the same vein as this one.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had the
Oh, and
unfortunate
Michael Peck from the Warriors is in it.
Warriors was in it. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and that same girl, that same Indian girl is in that.
Was it Megaforce or Super Megaforce? I can't remember if it's.
Megaforce.
I think
Oh,
it was
Yeah.
Megaforce.
Devin from Knight Rider's in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
Okay.
that's the movie that everybody's like, if you watch it, it's very much GI Joe. Like if they ever did a GI Joe movie, it's the closest
Yeah.
that
Well,
we've ever gotten.
that's the thing with the Warrior of the Lost World too. Like they all have machine guns, but when they fire, it sounds like pew, pew, like GI Joe.
The lasers. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not that whole thing of like knowing's half the battle, and the other
Yeah.
half is just red and blue lasers.
Pork chop sandwiches.
Yeah. All right, Di, you want to get your number 3 going?
Yeah, my number 3 would be the 1997 movie Jack Frost. You guys seen that one?
With
Oh.
Michael
Uh,
Keaton.
Okay.
No,
no, no,
The
no,
other
no.
one, the bad guy, the one with
yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
The one
yeah.
it,
Just that one's pretty funny. I like the whole premise of that. You have a guy on death row, gets transferred, gets was it toxic waste he gets thrown into,
I
and then becomes a snowman, and then just goes on a killing spree. That's pretty much the whole
Wow.
premise. And his biggest weakness is hair dryers. That's pretty
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Oh man, the thing
I'll be back next year.
the thing I remember about that movie is like him going, "All right," and he takes the freaking carrot and moves it down. Oh man. Hey Jesse.
Yeah,
Oh Jesse. So
oh,
zombies here.
zombies.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, but that movie was just funny. The killings were kind of creative too. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he driving a Volkswagen at one point? Or he was driving, I remember him a scene where he's driving a car.
yeah,
I
I think it
think
was.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up,
What's
zombie?
going on, zombie?
It was zombie.
Oh,
Y'all
he's
are
cooking
talking
it.
about Jack Frost, one of the best movies ever.
Yes.
Oh, you know I'm down for some killer snowman.
Yeah. Man, that
Yeah.
we laughed about that movie hardcore when it came out. Man. Uh, so zombie, if you want to go ahead, you'll fit in here. So go ahead and give us your like number 1 film that you
Let him
yeah.
get two.
Oh
So,
yeah, go
yeah.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, get you in. That's great. That'll work.
All right. I'm hoping these haven't been talked about yet, but I would start with my first choice would be this is actually a grouping of 3 specific films. I'm talking the original Blob, the original Fly movie, and
Yeah.
of course Thing from Another World.
Yeah.
I'm going to group those into one category because not only were those great budget films at the time of release, but led to 3 of the best remakes ever.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah, with like Jeff Goldblum, Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I find amazing is specifically with the Blob, I've never attended that huge event they always have, but I've always wanted to be a part of that. Where they reenact the chase scene from the movie theater when Steve McQueen arrives and everybody's fleeing in terror. They do that reenactment at this Blob event held where they filmed that, and I've always just wanted to be a part of that. Nowadays, I probably wouldn't risk it, but maybe when I'm up in Mobile again, I'll definitely try to make my way out there. But yeah, I would definitely describe all 3 of these as not only great B movies from the time, but also 3 of the best 80s remakes that
Yeah.
we ever got,
Mm-hmm.
hands down. Second on the list, and again, kind of a grouping of sorts. I would throw in the Romero trilogy, specifically the original Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead. Day of the Dead is, kind of up there, but I would definitely throw Night of the Living Dead as one of the best B horror movies ever, because it not only paved the way for what zombie films would later become, but the Godfather himself reinvented the genre basically
Yeah.
with just that film alone. Low budget, black and white cinematography,
Yeah.
great effects, great story. One of the first movies I remember that gave us a not so happy ending.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's just a lot that you could discuss about the Romero trilogy in itself.
Mhm.
Yeah. And that
I
that
would
one.
I would I would count the first film as a B movie. I
Yeah.
wouldn't count the second two because they were more had bigger budget, better writing. They were more what do you call it, for a specific audience.
Right.
And then the fact that because it was such a guerrilla filming,
Mhm.
um, he didn't even have enough money to go in and copyright it.
Yeah.
So that's why everybody and their grandmother can show that film at any time
Yeah.
and not have to worry
Mhm.
about it. But he learned a lot from that film, and then that gave us, Dawn, and then Day, and then
Mm.
his other trilogy. Um,
Well, Twilight and then
but they were domestic.
Island and
I think those were
Yeah.
more domestic films instead of
Yeah.
art house
Mhm.
or
Yeah.
B movies.
Oh,
Mhm.
Survival Land, and what was the other one?
Diary of the Dead.
There was
Diary of the Dead.
Diary, yeah,
Yeah.
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 and then what was the one with the island?
That's
Island.
Survival.
Survival.
That's Survival.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
That's the one with the horse.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I thought that one
They're trying
wasn't
to get.
that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
I enjoy Diary of the Dead, but it was
Mhm.
weird with them introducing, because it was supposed to be before,
Yeah.
the first movie, and like there are people on YouTube and
Oh
TikTok sitting
yeah.
there
Yeah.
recording what they're doing to these zombies and stuff, and it's like, I guess it works if it was modern time when that
Yeah.
happened, but yeah, I love that trilogy, and
Yeah.
I honestly I prefer the Tom Savini remake of Night of the Living Dead. I mean, come on, Tony Todd.
I was gonna
Mhm.
say that's another one that had some good remakes, like Zombie was talking about Blob, The Fly, and The
Hmm.
Thing. That both of the first two Romero movies had pretty darn good remakes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, which was actually one of his
Yeah.
better movies considering
Yeah.
everything
Yep.
else we got.
Yeah.
Definitely would agree.
Hmm.
It's kind of sad though that
Yeah,
the
I still want to slap Snyder for giving us running zombies.
oh yeah. Well, like I mean,
Give me a slow zombie.
Yeah.
can it be any worse than like, so how do we break up this happy home that they have in the mall, right? Oh, we have a biker gang come in and start throwing pies at everybody. It's like that is the weakest part of that film, but I love it. But then you
Yeah.
take the Zack Snyder one, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's they try to go save a guy at a gun shop and everything just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
A little bit more believable, but then
Uh,
we got the downer ending. So,
Well, remember when
Yeah.
Romero was doing that, he was making a statement on people and
oh
their
yes.
behaviors.
Hmm.
Yes.
And so I didn't have a problem with that.
Oh
Throwing
yeah.
pies and driving a motorcycle. Just don't fall down while
Yeah.
you're on the motorcycle.
Hmm.
Consumerism and such. Yeah.
Consumerism, yeah. And
Yep.
don't get in elevators.
And
yeah.
whatever you do, don't waste your time on a heart monitor machine, even though we used to play with those as kids. Not during a zombie outbreak. That's not the best time
Yeah.
to do that.
No, no. Uh-uh. But hey, you
And
know what?
even that, hold on, son.
Okay.
That movie had a downer ending too, because you remember what his original ending for that was going to be.
Mm.
I mean, Ramiro had this thing where he was like, nobody survives,
Yeah.
nobody gets
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What's his name? Ken Forey and the girl we're not gonna live.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
But it did give us like two of the
Mhm.
greatest video game franchises in for zombies, and that's
Yeah.
Resident Evil
Evil,
and Dead
Resident
Rising.
Evil,
Yeah, those are both
well,
Mhm.
yeah.
direct inspirations of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, even Evil Dead,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
yep. Hmm.
a lot. He changed the genre, and then other people picked it up and ran with it, and gave us even more creative ideas about
Mhm.
zombies.
Right.
Yeah, that whole undead flesh eater, you shoot him in the head. It all started with Romero, unless you can think of something before that. Like ever since
No,
that
most
movie.
of the
No.
time it's
Yeah,
voodoo.
Voodoo
yeah, they
controlled,
were.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they were
Hmm.
voodoo control before that. Yeah,
Bela Lugosi, White Zombie. They were
yeah,
all under spells. Yeah.
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 But
Well,
yeah.
that brings you around to what is his name? The movie Serpent and the Rainbow.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Oh
with
yeah.
Bill
Mm.
Pullman. Yeah, that's a good one.
Hmm.
Yeah, Pullman. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
one of my favorites. And
And Hugh Grant
Yeah.
and
uh,
but
I'm sorry.
let's
I'm thinking Lair of the White Worm. Sorry.
Oh, that's another good
yeah,
one.
yeah,
Yeah, that's another. Yeah,
Nah.
yeah.
a
I
different
always
movie.
get those two. I always get those two mixed
Yeah,
up just because of the title for some reason.
We're sorry we didn't send you the anti venom. We sent you
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
yeah.
He's like, okay, whatever.
And it was Doctor Who, Garibaldi.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, when I originally at first I was like, that was one of our movies. That was a mainstay in the house.
Oh yeah,
And then
love that.
whenever I saw Doctor Who, I was like, I know that man. I know who he is. That's
Well, you look at
great.
the fact that like both of those actors are the same, almost the same age, right? They look so young. But you look at Hugh Grant versus Capaldi, and it's like, what the hell happened here?
A lot of drugs and a lot of women and a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once word got out
At
about
least,
Hugh Grant's behaviors.
Mhm.
at least for
Hmm.
Hugh Grant.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. They went. Who has an acting career? Who doesn't? Uh, hey, he played a great villain in D&D. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and his new movie where he's the that's about religion, where he invites the they're supposed to be like Mormons into the house, and then
Hmm.
tries to convert them to a different type
Oh
of
yeah, yeah,
religion. I can't remember what it's called. That looks pretty scary.
yeah. That's a newer one, huh?
Yeah, it's brand new. I
Yeah.
think it's either out or it's coming out soon.
Mhm.
So, all right, Colin.
hey, my number 3 pick is the 1980 cult classic Galaxina.
All right.
What did we talk about today?
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Now, this is one I thought Vince was going to pick.
I just didn't want to pick anything I knew that you guys were going to pick.
I said the hell with it, did it anyway. I mean, come on, it is Stephen Hawke, Avery Schulber, and Dorothy Stratton, who
Dorothy
was
Rest in
Stratton.
peace.
Yep.
taken way too young.
Yes.
Hmm.
She was absolutely amazing. And there was just so many memorable lines and one-offs and just absurdity throughout the entire movie. You know, you say the words blue star, and what do you think? Do I?
And the fact that it had the father from Monster Squad, right? Was the cowboy the one who wore the cowboy hat
JD
on the
Hinton
ship?
was,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I believe.
I'm just trying to remember who all were the part of the crew.
Let's see, there was Lionel Mark Smith as Maurice, and then I want to say Ronald Knight was Ordick, and then there was another guy who actually did Ordick's voice. But because there was a lot of great characters in it, like the Rock Eater and the monster from the egg.
The little kid in me can't get over the fact that there's a character named Cornelius Butt.
Yeah, yes, yes.
I'm still laughing at that to this day, and also the fact that we got to have a space cowboy with the nickname Buzz because
Yep.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all know that a wife beater is mandatory in space.
Yep.
The way that Stephen, the Sergeant Thor was always trying to pair up with Galaxina, and then finally she says, "Oh, they have that. We can that's an upgrade."
Oh yeah, we can. I forgot about that.
It just, it was just
It'll be here
so,
Tuesday.
and then and they were such horn dogs that every time they would stop at a post from their quests and stuff like that, they were like scavengers or scrappers, weren't they?
So, yeah, they were like scrappers.
And every time they
For scavengers.
Yeah, like in Alien, paying homage to the truck drivers in space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you said that. Space truckers.
Yeah.
Tell me y'all have watched this.
But wasn't
movie.
that was that a
It has
it was a big director did it, right? Wasn't it
well, I don't remember who directed
did
it.
what,
I know
Galaxina?
it's got no
Or Space Truckers.
Oh, maybe it was Stuart Gordon. Was it Stuart Gordon directed it? I can't remember. Yeah.
Space Truckers or Galaxina?
Oh, Space Trucker. Sorry.
because he said that and I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, because Galaxina was directed by William Sachs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I remember the song they sang when they always hit port. And Gene used to sing it all the time. Porno, porno, porno patrol. Gene used to just stop around singing that all the time.
yeah.
If Blade Runner hadn't mentioned it later, I honestly would have expected somebody in this script to say something about if she's a pleasure model.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was anticipating something like that.
Well, and that goes back to Orin, the Legend of Star Chaser. They had the female robot.
The robot that he
was-
reprograms. Yeah.
He reprograms and so
Oh,
yeah,
man.
I mean Dennis Hopper was in it, Stephen Dorff, Debbie Mazur, and Charles Dance were the from
Charles
Space
Dance.
Truckers.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out one of these movies. Avery Schreiber played the king, and I can't remember which movie it was.
He played a what did he play?
He played a king, I think.
Let me see.
I have to say this, Tyler.
I have got his IMDb right here.
It's so awesome that you sit there and take notes during these. Yeah, like I need to do that more often. Like take notes.
Because I'll forget if I don't take notes. I'll forget all about the movies you say here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we played a king, that was way back.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can.
Max.
I can do my next one. While you're looking, Dad. So mine is going to be two movies.
He was in Galaxina. He was Captain Cornelius Butt.
But yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
There should be a Captain Sachs.
Captain Sachs. Oh man.
Hey, let's write it and film it.
Yeah, we could do that. We got enough talent here to write, make music, edit.
Mhm.
Oh, he was also Avery was also in Caveman. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, he was.
Yes.
Yeah, he was. What's his name? The big guy's sidekick. Who was the football player?
Yes.
Come on. Not Lyle. He died of cancer. I can't remember his name.
So our friend Josh mentioned that the original Fright Night versus the remakes, as just a comparison.
Original,
I
hands
Oh
down.
yeah, hands
Yeah.
down,
original's the best, but I love like David Tennant and then I can't remember his name, the kid that played Charlie in the remake. I love both the casting for both of
The
those
the guy
characters.
who played Chekhov.
Yeah.
What is his name?
Oh, he was.
Oh, oh yeah, yeah.
Anton Yelchin.
Yeah.
Yeltsin.
hmm
Yeltsin. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like
Man,
Colin Farrell was great as Jerry. I mean, he played a different type of Jerry Dandridge.
yeah. He to me he. mm, I love Colin Farrell. Man, his Penguin is just phenomenal.
I still can't
I
believe that's
just
him.
Yeah, me
you know
too.
Right.
I was telling Vince I have to remind myself who I'm looking at every time I watch him on screen.
Yeah.
But I happen Chris Sarandon was perfect, and it's really hard to have
Yes,
somebody else
separate
come
him.
in and play that
Mm,
role. Yep.
Uh,
Um, that was why like part two was so good because they got Julie, can't remember her last name. We've talked about and gushed how like beautiful she is, but like she played like a perfect sister to
Yes, him.
Jerry.
You felt like they could be siblings,
mhm.
Correct.
mm-hmm.
Um,
and you anything that has Roddy McDowell in it, you can't
oh
go wrong.
yeah.
No.
Oh my God. And it just sucks that we never got a part three because of all the tragedy of stuff that was going on.
Oh
Um, that's a whole other bag of worms. But let me get my number three in. So this is two films. Of course, heavily influenced by Roger Corman as far as his production company. And that is The Guyver from 1991 and
Yes.
The Guyver 2 Dark Hero from
yeah.
94. One with Mark Hamill and the other one with David Hayter, Mr. Solid Snake himself. This is
Mm-hmm.
a adaptation, loosely adapted from the anime called Bioluster Armored Guyver, which is fantastic, very dark, very bloody. That follows a high school student that ends up stumbling upon a corporation that mutates humans into monsters that they use to help slowly try to take over the world. And then his struggle with like losing his dad and everything. But they did kind of a pretty good adaptation as far as like that first movie. I mean, you got Michael Berryman in it playing a character. You have who else did I write down for that? Jack Armstrong playing the main
Mm-hmm.
character. Um there's two other. I mean, like freaking Jeffrey Combs is in it. He plays a scientist. Like,
Scientist. Yeah.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
but they play up basically like that movie basically kind of encapsulates maybe like the first 3 or 6 chapters of the manga. So like even down to the part where they rip out the control metal and he regrows from the control metal and stuff like that. Um, great like uh practical effects with like the creature transformations, the way the Guyver unit transforms. And one of the best scenes in the second one was like whenever David Hayter jumps off the mountain cliff and calls Guyver, and then the Guyver just comes out and it just
Mm-hmm.
comes on him and he just like takes off. And I always wish that we would have gotten a true adaptation for a more modern audience because like Guyver deserves that kind of like treatment. And but I'm glad that we got these two films. They're
Mhm.
definitely they are definitely what is a B movie. Great storytelling, good characters, fun comedy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, heck, you even got Jimmy Walker in the first one with his all of
Oh,
his
brother.
rapping.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. About now. Mark Hamill turns into a cockroach.
Oh, you know,
Oh
grasshopper.
wait,
It's a grasshopper.
wait, no, it doesn't matter.
Dude,
Instead of it being a Zolord, it is a dragon.
oh yeah, that's the whole
What?
other
Yeah.
thing.
Okay,
There's
what? So D&D invaded this movie,
yeah,
and not
yeah.
one of the what were
Zonoids. The zonoids
yeah,
didn't look like
Zonoids
any.
were none of them were from the movie. They looked like they went to somebody's costume shop and went, "Hey, we want that one, that one, that one, that one. Oh, and give me that one." You know, and I was like watching it when it first came out. I was like, where is the anime? Where is this stuff? It was like, okay, let's take the name and then put all the actors from Reanimator into this movie, and then
Barbara
we'll piece
Crampton's
something
in it.
together.
Mhm.
I was like,
Yeah,
gosh, man. But the second one
yeah.
was right on.
Yes,
What's
The
up,
second
Wubs?
one
absolutely.
was my favorite, and there's no reason why we can't have somebody pick that property up and make it. I'm really surprised that some studio in Japan has not done it already.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Well, why we haven't gotten a Arc System Works is great, especially with like Guilty Gear and the Dragon Ball
Mhm.
fighting game. But I would love a Guyver,
Oh yeah,
a video
Yeah.
game fighter. I want my
That would be
I want
awesome.
my show to kick the crap out of like you know uh Enzyme 2 and stuff and like or yeah
those
Guyver
Yeah.
3.
transformation sequences would be awesome to
Oh
see.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
All
Um,
right, yes.
I had a chance to meet David Hayter at one of the video game conventions I went to back early in the year, but the line to meet him was so long,
Mhm.
and um, of course they charge, for autographs and stuff. And just on a hunch, I walked by and I was like, I wonder if he'll hear me. And I threw my arm in the air and I was like, Guyver! And then he
Mhm.
like looked up and he threw his arm out. And I was like, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
I said, everybody here is probably here for Metal Gear. I'm here for Guyver.
Guyver.
Yep. Or
Now,
Bernie from War in the Pocket from Gundam. I mean,
Hmm.
he was did a lot of stuff like for anime
Yeah,
stuff.
he
so
really did.
one of the things that you guys were talking about on one of your other podcasts that I was just listening to, y'all were talking about that whole thing about the charging and being able to talk to some of the actors and things like that. You guys do understand that to get these actors to do a con, to do one of these shows, they have to promise a certain amount of money.
Yes. Hmm.
Right.
And to do that, they have to, the actor has to bring in as much of that money as possible. Because if not, the promoters of the con have got to cough that cash up. And that's why they push that, get that autograph money, get that photograph
Mhm.
money. If you want to talk to them, they used to didn't charge you just to say a word to them. Now they charge
Mhm.
you for what are called personal interviews, or they put them in a room and you have to pay to walk in the room and meet them.
Hmm.
One year I was at a con and they had the entire cast from Next Generation, right? My booth was just not right down from them, right? I had to walk past them all the time, and I'd wave at them, and they'd wave back, And at one point, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to walk by, and I'm going to hold up my phone, and I'm going to videotape, and as I go by, so I can get the whole thing. I'll be damned, man. I'd gotten just past Patrick Stewart and was walking towards my thing, and my phone gets yanked out of my hand,
What?
and it's two big old dudes, and they're like, you can't do that, you have to pay for it, you got to delete that. And they would not let me walk off, so I had to take my phone, show them, and I deleted it. And I was like, y'all have forgotten what you're here for. It's the fans that keep filling these auditoriums, and you're charging them the money that almost a vacation. To if you go a whole week, if it's like a 3-day con, you're spending what you pay if you went on a vacation somewhere.
Yeah.
you know and so I was upset. And but then the guy who was from the guy from Ghost Rider, he was in Blade, he played Bullock in Gotham.
Hmm.
um
Oh, you're
I
talking
can't remember
about
his
Oh,
name.
Donald Log.
What'd you say?
Donald Log, wasn't it his name?
I don't remember if that's his name. He come over and I was like, hey man, and we started talking about, we talked for 15 friggin' minutes, and shooting the breeze. And I said, hey, if you get a chance, come over and check out my book. My booth is over here. I'd like to talk to you. I'll give you a gift or something. He goes, sure. And he came over and saw me.
All
You know,
right.
um, there are some actors who are like, they're here for the fans, and they will find a way to find you. And then there are some who they're there for that paycheck. And if you've got like somebody who's a big name person, I met Bruce Campbell several times. one time in a break room, and I was like,
Hmm.
he was talking about how he was going to leave, and I was like, "Are you leaving?" He goes, "Yeah, I've got something else I got to do. I'm not going to be here for Sunday." And I was like, "Oh, you're kidding me?" He goes, "Why? What's the matter?" I said, My daughter is one of your biggest fans." I said, "You don't remember me, but me and my son, we met you in Houston at River Oaks Theater. Y'all were promoting Bubba Hotep, and I was there with a group of guys, and we were the ones who were going to take you out to go partying." He goes, "I remember you guys." And I was like, "Yeah, but then your manager or handler came over and said you had to go to a radio station to go do a thing," and we were like heartbroken. And I said, "Remember when I had you autograph a Cinephistique with you on the cover for Army of Darkness, and I asked you for my daughter? That's her. That was her." And he was like, "Well, I'm going to be this place, and I don't know if I can make it there." And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I shook hands with him. And he walks off, and I had to call my daughter because she was supposed to come Saturday and couldn't because of work, and so she was coming on Sunday, and she didn't get to meet him. And the exact same thing happened at River Oaks. They called her into work on the day she was supposed to go up there with us to go see the movie and meet him, and she missed him. She missed him twice for the same reason.
Oh,
Yeah, it broke her heart.
he's gonna
But
be. Yeah.
I mean, they're just some of them that are so personable.
Yeah.
Like Tom Holland was really personable. I sat and had a nice conversation with Robert Englund. I met, um, oh, what's his name? Vince Bishop, Lance
Oh, Lance
Hendrickson,
Richardson. Yeah.
and then
Uh,
Mark came over and took him away from me because he was like, we were talking, and he was like, "Hey, I gotta go smoke. You want to come out with me?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then Mark comes over, he goes, "Hey, I'll go smoke with him. You go do the booth." I was like, "No, man, I'm gonna." He goes, "You don't even smoke. You don't smoke." So they go out the door, and I go walking grumpily back over to the booth. But we've met.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his name? The Ivan Bray Parks.
Ray
He
Parks.
even danced with
uh,
my grandson. The Who played Samwise in The Hobbit?
oh,
Sean
Sean
Astin.
Sean
Astin.
Astin.
Yeah.
Sean Astin asked my daughter if my grandson had a agent because he was very photographable. You know, he had a real good personality, and he'd probably do
Mm.
some movies and stuff. And of course, they never followed up on any of that. Um, but I love that time,
Mhm.
that period in our life when we were doing the cons and helping. And then it helped that I got Mark, my partner, went to work for one of the largest Texas cons, Comic Palooza, and
Yeah.
he became a handler for all the actors. So he would go, "Hey, come over here. I'm doing something with this guy." And so I'd wander over there for, find some. "Hey, man, can you watch my booth for a minute? I have to go do something." Yeah, ask one of the people sitting next to you, and hope that they don't. All of a sudden, you come back and your booth is gone. "Oh, what happened here?" It was worth it. Uh,
Yeah.
but I kind of distracted. See, that's the whole part about derailing. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what we're known for, right? We derail this train that
Hey.
production we have going on here all the time. Anyway,
So
Zombie, thank you
you're
for that. I was trying to read all this stuff. I'm like, what the hell? Anyway, so Dad, you need to do your number three officially.
so before I do mine, everybody's mentioning all these other things, but I in the 70s there were a string of B pictures that introduced us to a lot of mainstream actors now. Sam Elliott was in Frogs, which was from 1972.
Yeah.
1976, Food of the Gods. It was based on H.G. Wells. I'm trying to remember who the actor was in The Hills Have Eyes, who the 1977 version of the remakes. Um, and then I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. 1972's Night of the Lepus.
Oh, yes.
It
Yeah.
had
The bunny.
all these. It
Yeah.
was about the giant bunnies. Yeah.
Janet
Um,
Leigh.
Oh yeah.
And to Foster Kelly.
Yeah.
It had the old Western guy who I can't remember what his name is.
Rory Calhoun.
Yeah, Calhoun. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course we had Wicker Man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Britt Ekman.
phenomenal
Foxy,
film.
Yeah.
Full remake.
Foxy Brown and
Yeah.
Piranha. You know,
Yeah.
Yes.
and these were a lot of actors who were mainstream, were doing other things, who didn't mind doing one of these little,
Mhm.
small films, probably for pocket change
Mhm.
and beer
Mhm.
money. But
Very-
that okay, so I just wanted to mention that. But keeping on my vanishing point, my next one was I wanted to stay with kind of cars for a second. So I went back to George Miller's 1979 Mad Max.
Yeah.
Uh, I saw this in the drive-in, and man, was I just blown away. And I would go back as long as it was still at the drive-in. I watched it. The drive-ins I used to go to, one of them was taken out by a hurricane. Um, the they did a primary film, they hit a B flick, and then they did the primary film again. So I would like I watched Mad Max, then I watched some other movie, and I didn't. I got out. We went to the concession and we walked around and looked at what was at the others, and I came back and I rewatched it again before we went home.
Mm.
And I didn't know who the hell Mel Gibson was. I'd seen him, I think, in an old World War II movie. I don't know if, yeah. And um, I was like, it was a slow burn film. It
Mm.
wasn't heavily acted. I mean, a lot of action, but it showed you the deterioration of society slowly. And what does mankind resort to when there's no resources, when the bullies, might makes right. And that whole ending, man, when he handcuffs the dude to
Mhm.
the vehicle, he sets up the light to catch the gasoline,
Mhm.
and he sets it up so that there's a trigger switch, and he goes, you know that's something, strength, tensile strength saw. If you're lucky, it'll you can saw through your ankle in 5 minutes.
Mhm.
If not, you're gonna die, because that's how long he timed the explosion to happen. And if you think about that movie, and then later on you think about movies like Saw
Mhm.
and stuff like that, um, it's just I don't know. There was something about it. And when I went and saw Road Warrior, I had no idea it was a sequel, because, like I've told y'all before, it only said Road Warrior, didn't say Mad
Mhm.
Max Road Warrior. When it came out of the theaters, originally said Road Warrior,
Yeah.
and I went
Right.
back and saw it. And the minute I saw Gibson in the car, I was like, "This is a freaking sequel,"
Hell
you
yeah.
know. So that was my number three.
Mhm. That movie's really scary to me too. Even if I watch it now, like it is like you said, it's dealing with a deterioration of the world.
Society. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see it just like deteriorating, and that last part always hit me hard, like when his family gets killed. I mean, that's like a scary movie, and the bad guys are scary. They don't so much seem like post-apocalyptic like goons like in the later ones. These feel like they're a real gang of creeps. That I really like that movie.
The when they set the one cop on fire,
Yeah, yeah, that was
man, that
scary.
was. And
Yeah.
Definitely brutal.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really hoping he comes back for
The next George Miller one.
the next
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well, I
just
mean,
want to see Max go out with
Yeah.
a bang.
well, there's that hint that like the guy on top of the mountain with the interceptor is possibly him in
Is him, and
Furiosa.
that
Yeah.
Mhm.
Although it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
think it'll be Mel Gibson or they'll get Tom Hardy or
well, I think Tom Hardy is playing somebody who might have been, because there were rumors that he was the kid from Road Warrior, grown
Oh
up.
right, yeah.
And I don't know. I don't see that, but maybe
Uh,
because of how the movie ends and them living in the city and everything.
uh,
Um, but that would be nice that Max's his adventures and his interactions with people would lead other people to do what he did, you know.
yeah,
And so then you could have him have, because Max disappeared,
yeah,
he kind of stepped in, you know, it's like Robin stepping
yeah.
in to be Batman.
Even has
And
the same
then
leg brace.
Max, and then all of a sudden, halfway through the film, the real Max shows up. And you got
Yeah,
Tom Hardy and Mel Gibson.
that one's
That,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, it just sucks that like Furiosa I thought was really good, and then
Hmm.
we're not going to get that third film as far as that trilogy with Tom Hardy's Max and
Hmm.
so. But yeah, no, Tyler, I guess we're on number
Oh,
4.
on to me already? Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay. I think Floyd just mentioned this one from the 70s. Piranha, Joe Dante's Piranha.
Mm-hmm.
This one's fantastic. You know, I'm a big Jaws fan, and I love Jaws playtation. And this is probably the best of the bunch, the best of the Jaws ripoffs right here. Piranha. I think it's unique enough to be its own thing too. It's a um and I hear like people say it's kind of like it has dark humor in it. And they just have a lot of funny moments, but I'm mostly terrified by this movie. I think a lot of it's scary, like especially when the little kids at the camp are getting attacked by the
Tech,
piranha.
yeah.
Yeah, like before I had kids, it was hard for me to watch that, and now that I have kids, I don't know if I could watch this movie again. I don't think any of them die. Maybe they just get chewed up a bit, but yeah, that part's always been super scary to me. And this it's a kind of a sci-fi movie too, because they're not normal piranha. They're like genetically engineered piranhas for the military to go dump in I forget if they were gonna dump them in Vietnam or
Yeah,
China.
no, it was in the waters of Vietnam.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, but I just love this movie. I love the cast too. I love the main guy, Bradford Dillon. It's like a drunk.
Dillman.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I didn't realize he had been acting for like 30 years before that. He was kind of an older guy for like the lead man in this, but he seemed like a young athletic guy. But and the girl too, she was like an investigator. They meet up and they're looking for the missing people that got chomped on by piranhas. But it has sci-fi feel. Even the laboratory at the beginning had the little stop go animation, little creature
Yeah.
walking around in the laboratory. I always just found this movie super entertaining and super funny at parts, but pretty darn terrifying. Yeah, so Piranha from 1978, my next pick. Great one.
It had Keenan Wynn
Yeah,
in it.
Keenan Wynn was the old guy that got chomped on his
Old
leg.
guy, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
legs.
yeah.
What is his name? The
Kevin
guy from the
McCarthy
original.
was the doctor.
Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah,
Yeah, was the
yeah,
scientist.
yeah. It's not scientist. Yeah.
They're coming. They're coming to get
Oh,
you.
and yeah, Zombie, our boy Dick Miller, that's in every Joe
Oh
Dante.
yeah.
Dude,
Every
yeah,
Everything.
Joe
Yeah,
Dick
he's
Miller's
in it.
Dante.
great.
Yep.
Yeah, he was like the
Yes.
Mayor Vaughn of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was the rich Texan who was building the resort
yeah, yeah,
that was downstream.
yeah,
Man, man, the part where they build up the tension really well,
yeah,
especially with the like the camp counselors and the
yeah,
one little and Dillman's daughter
yeah,
doesn't not want to swim because she
yeah.
doesn't like the water, man. And then of course you have the the actress who played Zod's sidekick in Superman 2 is one of the scientific
Oh yeah, what's her name?
the
Barbara
military
Steele.
is
Yeah,
Barbara Steele.
yeah, yeah,
and the typical military, we're going to cover it up, you
yeah,
know.
yeah,
Well, how are you going to do that? We're going to poison the water supply. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Um, but the sequel, it did that. I mean, there was a sequel,
yeah,
you know, yeah, and then
yeah,
there were some remakes, but there was a
Yeah.
remake which had Richard
yeah,
Dreyfuss in it,
yeah. I saw
and
that in the
he's
show. Yeah,
playing Matt. Who he's
yeah, he's
playing Matt
playing Matt
Hooper,
Hooper. Yeah,
and Matt survives
yeah,
Jaws
yeah,
only to get eaten by
yeah.
piranhas. I was
Mhm.
dying. That movie was just that scene was worth watching. Is
Yeah, it was.
suffering through that and the floating penis that you see
Yeah.
it towards
Oh,
the end.
yeah.
Man, that
Oh, my favorite part was the two women swimming under the boat.
I believe that was the 2010 remake because I
Yeah.
think the
Yeah, there
uh,
was one from the 90s. It was like the same damn movie. It even had like stock footage from
yeah.
the.
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
he used his
One
own
had
footage.
Yeah.
yeah. One was William Cat
Yeah, William
Yes.
Cat.
playing
Yeah.
playing
Greatest American Hero.
Yeah.
yeah, playing Bradford Dillman's role.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
and Bradford Dillman was man, he was in some great science fiction. He was in Planet of the Apes 3,
Yeah.
Escape from the Planet of the Apes, and several other sci-fi movies. He was,
Mhm.
I think he was in the Satan Bug. Was
Mhm.
that him? Or it was one of those where there was a virus that got out and they were trying to figure out how to get it back. I mean,
Mhm.
how to control it before it got into the environment. So he had been around for a while. And he was
Yeah.
a seasoned actor. I was really surprised when I found out he was playing in a role like that. You know, that
Yeah.
would normally have been for someone like Christopher George, who was
Yeah.
in all those
Oh,
animal
Christopher George. Yeah, he would
movies,
have
yeah,
seemed like he would have
Grizzly
been
and
in
all
it.
that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
So,
Doc.
Die.
All right. So my one is kind of, well, I guess it's like not that recent anymore, but it's kind of a funny, cheaper budget movie. I don't know, this one might have been stretching, but Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Have you guys seen that one?
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes, that's a
Yeah,
fantastic one.
I love that movie. Just, like I'm
Yeah.
kind of a pick myself, so
Mhm.
but but just that movie is just hilarious. I love the premise of it. Two
Yeah.
guys just minding their own businesses, but kind of like get accused by the jocks and all
Yeah.
that they're just scared of the whatever. And the whole movie is hilarious. And
Yeah.
I like the whole movie, so it's kind of have a plot twist at the ending as well. So
Mhm.
it was a great movie. So
Yeah, that was funny.
And they didn't
very,
kill
very funny.
anybody. The idiots kill themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Half the time they just kill themselves, and then
That
Craven
one the dude
was
That wood
trips into the wood chipper.
oh yeah, that movie was awesome though.
I love the movies like that, like My Name is Bruce,
Oh, that's
or any of
funny.
those
Yeah.
movies that
Yes.
are yeah.
That was going to be one of my honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's
No, you
fine.
just
It
yeah.
was one of the ones I voted off the island, but They Call
Mhm.
Me Bruce was on my honorable mention list,
That's
and I'm like,
funny.
you have to have something like that in there. So
Hmm.
yeah, you're
Mhm.
exactly right. The send up stuff that's classic, and a lot of people didn't get it. So if you got it, you were like on the inside with something.
Well, yeah, it was like we Bruce Campbell had this great fan base, of
Mhm.
people that if you knew who he was, you watched his films, you gravitated to anything he did. And that was one of those great ones that we enjoyed.
Had a
Mhm.
great theme song too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always got a kick out of that part when he sees the real monster and he runs away and he grabs the kid and steals his bike. He,
Bike.
he knocks the kid on the ground. And he's like, "You stole my bike, asshole, and you sucked in McHale's Navy."
Oh yeah. Oh man.
God, man, there was so many great comedic horror films.
Mhm.
What was the one about the high school
Oh,
where
you
they come back for the school reunion and the guy keeps killing everybody with the wood shop horse head?
you talking
And
about
that
student bodies, or are you talking about the
yeah, student
Yeah.
bodies,
yeah,
man.
the breather? He's like,
The breather.
it's just hilarious because like he calls the girl and he's all like, and she just hangs up on him. He's like, she calls him back. He's like, bitch, I said,
And
I'm
then
sorry.
okay, and the part at the punch bowl, and all the faculty is there drinking the red Kool-Aid,
Yeah.
and Melvin comes up and goes,
No.
"Melvin P. Red," and everybody's still drinking, and then the one person's like trying to figure out what to do with the cup because he realized what they're drinking.
Well, then they did the whole like he's like eggplant ad, which is what Jason used to make fun all the time.
Make fun. Yeah.
Yeah, because he kills somebody with an eggplant. Man, that's another good one. All right, so Jesse, you want to do your two or two more?
He's caught up with us.
Is he caught up with us? We on four
I
now?
thought
No, he still got. He only did two.
he's got. Yeah, he only did two. He's still got.
Yeah.
He
I
can,
thought
he can do the two now because
Yeah.
we're on four.
yeah.
My next one probably doesn't require much discussion because by now, if you haven't seen the film, you've probably seen the video game Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Yeah.
I can't recommend that movie enough. I've been a fan since I saw it as a kid. I'm still waiting for that true sequel. I will go fund that or Kickstarter that, whatever it takes. I'm in the process of getting the pops now. Just so many good cheesy moments in that film. And what I found interesting is the fan base was always torn between Pennywise and the Killer Clowns. Who's the scariest?
Oh,
I
I didn't
must-
find those guys scary.
I didn't at all.
Huh?
I
Huh?
enjoyed them.
Come on, you got
No, I found the shadow puppets pretty damn frightening.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
That was something else.
Yeah.
I mean, but you had lines like "another door."
Another door.
And then the silly straw.
Oh man.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
The
Yeah,
cotton
so
candy
many good-
cocoons,
Yeah, you-
popcorn
Cocoon, yeah.
guns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so many creative clown style murders in that.
I can't wait for the game.
Oh, I know.
Well, and you know, there's doing it's going to be
kind
a sequel, right?
Yeah,
But
I think
it's
they're
a
gonna be doing a
remake,
sequel.
it's a
Mhm.
it's a soft reboot.
a soft reboot. Yeah, and it's gonna. I hope it doesn't lose its charm because they were just the makeup effects in that were so great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And sometimes you can clean something up too much, you know. So I
Yeah.
hope they keep
Yeah.
that style.
That nice grit.
Polish
Yeah.
And it was a family effort too. The Kyoto brothers all,
Mhm.
lending their abilities to write, direct, produce, and I forget which brother was Clownzilla, but he was in the suit and did that whole motion capture for it.
Right on.
So yeah, there's so much to discuss with that film alone, and I love that we're now getting so many fan
Mhm.
related items that I wish we
Yeah.
had gotten around the time of release. Like I want the popcorn gun so bad. I just want to mount that on my
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Spirit Halloween,
Yeah.
Yep.
like
sure.
5
Yeah.
years ago, had
Yeah.
all the weapons.
Yeah.
They had
one-
all weapons in 1 year.
The time I'm no longer working with them, all this cool stuff comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it was a few years back, and
Mhm.
Spirit Halloween. It's they're like the cockroaches. Once you clear the room, they're in there setting up the whole thing.
Yup.
Yeah, the Saturday Night Live skit they just did. You know,
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
comic shop.
that is
it's
fantastic.
hilarious.
That was so spot on. Oh man, I was sitting there going off my checklist. Yup. Yep.
But,
This isn't Taylor Swift, and neither are you.
yeah, the comic shop in Oswego here. There's a big sign in the window that says Spirit Comics. I saw that and I'm like, okay, that's pretty clever. But yeah, they have the Spirit Halloween. For a couple of years, I don't know if I'm gonna go check this year, but they had like the hammer, they had all the guns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's
awesome.
awesome.
I
Yeah.
want
I
the
haven't-
arsenal.
I really haven't seen any of them go up this year. Normally, there's one in Sherman, there's one in McKinney. I mean, there's usually 3 with stone throw.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one yet.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering.
Mhm.
Go
It's
ahead.
awesome
I'm gonna
that
check
it's-
my
It's
tab.
awesome
I
that it's
know
back
we
in
have
the.
one.
Oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
That's when you know a movie reaches cult status.
Yeah.
When there's merchandise during certain times of the year. And
Mhm.
when I saw that, I'm like, okay, Killer Clowns. about freaking time.
Yeah, it's in the public conscious now. Like everyone knows about, like the general public, like even my girls know about it just from like going to Spirit of Halloween. Like, oh, killer clowns. It must be like popular within like the public conscience or the general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny how many people haven't seen the movie but know what it is
Yeah.
and can
Yes.
recognize some of the clowns.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
staying power, you know,
Yeah.
the word of mouth, the way that we used to do
Mhm.
things.
Right.
Yeah,
Killer
back
Tomatoes.
in the good old days.
Yeah, Killer
Well,
Clowns, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, man.
oh
Now,
yeah.
Seeing that or the other three movies that were after it.
Mhm.
But
Well,
Yeah.
you can definitely like just go and
My favorite.
the pop vinyl
Hey,
figures are out that
hey
Ryan
guys, no
has.
fighting.
Right.
Hey,
Oh.
there were action figures too at one point.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yes, there were. Yeah, we had.
If you know where to look, you can still find them.
Hmm.
So,
What line did the toys for that?
oh, wish I could remember. All I know is that they had.
I don't think it was was it NECA?
It might.
It might. No,
might have been
NECA did one. It might have been NECA.
It might have been.
The dog and cat decided to have a fight underneath my desk while I'm sitting.
Mhm.
All right. So next up would be the 1986 Fred Decker film Night of the Creeps.
Oh yeah, zombie. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember seeing this as a kid. What drew my attention was Tom Atkins,
Yeah.
because that
Yes.
man's a hero no matter what you put him in.
Except for
And
except for Die Hard.
yes,
Not Die Hard. Not Die Hard. Die Hard. Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon. I gotta get that
Lethal
right.
Weapon.
Lethal
Yeah.
Weapon. Yeah.
He
And
didn't make it very long.
No.
sadly, no.
No.
But he's immortalized.
Yeah.
And I saw that film as a kid, the good old fashioned way, Saturday late night, flipping
Mhm.
through channels, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a look at this. Talk about a film that tries its best to purposely be a B movie,
Mhm.
but also pays homage to so many others within the genre and without. I mean, you've got the
Mhm.
sort of take on this whole alien parasite, but then you've got nods to slasher films. You've got nods to, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the Puppet Masters.
Mhm.
It's got bits of horror, it's got bits of sci-fi comedy, that dark humor.
Mhm.
And just there's so many great elements in the film. And if you know Fred Decker, you also know he did Monster Squad. So there are nods to that film spread out in there too. Like I think it says like call the Monster Squad in one of the bathroom stalls. Or there's some kind of message
Oh
like
yeah.
that in there.
Cool.
So when I saw that, at first I was kind of like, okay, you're ripping off some things, but I'll go with it. But then I found myself overall enjoying the film. And then years later, Slither comes out. And I
Yes.
watched that and I said, "Are you ripping off Night of the Creeps now?"
Yeah.
No, it was the spiritual successor
Successor to
to
it.
Night of the
Yes.
Yeah.
Creeps. Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Wasn't it also sort of like Shivers, the Cronenberg one?
I think the Cronenberg one came out first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one where the parasite gets into
Yeah,
the apartment building. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
that one was right there up there with the other movie you talked about,
Rabid.
Rabid. Yeah.
Yeah.
man, Night of the Creeps. Such a
Yeah,
good
Night of
movie.
the Creeps. That's the. I know we have a Romero '80s movie, and we have, of course, Night of the Living Dead, or we have Return of the Living Dead. Sorry, but I
Mhm.
think when I think of '80s zombie movies, I think of Night of the Creeps. Like it's very '80s.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
Yeah, but I
is.
never really thought
Yeah.
of it as a zombie because they're
Yeah.
kind of possessed. They've got
Yeah.
something, this bug in them controlling
Yeah.
them.
Mhm.
But like
Yeah.
when there was there one that they shoot it with a shotgun and it's full of them and they just
Yeah.
like all
Yes.
fall
Yeah.
out. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, he's a carrier.
Mhm.
But yeah, and of course it's on prom night.
Oh
Girls, your dates are here.
Well, and then talk about for the Slither with like Nathan Fillion kind of playing that same role.
yeah.
that Tom Atkins did. It's like it's just
Yeah.
perfect.
Oh heck yeah.
And then that film too had a bunch of well-known actors that you kind of wondered, did they do this by choice, or did they do that because they knew they were just going to have a good time filming it?
Mhm.
I think some
Yeah.
of them did, but I think some of them were hurting. There was a time when, you know, people in Hollywood weren't making enough films, so they were taking anything and everything they could get.
Hmm.
Um,
Because
Yeah.
but
that's what a lot of these cheesy sci-fi horror movies do, is it helps get a lot of well-known actors their start. And
Yeah.
you
Yep.
wonder if a lot of them look back on that going, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that film.
Mhm.
Or if they're actually saying, no, if it wasn't for this film, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be here, and
there
I wouldn't
are
be here
not
with the fans.
Mhm.
there's not that many who say it. There's more people who, there'll be a great movie that people like, but it didn't make a lot of money, so it's considered a failure, and they don't talk about it. It's not in their resume. It's not in there. And if you
Oh
try to
yeah.
bring it up in an
Oh
interview, they
no.
get mad and will walk off.
Yeah.
They
Oh.
forget where they came from.
Like
Mhm.
George
Yeah.
Clooney, Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
Okay. Oh man, he has nothing to be ashamed of with that. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. No.
I mean, it was one of those things as kids that we
Yeah.
loved the cartoon for it too.
Well, I
'Cause-
made a cartoon.
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
the one where the girl became the human tomato.
Yeah.
Right,
That
when
was
she
that was the
sneezed.
one that turned. Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
one that turned into the cartoon.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And how awesome of John Astin to not only reprise his role from the film in the animated series.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was such a nice
Yeah, that's
touch.
so
I watched
awesome.
it
Yeah.
just for him.
Yeah.
What was it? So let me get with the chat here. Thumb Brothers mentioned. Did anybody say anything about Chopping Mall?
That was on my honorable
Oh yeah.
mentions.
Honorable mentions. Okay. And then
Gosh.
Josh
Josh brought
mentioned
up
stuff.
stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Stuff is another good one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh my God, I got a story. You burned me the other day, son.
I did yesterday with
So now it's my turn. We're at the grocery store, right? And I watched this with him, and I know he's gonna love this movie, and I love this movie. So
oh yeah.
I saw it in the theaters, and we went and saw it. And we were at the grocery store, him, me, and his sister, and he runs towards the yogurt and sour cream aisle, and he's this little kid. Don't eat it, it's gonna kill you. And knocking him down, and he's screaming, and I'm like, my jaw hits the ground, and his sister's like, I don't know him. I don't know him. And he's like, Dad. He's like, Dad, tell him it's gonna eat them. I don't. Who are you? Where are your parents, little boy? Gosh,
I guess
man,
to not to say that he's not really wrong if you overindulged in that
If
stuff.
you
too.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the bacteria would kill you.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh
And
man.
then when that guy had to come back there, he had to clean it up, the look, and I was like, "Come on, we're going. No, forget the car. Forget
We're
what's in the
going we're
grocery
going to
cart. We're going
Kroger's
home. We're gonna go somewhere
somewhere
else.
else. Yeah.
Oh
Somewhere
yeah.
else." Oh, he just daggers were flying from his eyes at us, and I was just glad that none of it broke open. I was like, "Oh no, no!" And that this little
There,
register was going off in my head. $10, $20, $30. There goes our week's food allotment.
Oh, son, you're gonna be eating the yogurt you hate.
Yep.
Yep.
Off the floor.
Get a straw.
There was a time you could still find stuff containers on eBay,
Uh-huh.
and if I remember correctly, it was the director or somebody had like this huge assortment of them and would autograph them upon request. So you could buy these containers, and I don't know if any fans still have them, but I would love one of those
Heck yeah.
Oh,
on
dude.
my
If I
shelf.
if I remember right, didn't as part of their advertising for that, put containers like in stores, but they
Mhm.
were displays. Coming soon, blah blah stuff. I remember going to the store seeing something like that.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
it was one of those kind of campaigns.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Viral campaign.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Now, nowadays, I mean, Cloverfield did that with Slusho, I believe it
yeah, the
was.
Slush
slush
out,
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely could work if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Let me
And
see.
is Garrett Morris, right? He was in that.
Yes.
Yep.
Chocolate Chip Charlie.
So, yep.
Famous Amos.
Uh,
And I'm trying to remember something Bottoms. Is it Jeremy Bottoms? Jeff, who was the main guy who
Yeah.
was the environmental thing?
Oh yeah, the guy that kept calling himself Mo.
yeah.
Yeah, he was also in Q, the Winged Serpent.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Return to Salem's Lot. Michael Moriarty.
Yeah.
Michael Moriarty. Yeah. And,
Yes.
he was in
He plays a very
not Stranger Things. A remake of another movie, Strange Invaders or something like that, where the town has the invaders that are replacing everybody.
Isn't Invaders from
And
Mars?
no, I don't know. No, Invaders of Mars is about the little boy.
Yeah,
Not
but I
that one.
thought
This
he
one was a different
was
one.
a teacher. Okay, no, this is a teacher
Uh,
lady.
Yeah.
No, but I thought that like his
Oh,
character in the stuff was very similar. Like what's his name's character in freaking Twin Peaks a little bit.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
like super. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was a cool character.
Mhm.
he was also in the original Puppet Master.
Yeah,
Puppet Masters. Yeah.
yeah.
The
Any
one about the dolls.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so any fans of Relentless People with DeVito and Bette Midler?
Oh yeah, Ruthless People. I remember
Ruthless
that.
People.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, Relentless People.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that was okay.
yeah. I haven't seen that in years. That brings back like unlocks my memory like from when I was like 10 or what.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
It's so weird seeing Danny DeVito with a mustache.
yeah.
Well,
And was that Bette Midler's one of her earlier films or
I
It was after the Rose, so she'd
okay.
done a few
Yeah.
movies yet.
She had done some already, yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
and
Okay.
Danny DeVito
Um,
had a mustache in Matilda too. So
Yes, he
Mhm.
did.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
He did.
DeVito.
And he
I
basically,
forgot about that.
well, and he didn't have one when he did the War of the Roses, which is one of my favorites.
Roar of the Roses was
Uh,
great. Oh,
uh-huh.
that
Let me see.
was some.
Okay. What? Oh man, names again. 48 Hours. Not Eddie Murphy.
Nick Nolte?
Nick Nolte. Wasn't Nick Nolte in Ruthless People? What was the one where he was
You know what?
the bum? He
The
was a bum.
down and out in Beverly
Out in
Hills.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Man, I
yeah.
love that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's pretty funny. But that movie drives me nuts.
Who's
Yeah.
next?
All right, I think it would be you, Colin.
Okay.
Number 4.
All right. Yeah, my number 4 pick is the 1981 movie Looker.
Mm.
Yeah, see, yeah, I knew that was.
James Coburn, Susan Day, Dorian
Yeah.
Hartwood, and future game show sidekick
You did say Albert Finney, right?
Albert Finney.
Okay. I want to make sure.
And James Coburn.
And James
Yep.
Coburn. Yep.
As John Reston, the bad guy.
Yep.
For those of you who aren't familiar with it, Albert Finney is a plastic surgeon who takes models and perfects them, and then they start dying, and everybody thinks it's suicide, and then one cop going, maybe it's murder, and they start blaming him, and he
Yeah,
goes
they
on
set
the
him
run,
up.
and it turns out it's the company that Coburn works for. They're actually killing them and using their digital images to sell products, and they're doing it with subliminal stuff like in the eyes and everything like that.
Oh, that sounds
Mhm.
awesome.
It's
Well,
I've never seen
oh,
that.
Yeah, it is one of my
It is a
favorite all-time
hidden-
movie.
Yeah.
And I love the soundtrack for it. It is just the design of the flash weapons.
yes, the
But
flash was great.
the idea that these women come in they go and get scanned and they're measured to be perfect. Then they go to these doctors with a list. I need all of these specific things done to my body.
Mhm.
Once they're done, they come back and they do a digital scan of them, creating a digital model of them. And then they're get rid of them and they use their body. It's very today,
It is.
about like we're talking about actors who are dead,
Mhm.
like James Earl Jones gave his voice to Disney so he can be used
Like
as Darth Vader.
Yeah, in the
Um,
future.
and we have
Wow.
actors who've done that. Yeah, they paid them money. You got my visage. After I'm dead, who cares?
Wow.
They're gonna use you for selling everything in the future. But in this, when one of them, the most recent one, dies, after Day comes to the, I almost said Doris Day, after she shows up, and they try to set it up to frame him with and they use a button, right, and a
Mhm.
pen.
yeah.
Susan,
Yeah.
as instead of Susan Day, I almost said
Hey,
Doris.
Doris Day.
Doris Day. Oh, be great.
But yeah, back in the day, I wouldn't mind seeing her being scanned. Um,
Oh, back in the day.
I'm just
but man, the idea, man, I mean, think about it. For me, she was still what's her name, Partridge, from the Partridge Family,
no,
and
that's not her
watching
either.
Oh, he's
Doris
it.
Day was not the part.
No, I'm not talking about Doris Day. Susan Day
Susan
is the
Day.
Oh yeah,
one
okay.
is in it, and
Yeah,
she's his last patient, and he's trying to
yeah.
save her.
She's the
And
one that actually
we get to see her butt naked in the scanner, and I was like, I'll never be able to watch the Partridge Family
Mhm.
again
Come
without
on, get
seeing that.
happy.
yeah, someone got
But they are also, it's very Stepford Wives. It's very um
Yes.
um Westworld, very
Mhm.
yeah.
future world, where
Mhm.
they're going to use this and subliminal messaging to take over the country. They're using it as a marketing tool, as a test. The ultimate goal is to take over the country and make it where you have a artificial person who you
Mm.
can show on television act, but no one will ever be there, and those who are
Wow.
in on it will say, oh yeah, he's alive. He'll come on and make pronouncements before Americans and all this stuff,
Yeah.
and then when they're glued to the screen, the subliminal flashing in the eyes will program them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even back then, man, I knew this could happen,
it,
and then
there's
Absolutely.
now it is
It
happening.
could definitely happen now with the deep fakes and all that.
yeah, the deep
Yeah,
fakes
We,
for almost
yeah,
40 years later. That's exactly what's happening.
yeah.
So
We
Mhm.
that
don't
movie,
Yeah.
even
if
know.
somebody
We
were to
can't.
bring that movie back for a limited run,
Yeah.
it would do well because it's way ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
and I've
Yeah.
always loved Albert Finney.
Mhm.
When I saw him in Looker, he was in Green Man, then he was in Looker, and then he did Wolfen. I
Yes.
believe that's the
Mm,
order. And
yes.
man, after that, after Wolfen, I was like, man, I'll watch anything and everything he's in.
Mhm.
Um,
It reminded me of the Twilight Zone episode number 12 looks like you, or I forget what it's called, and I'm ashamed because I'm a diehard
Mhm.
Twilight Zone fan, where people were getting plastic surgery to all look the same so that way
same
nobody stood out.
Yeah.
stood
Yeah.
out.
Yes.
Yeah,
It definitely reminded me of that, and even that episode just made me wonder as a kid, like, where would that actually go if we all just wanted to so desperately look perfect and look like one
Mhm.
another so there was no difference
Mhm.
Mhm.
and we were all just the same, you know?
Well, we'll think about surrogates, right, with Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know how like everybody was just living through robotic bodies and everything instead of
Yeah.
actually living their lives. But
Yeah.
we ain't too far from that either.
no, we're not. Uh,
Yeah.
Tib, what's up, brother? Welcome.
What's up, Tib?
Yo,
What's
Tim.
What's
going
up,
on,
pal?
everyone?
Hey,
What's going on,
pal.
guys?
Now was Oh, go ahead.
We're talking animal mascot movies from the 90s, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Operation Dumbo or whatever.
Dunstan checks
Dumbo
in.
Drop.
Go drop.
Dunstan
Yeah.
checks in. First of all, I just want to say
Andre.
congrats to you as a fellow podcaster, DLP. I'm gonna take a shot for you right here. I'm actually gonna put it in my energy drink, but a
Okay.
little bit of vodka. Cheers to you for
That
Thank
100
you.
goes in
episodes.
orange. That
Thank
goes
you,
in orange
thank you,
juice.
sir. Thank you.
Cheers to me.
So, do you have a movie you want to recommend that's
Have you guys brought up
horror?
already Troll 2? Sure,
No.
someone brought up
No.
No.
Troll 2. I think Floyd knows it because he's laughing.
Well, and the fact that you were talking about trolls the other day on one podcast.
Yeah, or on our when we were playing yesterday when we were playing Evil Dead.
Yeah, you were talking about Troll 2.
I don't even know. Is that considered even B? I don't know if it's like
that might
D.
be
Yeah.
Oh, the
B?
first one, yeah,
No,
Troll.
Troll
yeah,
2.
that they both would be considered B film. You know, they
Yeah,
weren't
okay.
big
'cause
budget, just
they're
like
cult
Leprechaun.
status.
I was just
Yeah,
thinking it
very-
was so
Yeah,
low budget. It might have
that
been
might
like D
might be
D horror movie or B F horror movie. But
yeah. B
This
might be
was
giving it too much credit.
that was something that I was discussing with Vince, was that part of what made picking specific films so difficult is because the term B movie has evolved over the years.
Mhm.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
it's really hard to label a film just a pure B movie, especially
Yeah.
if they do get that cult film status.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the movie ends up bringing in more money
Yeah.
than they originally thought. So, I always looked at it as very low budget special effects, bad acting, bad storytelling, that kind of thing. So I would consider that a B movie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Troll 2 in a nutshell.
hmm It's definitely one of those films that are like you would have went to Blockbuster,
Just to
Hollywood,
mock it.
or you would rent it. It's one of those things like I'm
Actually,
bored.
yeah, I actually think you had to go to Blockbuster
Yeah,
to see
yeah,
the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't it go straight to video?
I think so.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the first one went to the theaters, the second one did not.
Yeah.
And you have
Mhm.
to pair it with hobgoblins.
Do
I've
you-
seen that one.
or the Munchies,
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or the what was it, the Ghoulies or what was it,
Ghoulies.
Ghouls?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Critters.
I
That's
got
a
a
bold
question.
name
We
for
got
one.
a nice crowd on here. Do y'all ever remember being in one of the video stores, right? And you know that the guys that are working behind the counter, they just want to make the sale or they want to F with people. And they'll pick up something that you know is the biggest piece of dung on the rack.
Oh,
And just
yeah.
they'll talk that thing up. And you're like
Mhm.
looking at them, you're gonna break your neck because how fast you torqued it to look at them. I would walk over and go, man, put that down, put it down. You'll never get the stink off of you.
I loved when they tried to recommend films to me that they thought I would be gullible enough to rent, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I've already seen that tripe. I'm not picking it up again.
Mhm.
They like tried to quiz you on, oh, did you know this is an awesome movie? Actually, it's not. It's got a 2-star rating. It was
Yeah.
directed by so and so, and then they look at you like, what the hell? What's this knowledge this kid is spouting? And I'm like, don't quiz me on horror, pal.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh
my
man.
my daughter made something more horrifying in her diaper last night. Don't get out of here.
Right?
Oh man.
I've coughed up scarier stuff than what you're showing me.
So Vinny asks, it's just a detour, but he said anyone familiar with Amazing Stories, the TV show from the 80s based
Yeah.
on
Absolutely.
Yes.
yes.
Yep.
Spielberg.
Yeah, the
Yep.
theme song kind of sounded like Back to the Future.
Future.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But
I
like
didn't care for the remake too much. The new one.
no.
No, the remake was awful. The original one, which didn't live long, but was worth it.
No,
Mhm.
sadly
No,
not.
but My Mummy, the Mummy, man, that was friggin' sweet.
Well, that one and the bomber one where the guy draws the wheels and
Oh
stuff,
yeah,
it's
with the,
definitely land.
the
Oh, that was a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was
And
the one with
there
the
was
train. I can't remember what the story with
the
that one was.
ghost train.
Yeah.
The always hearing it and then it comes through the house. The
Mhm.
other one that I really liked was the one where the guy was the jock and the girl was the nerd and he didn't want to date her, but she had the crush on him. And the meteorite that crashes in the town and turns him magnetic. Everything is metal is attracted to him. And so they're trying to figure out how to save him and everything. And in the end, they're talking about there was only one other person in the town who was affected by it. And they go into the room and it's the girl
Mhm.
and she smiles and she's got those giant, massive braces, and he goes, "No!" And you see them flying towards each other.
Yeah.
I was dying.
Oh, so what? No, is it the Amazing Stories also the one where they had the pink stuff that like materialized anything the guy
Oh
poured it
yeah,
on? Yeah.
the guy that made the mixture and he could make anything come alive, and he kept trying to pour it on stuff. And what was great about that episode was, you know how I love the keep, and he had at the end when he knocks over the thing, and it runs and it starts to pour on a magazine. It's actually uh, uh, the Fangora
Oh,
opened
no
to
kidding.
the scene of the monster from the
Hmm.
keep,
Oh, wow.
and
Yes.
it
Yeah.
starts dripping on his head. It's going to bring that thing to life.
The demon. Yeah.
I
The
was
demon.
like,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
It
That's
was like
definitely.
so for us geeks, and it was really there for us.
Yeah.
So Mark asks, would we consider the original Stephen King it a a B movie, even though it was a two-parter?
No, because it was a TV series. It was
Yeah.
a mini
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
series.
it. Yeah.
miniseries.
Hmm.
The second part was the B part, huh?
Yeah.
The A and B.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like you
Let's see.
couldn't consider Salem's Lot the original. That's a
Right.
Oh,
different thing.
so Vinny brought up that the episode where Santa gets arrested and spends Christmas Eve in jail.
Yes.
Christmas Eve in jail. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yes.
just about to mention that one,
Yeah.
Santa 85.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great episode.
Mhm.
Oh man.
Was
All right.
that like the Twilight Zone or what was that?
It was kind of like the Twilight Zone. It was these different vignettes and stories
Yeah.
that
Yeah, but it was Steven Spielberg.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
Spielberg's
more
amazing story.
lighthearted
It's
than
one
Yeah.
foray into television.
yeah.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah,
the
he was
Twilight
trying
Zone
to-
and Outer Limits were darker.
Yeah.
yeah, he was
Yes.
trying
Or
to
Tales
bring
from
back.
the Dark Side, yeah.
Yes.
He was trying to bring back anthology shows.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Normally it was 2 episodes, first episode, per episode, and then sometimes like the one with the B-17
Mhm.
bomber. That one was a full hour-long episode. Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm trying to remember it. Did it go 2 seasons or like 1.5?
I
Two.
thought it was funny.
I think it
Was
went
it
2
two? I thought it was
seasons.
one and a half.
Yeah. Well, I think it was technically declared as 2 seasons, but I think that it's one of those ones that fell victim to like sports things. I think that was going on at the time. Very similar,
Like
like
the Flash.
Flash, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
Flash
man.
killed by the
the
baseball.
World Series, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that one as a kid so much.
Me
Yeah, me
too.
too.
I'm glad that the Arrowverse gave him his due. John Wesley Shipp. I'm glad.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Oh yeah. So Tib, well, Ryan's here now, so we'll wait for his
Right,
match.
dog.
All right.
What's up, Ryan?
Right, dog.
Yo, Ryan.
This is the place to be tonight, guys.
Yeah.
Not much, brother. So let's do this. What I'm gonna do is, Tib, you got one more you want to do, and then Ryan, if you got 2 B movies you want to list,
Have
and
you
then I'll.
guys talked about Motel Hell?
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre Light?
yeah.
Yeah.
Motel Hell? This one's like,
Yeah.
I love this one.
Yeah.
Dueling pig heads.
Yeah. I just love it because I don't know if it's only a California thing, but we still have Farmer John's. Like they sell the ham and the hot dogs. And
That's a good question. I don't think I've seen Farmer John's in our stores lately.
I know
Then
they
again,
have
I
it.
don't eat it, so
Yeah, they have it in LA. I don't know if it's just a California thing, but the guy's name is Farmer Vincent, right? He
Yeah,
runs like the Farmer Vincent.
He ran out of people.
Yeah.
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 Well, not just he
Yeah.
was planning people. And then,
I
and then
know
he
we
was
still got.
feeding. Wasn't he
Mhm.
feeding them like through the neck?
Yeah, and he had,
Yeah.
he had their voice boxes cut off so they couldn't scream. Really
Yeah.
creepy
Yeah.
premise, but
And
like
then-
the way it was executed was kind of funny.
And then when he bring in the tractor to pull them up
Yeah,
so he could butcher, snap their
Yeah.
neck, and they
It's a-
kick.
It's a fun
that
one.
was
yeah.
that was Coltrane too, right? That was the same guy who I was talking about was in another movie, and then he was also in Bubba Hotep. He played the Lone Ranger, retired
yeah.
Lone Ranger actor.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was the farmer.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember who the lady was.
I'm bad with names. I
Yeah, I can't
rely on
remember.
like Ty Lord and Vince and everyone else to
Yeah, to
come
come
up
up with
with
the
the name of
names.
the actors.
You know what? IMDb is the best thing ever in
That's
the
Yeah,
world.
right.
it is.
You can sit there and just go like, oh,
Mhm.
who's this director? Who's this? And you just get in this rabbit hole, which is a better thing than going through the rabbit hole of going through Facebook and stuff on your phone and
Yeah.
Just don't
scrolling
get
death.
involved in the comment wars because that ends
No.
up taking over your whole evening.
Yeah. You know, I've talked to Vince about this and Colin that we want to do something similar to this, but talk about movies that were created strictly for the drive-in industry
hmm
because there were, and Hotel Motel Hell was one of them.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
Even Friday the 13th was, and some of them were elevated, you know, like Friday 13th, and then some just became these nice little classic horror films that never had a sequel.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's where you get the whole concept of the modern B movie was that it was the other half
Mhm.
of what you paid to see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
And
the
so
double feature, the second one.
yeah, exactly, double
Yeah.
feature. Sad
Yeah.
to say my last double feature was X-Men Origins Wolverine with Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh no.
No, oh, no.
Sorry.
Talk
Talk
about
On
some
behalf
bad
of
taste in your
America.
mouth.
B movies right there. Yeah. Uh,
Wow.
A whitewashed manga anime based film and a comic book film that just butchers the canon.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that was a B film. That was a D film.
That was the last compilation that I ever saw to drive in before ours closed, sadly. So
Wow.
I wish
Uh,
I could have said I went out on a high note.
Yeah.
yeah.
We have two still up here towards Dallas.
hmm
One is on 45 coming in if you're coming
It's
from
like right
Houston to
outside of
Dallas.
Venice. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's one going out towards way past Denton, past where
Yeah.
Ember and them live now. But I'll be if I when I used to drive, I don't drive a whole lot anymore. But I'd be driving
I'll be
home
doing,
from Houston, and I would look over and watch those movies
Mhm.
as I'm driving, and then I got to steer, you know, because you could see them
Yeah.
from the road.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, you want to go and list your two, or you got a question?
well, I hope you didn't name mine already, because the
Yeah,
cover
we
for
did.
the
We
cover
did,
for the
Ryan.
second
You
one,
missed it.
the cover for the second one. If there's ever anything that's ever represented my channel, it's this. I gotta say the Slumber Party Massacre trilogy. Did you already say that?
Nope.
Nah.
Oh hell yeah.
That's
Okay, the
good.
Yeah, that's
second
good.
one. Okay, the second one. If this isn't my channel, I don't know what it is. You got a dude with dark hair and a satanic guitar with a drill. That's obviously me playing guitar every time. And the hot chicks in lingerie, which is the moment of Zen on my channel. So like if that isn't my channel, I don't know what is. If you look up that cover, so that has to be my pick.
I've only seen the first one. Isn't the second one or third one like a musical? Like kind of like it's like almost like a horror musical, one of those sequels.
I mean, and
You don't
so
remember?
can we pull up the cover for the second one?
Yeah. Give me a second. I can do that.
Let me look at it.
I know the first one's a straight slasher movie, and then one of the sequels is like a musical, like a horror B horror musical.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely music in it. I don't know if you'd call it a straight musical though.
Yeah, I guess
I
the
think of it
second
Like
more
one.
there's a lot of
like
songs, right? Like montages or something. I've never seen any of them outside the first one.
When I think
Which?
of horror movies with rock music, I think of Trick or Treat.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Yes.
that's another great one. Ryan, what was it called again? I'm sorry. What was the first one? It's like
Slumber
so they're
Party
all just
Slumber
called
Party. Yeah. 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 Okay.
Slumber Party Massacre 1, 2, 3. But the cover for the second one is just that's
Mhm.
my favorite. And then there's even like the Sorority House Massacre movie. There's so many offshoots of these.
Mhm.
Oh, what was it? Black Christmas or whatever, the one where Santa goes in and starts slaughtering all the people, the girls in the sorority house.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was Black
Not
Christmas.
Silent Night.
Like,
Oh, Silent
Well,
Night.
there's been like 3 of them, but I'm trying to remember the original one. I think it was Black Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
You know what I was
Silent Night,
thinking, though,
Deadly Night, he
Flippy?
went after everybody.
Yeah.
I was
No.
thinking that Slumber Party Massacre 2, it might be a referencing Driller Killer, that movie
Oh
from.
God. That's everyone knows about that one.
Oh my god. Tyler sent me that movie. Jesus Christ, that was a
You know what I mean? Because I mean, look
pretty
at
bad.
Well, did you
look at
guys
the
ever
cover
see
of
the
that.
Toolbox? Did y'all guys ever see the Toolbox Murders?
No.
Mhm.
He used every tool in the toolbox to kill
There you
people.
go. There's the image. It's up on screen. Looks like Andrew Dice Clay, honestly.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does.
I don't see it.
I don't see
Wait,
it.
where's the screen?
It's well, y'all won't be able to see it that way. Hold on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You got to look through the actually be on
These
the
are the movies I would
stream.
walk by in the video store
okay.
and
Oh,
find
that
the
was
VHS aisle for horror and just want to rent all of these.
yeah, that's Ryan for sure right there.
Yeah, if that is not me, I don't know what is.
So okay,
Oh,
so we
okay.
need to Photoshop this, right? Dad, I'll send you a picture.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I've seen the movie.
But yeah, that's hilarious.
I don't know. Most of those movies I shied away from after falling victim to sleepaway camp.
Another great one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sleepaway Camp 2.
Okay.
Sleepaway 2, Camp 2 is my favorite cover of that because you got the hot chick with the Jason mask,
Yeah.
Freddy Claw,
Yeah.
and a chainsaw.
Yeah. When I saw
That's one of the-
that at the video store, I thought they were all in the movie. So I kind of
Take
I was like, oh, this one has Jason, Freddy, and Leatherface. in it.
Yeah. I was like,
it back. Go. What's this? I want my money back. They aren't in this movie.
Excellent choices.
okay.
Unhappy campers.
So you got a second one, Ryan?
I was just gonna go with that whole trilogy for me, but I'm trying to. Yeah, maybe. Well, if you didn't say the Sleepaway Camp movies yet, I'm gonna go with the second one for that cover.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which I think that 2 distributors are fighting over putting out both of those. I think it's gonna be Scream. Was it Scream Factory? That's one of them, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Usually.
the horror label.
Probably.
Let me pull that one up.
Vinegar Syndrome's kind of competing right now.
Yeah,
with
then
that.
there's another one. But I know that 2 of those are fighting over putting. I think they're both going to put them out on Blu-ray and 4K soon.
Yeah. Because Anchor Bay had it, and they released the DVDs years ago, but those you can't find anymore. I think they're out of print.
That's
Yeah,
all.
and there are
horrible
no
image.
video stores or anything that you could even look for.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do this right. I got to get the poster because like you got to. If you don't see her like Daisy Duke jeans, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean that's just it's so iconic.
Right. There you go.
Which also like, how do you think they got around the rights on that? You know, having all 3 references in that. Like
Well-
Paramount wouldn't had a problem with like the Jason mask. Like New Line wouldn't had a problem with the Freddy glove. Like, how do you think they got around like that?
They're different enough. I mean,
Right. They're
Yeah,
very
they aren't
vague.
exact duplicates, and plus, they could try for the parody law.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This movie has nothing to do
Okay.
with these characters. We're gonna,
That's true.
Well, remember Jason Goes to Hell has the freaking Necronomicon.
Nomicon.
Yeah, we were just talking
And
about
that's
that.
in the movie.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
just saying they did it without the permission, or they
Yeah.
just put it in there, or who is saying that?
I think I saw it on a
Yeah.
YouTube video. They're like, they just threw it in there,
Yeah.
like, and they hoping they wouldn't get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
how you
Well, like-
get around the loopholes.
Yeah, you
But
just chance
like,
it
do
and
you
go
guys
from there.
agree that like, that was the aisle in Blockbuster or your mom and pop you would navigate to, the horror section, just from the cover art, and sci-fi too to a lesser extent, but like how much just TNA was on the covers, just the creature feature stuff. I mean, was that not the most eye candy,
Yes.
that aisle? I mean, what are we going to go to the drama section and be
No.
like, oh man, Bette Midler on this cover? You know what I mean? I mean,
Or
what
Bette
the,
Midler.
Follow
Ryan-
we laugh. Yeah.
Shots
Ryan
fired.
missed
Yeah, shots
Ryan
fired.
missed my comment about sometimes the best part about the film is the cover.
oh
Yep.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, what are we gonna
Um,
like? You know, are we gonna wax poetic about the cover of like Beaches? You know, like a drama. Like, come on, like no.
Are
Dude.
we?
I mean, I guess if
mer-
that's your
or
thing,
mermaids.
Yeah.
you know.
I mean,
Oh, Japan's a blood beach with the
Yeah.
That's a
giant.
great cover.
was it Beach Babes from Beyond or whatever? I don't
Yeah.
Just of Madison County gets me hot.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's those steel magnolias that just does it for me.
Oh my gosh, what was we were
Those
wa-
old women were
yeah.
sexy.
Oh man, the Golden Girls. There you go.
There
Hey,
you
as long
go.
as I get Daryl Hannah out of the whole group, y'all can keep the rest.
Well, that's it up with.
All right, so let me do my number 4, and we'll move on to my dad's. Mine, of course, I got it here, and I actually played the game with Tib. Is Evil Dead 1 and 2. I mean, you talk about that first movie, Sam Raimi's introduction into filmmaking with Bruce Campbell and his brother, well, and Ted Raimi. And like just looking at the film, there's so much in there. You got the introduction of the Phantom camera, chasing them through the cabin and everything. You got the stop motion animation for when they start decaying and everything. Like just taking your friends, going to find a cabin out in the woods and making a film. It's like the
Yeah.
filmmaker's dream, like a kid, like, oh my gosh, this
Yeah.
is like what I want to do. I mean, it's like this is more what I want to do than what Kevin Smith did with like making Clerks, even though it's in the same vein.
Hmm.
But like this thing spawned like a franchise and 2 TV series or a TV series. Then you got all of the video games, the comics, yeah. Ash Williams, I mean, he's the king of one-liners besides Roddy Piper and Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's just
Hail to the king, baby.
baby, yeah. I mean, what else can I say? These movies are great, and I feel, and they're one of the perfect examples of a B film because of it's just grassroots. They had to find their own production. Everything was done in house with friends, and what else can you ask for? But yeah, that's those
And it
two.
was the first cedar rape scene.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, and then Ash dies at the beginning or at the end of the first one.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
So,
another iconic VHS cover, that part 2, Evil
Yeah.
Dead with the
Yeah.
skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's when it always stood out, that cover.
Yep.
I always saw that in my video
Yeah.
rentals, that cover alone.
and
It
then
makes me think of the Misfits, or it makes me think of the Skull Mask from
Oh, yeah.
Halloween 2.
yes.
I mean, not Halloween 3. Sorry.
Halloween 3, yes, he's in the witch.
Yeah.
Well,
and then,
I mean, if you think about the skull in the Breaking Pumpkin at the beginning of Halloween 2,
Yes.
the pumpkin breaks apart to reveal the skull in there. So yeah, it's the same.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, how many of us would pretend like we have our hand possessed, like from Evil Dead 2, right?
Yeah.
And-
yep.
Have a wrestling match with your hand.
Yes.
Not that kind
Yeah,
of wrestling
I
match.
couldn't
Yeah,
get
right.
away with that in my family. They think I was trying to
Yeah.
do something else.
Yeah.
You ever tried to
That's
you ever
what
tried to you ever tried to break a plate over your head with your hand?
But yeah, he started getting really good with like the slapstick stuff.
Oh,
around the second
yeah.
movie.
Mm-hmm. But man,
Yeah.
it's just iconic
Yeah.
scenes all the way through and through.
Yeah.
And that's what the limited edition collector's book, right? Like with the it's like almost like a rubbery.
I wish I had
the
that.
rubbery
that?
one, yeah.
I wish I had
Oh
that.
yeah.
That came out, man, like 2000.
Oh, dude, I wish I would have gotten that. That was pretty affordable back then.
By the way,
2010.
Tyler, the way you have your headband on your headphones looks like you're about to receive shock therapy. And
Oh, you
one-
can see me. I didn't see
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
it looks like it's like the bar over your head.
Or it's
one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah.
Well, we're all tethered together to like some major electrical outlet.
yes, we
Yes,
are.
we are.
Which is
So we're
This would be hell. What was the movie? Shocker.
yeah, that's what
Yes.
the
We'd be in,
yes.
we'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, and we'd also be in trouble with Trick or Treat as well, because
Yeah.
you know
The
that.
Sammy
Yeah,
Kerr.
just don't turn the record
Well,
backwards. You're fine.
I don't know, because I'm kind of cool with Anna Paquin.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right, Dad. What's your number 4?
Yeah, you cheated me.
I cheated you.
He was like, I'm really hoping you would do this one. I was like, okay.
Well,
So,
that should be number 5, right? Unless
oh, this is my number 4, I think. What
Okay.
was my number 4? If this wasn't it,
let me go look. Let me go look.
what I think
Let's talk amongst yourselves. Let's
because I did Mel Gibson. I did the other.
Yeah, I'm sure this is 4th.
I did
the
Vanishing
vampire.
Point.
What's the
yeah.
vampire one called again? The vampire space one. What's it called?
Life Force?
Oh,
Oh,
Planet
no.
of Vampires.
that-
Planet
that-
of Vampires.
Oh
Planet of
my God.
Vampires.
Planet of Vampires.
Planet of
the
Vampires. Okay.
okay.
But Life
Oh
Force
my-
is another one. That's
riggedy.
That's the
riggedy.
one I immediately think of whenever anybody says space vampires.
Yeah, that's what I
Toby
immediately
Hooper.
think of when I think of wrestling with my hand. That's the one I immediately think.
Okay, well, I'll just use my
Yeah.
honorable mention as my number 5. So my number 4 is going to be 1984's Buckaroo Banzai.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
The sheer number of actors and and future stars that are in this. We had Ellen Barkin, John Lithgow, Jeff Goldblum, Christopher Lloyd, Lewis Smith, Rosalind Cash, Clancy Brown, the man, Pepe Serena, Robert Ido, Vincent Salvino, Dan Haida, Jonathan Banks, John Ashton, and Carl Lumley and Ronald Lacey. And all of them are highly recognizable. If you ever see their face, you know what they've been.
Yeah.
And
Of course, Pete. Well, that's what I said, Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
And then the one thing I didn't say was Peter Weller, who plays Buckaroo Banzai.
Yeah, Buckaroo Banzai.
Man,
Yeah.
When I went and saw that movie, I was running a comic store, and I saw the advertisement come in, that showed what the future comic that was going to be, the tie-in come in, and I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this, but I love Peter Weller. So we'll give it a shot. And I went in. What we got was not what I expected. And it was one of those movies that I wished I had smoked one before I went in, because it was right up there with heavy metal. That the ambiance would have really made that film work. I mean,
They really
the idea
tied
that
the room together, man.
it would have tied the room together. The idea that all of them were Johns, all the aliens were named John Smith, John Big
Booty.
And they all came through, and they tied it to Halloween, and not H.G. Wells, but Orson Welles' radio show. You find out that it wasn't a fake; it was actually an event that happened. The Earth was invaded, and they came in, hypnotized Orson Welles into telling everybody it was fake. And then you have this alien race who comes in and says, you know what? You let him out. You go find him. You have 24 hours, and we're going to destroy your planet just to protect the rest of the universe. And I saw Highlander. Clancy Brown's one of my favorite. And when he got hit with one of those poisonous starfish-looking things, and I knew he was going to die, and I was so angry. I was like, no, not him. Why couldn't you kill Goldblum? Damn it.
Mr. Cowboy.
But and that was one of Goldblum's first films too, man. And you just knew what he was going to be capable of in the future. I mean, just the different costumes he wears in the show. But it couldn't make up its mind what it wanted to be. You know, a musical, a sci-fi, a
Action,
horror movie, all
comedy.
this other thing, all rolled into one, and it was the best film for that. I mean, it had everything to do with a B film, as in my definition, which I gave earlier,
Mhm.
but it had money.
Mhm.
And I was talking to Vince about that. Sometimes a B film can elevate itself out of being a B film by being good and having enough money, making enough money, even though it didn't cost them
Mm,
to make it. It also guarantees that you're going to get a sequel because it made a lot of money. This did not make enough money, and so we never got the sequel, which was going to
Right.
be him going against mobsters. It's like,
Lloyd, you ever seen?
what could have been?
But it did spawn like several books and comics, didn't it?
Yes, yes, it did.
Yeah, so that was kind of a surprise for a film that didn't even make back half of what they spent on it.
Mhm.
Spend on it. Yep.
So Ryan,
Lloyd,
what were you gonna say?
you
And
know what
everybody
movie
gave.
Hold on, Dad. Ryan had a question for you.
No, I know.
you know what
Go
other
ahead.
movie doesn't get its due, and it's a John Landis movie that one of his lesser known, Into the Night from '85 with Michelle
Oh,
Pfeiffer and
Well,
Jeff
and
Goldblum.
and Goldblum, yeah, where he's trying to help her because they're going to try to kill her. Wasn't she have like diamonds or something?
Yeah, it's
And
like kind
he's
of like
trying
an
to help her.
action thriller. It's good though, but that
Yeah,
one,
it was
I,
really, really good. I love that movie. There was another one with the guy who plays the in Werewolf in London, the sidekick who gets killed on the moor and keeps coming back and haunting him.
Yeah,
That
Gus
Kirsten
actor, I
Fring.
Dunn.
can't think of what. Yeah, and it's almost identical to that. He's on a blind date. The date he's with is gets involved with gangsters, and he's having to save her and himself. It was very much in
mm.
the same vein as the other movie. Um, I don't remember which one came out first though,
hmm.
but anything with Michelle Pfeiffer, man, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow, wow,
I,
wee, wow.
Wow,
she
wow,
don't
wee,
even have to
wow.
say a
Yeah.
word. She doesn't even have to say anything. Just stand there and look pretty.
Wow.
can I, since it's your 100th episode,
Yeah.
can
Go
I
for it.
like ask you guys a question? I want to know, okay, for the original squad here, the four of you, okay, what was the most heated argument over like a movie or subject? Like, can we do like the top 3 heated moments? Now that it's like celebrating 100 episodes, there had to be like 3 episodes where like you guys kind of went head to head, like disagreeing on something, right? Superhero, a movie, like what comes to mind, Vince?
Ryan trying to
Oh,
turn this into the
Uh,
Morton Downey Jr. show.
yeah, this is well.
Go
There's
Goku versus
oh
Superman. Enough said.
but that didn't happen in an episode. We didn't actually talk about
No,
that in
no,
an
I
episode.
know. I was trying to move us away from having to answer that question because
yeah.
most of the time we have to take things offline.
Yeah,
If
because
it
it's
gets heated, we have to take it offline because we're not trying to
uh,
put that out there for people.
No, not like a full-on fight. I'm saying like, okay, because that's when the best content's made, when you're kind of clashing on. I mean, look at Siskel and Ebert back in the day, right? That wouldn't have been a show if they didn't differ on opinions. So I'm just saying, like, does anything come to mind as like the greatest moments
oh,
in these 100 episodes
there's been
of like
bickering
when you
between
disagreed on
David.
stuff?
There's been bickering between David and my dad, like just on different
Oh,
opinions on stuff, and it's funny because it goes from the podcast into our podcast group on Messenger, and then it's just this back and forth, and like me and Colin are like, all right, we're gonna check
oh.
out for that day.
Yeah, so we'll take it offline. Go finish our conversations offline. We pretty much agree on things because we like a lot of the same characters and a lot of the same
Hmm.
stuff. It's just we each have a different take on something, and sometimes we don't agree on what it is or where we think it should head.
Yeah,
You know,
direction
but
or like understanding from like what was it just as an example, when we were talking about Batman the Caped Crusader, some of the decisions that we felt were very weird, we had a little bit of a heated discussion on because it was like and I didn't put it in the episode because it didn't feel it fit. It wouldn't help the conversation as we were going for it. But it was like, a difference of opinion on the perspective of what was being done in the show. What Bruce Timm decided to do with changing like Jim Gordon's race. You instead of like giving an explanation for it, he did it because it was done in the Matt Reeves movie, because that's the first time it's ever happened. You know, is it a choice of doing a checkbox, or is it a decision of, I want to kind of delve into this story and see where this goes? So, sometimes those moments happen when we're having conversations, and like, or we may forget about something that we're talking about and we were very knowledgeable about it, but it's like it slips our mind and we're so dead set on like battling that argument that we're wrong on what we're saying, but we don't even realize it until after the fact. And it's like, oh
After
yeah,
the fact, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I said the wrong name.
yeah,
I was writing what I was saying. I just said the wrong actor's name.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, one time David got me so upset I called him an ignorant slut. I went, Jane, you ignorant slut. But no, for most part, we're friends and family,
Yeah.
and we enjoy what we're doing. So
Yeah.
any,
See,
any kind of thing
I was
like
trying
this.
to get a little glimpse. I was trying to get a little glimpse into, when like a show hits 100 episodes, they do one of those clip shows, like the best moments, like
Mhm.
as a filler episode. Like they'll just do like, oh, these were the. So I was gonna ask you just that, and my only other question was gonna be like, do you guys have any favorite episodes that you remember, like just some that stand out since you've
Anything
done
that we go
100
off the
now?
rails, anything where we go off the rails and just it, it can be the worst thing that ever happened to us. It can be one of the greatest things. Like it was one of the off rail moments where we discovered David's absolute hatred for Monopoly,
For Monopoly.
and that has
Or Titanic, like
or Titanic, and
him.
we
It's like,
we razz him hard, or we ride him all the way back to the speed. Oh, just we ride that pony hard, man. We slap that ass all the way in. And
He wanted his Vince McMahon moment here. I think that's what Ryan was trying for.
controversy, right? No.
Yeah, controversy. Um,
Brett screwed Brett.
I don't know. I think my favorite ones are the one where we crack ourselves up and we are laughing so hard that we just go off the rails and we run with it. You know, maybe we can bring it back around towards the end, but it's worth going off, just to have fun.
And it gets dark. It gets really dark sometimes with some of the stuff that we're talking about, and we're like, how did we get here? Can I salvage the episode to make sure this is going to be okay? I mean, Dai's been there for some of that.
I should play devil's advocate more than.
Yeah.
Whose job was it to lay the breadcrumbs?
I remember I got David upset when we were talking about The Last of Us.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't stand that. I tried again. Still can't stand it. I mean, I watched 90 seconds of it, and my Amazon Fire TV got so upset with me, it shut off.
Said, it's bad when your TV keeps
like,
switching to PBS.
And I'm sitting there watching with my jaw dropped, and I'm like, this is hot garbage. And I said to David, it's hot garbage. And he was like, what? And he was so incensed by it. And I'm like, dude, I couldn't stand it. My TV broke. What am I supposed to do?
Then you get that pop-up that says, next up, the nanny.
Yeah. Are you still watching? Yeah.
Are you still watching? And then before you can say yes, it shuts off, and then you got to go back, find the channel, go back to where you were, and you miss whatever the most important scene was that you're waiting for.
That's why they're called smart TVs. They know what we want.
Yep. They learn. They're a learning computer, CPU.
One of my favorites is when Vince goes off on a tangent on Star Wars. George Lucas. Yeah. And we're like, we're on the Titanic and we're heading towards that iceberg.
Or Transformers or G.I. Joe, things I'm passionate about.
Yeah, when it rubs you the wrong way and gives you the red ass on something you grew up with, you just the vitriol that comes out of you, it just pours out, and everybody's just like,
Yeah, yeah.
And of course, I'm a dumb butt. I'm like, poke the bear.
Yeah.
Poke the bear. Just keep poking. Something good's gonna come out of this. No, it
So
doesn't.
I do
Cocaine
gotta,
bear.
yeah, I do gotta ask this. So I'm gonna, since you guys have all been on the podcast at least once or twice or more, and the people that have watched in here have been, either on the episodes or been watching since the beginning. What do you enjoy about like what we do in the show, like, and then like some of your favorite moments? Because I'd like to know. You know,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think for me, I just chime in. I think that you have your dad and you guys geek out about stuff because I could not picture my
Mhm.
dad geeking out
Yeah.
with me about like Friday the 13th or video games or
Hell
Yeah.
no.
my dad would be like,
Yeah.
"What? What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
So I think that's my favorite part of your podcast that you're able to geek out with your dad Floyd about
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Oh.
For
Absolutely.
sure.
thank
Yeah.
you.
No,
Yeah.
you are really lucky to have that, and I'll tell you why too. Because it's like, okay, my dad is awesome. Like he'll like humor me with getting into anything, like whether it's games or movies I'm into. But like he'll eventually tap out. Like so,
Uh-huh.
if I get him on a game, if I can get him in a good enough mood to like get on a video game with me, which he does, but like it'll be like 30 minutes and then I know when he taps out, that's like enough. He's like enough for it. You know what I mean? But it's like I can
Get that.
tell that Vince and Floyd, you guys are straight clones, bro, dad and son. Like you guys are like
Odin
you're
and
all
Thor.
in. Like you're all in on the games, the movies, the toys. So you have the same appetite for it. Whether
Hmm.
where it's like most of us, like with our parents, they'll humor us with it to be a good sport. But like
Yeah.
that's you're lucky to have that.
Mhm.
And that's part of
Yeah.
the reason why I started doing all this stuff, honestly.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I tuned in so often was as somebody who grew up with a single parent who has nothing in common with me whatsoever. Um it's really like to the point where I honestly thought that my oldest aunt was really my biological mother because of how much we love horror movies. Um I love the fact that there's that shared passion, there's that shared knowledge base, the numerous amounts of experiences and stories that you guys have told.
Mhm.
Um, I admire, respect, and am a little envious of that in some ways because I would have loved that growing up myself. And when you guys share those experiences, it's not only just for entertainment value, but there's a learning experience to be had with that. I love when you guys talk about what it was like having the comic stores or doing the conventions or just going
Mhm.
to movies and having those experiences because I love history in that way. So there's the geeking, there's the fandom, there's the passing of the torch, there's the lineage, there's all of that combined. And I love that it just creates an atmosphere where we can all have that room to have these conversations intellectually and then of course unprofessionally as well because we need that.
Hmm.
Mhm.
So, I like listening to it as much as I love being a part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. There's so much wealth of knowledge too between all three or four of you or five that are usually on, especially with Floyd, like going back to like the 70s and everything. And just all of you have so much knowledge in different areas and a lot
Yeah.
of the same areas too. Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah,
pull up a
definitely.
chair and let grandpappy tell you a
Yeah.
story kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah.
I always feel like I'm transported back to like being 5 years old and I'm gonna get like one hell of a story on the carpet right now.
Yeah.
And the thing about having I was a single father. I raised both my son and my daughter, and then I helped bring in other kids who either had a hard time or didn't have anywhere else to go. I always felt that my door was going to be open to anybody, and I was open to discussing anything. And so you have to find common ground, but you can still be individuals and still have your own beliefs and the things that you like. Um, my My son and daughter are two totally different people, but I was an artist when I was younger. I went to art school. I couldn't make a living doing it, but my daughter is a great artist where she sculpts. She can make beautiful cakes. She's a great she can draw very well. My son is the same way. And the one thing I tried to do was to make sure that I nurtured that because I didn't get that when I was growing up. You
Mhm.
know, my I've told you stories about my dad. You know, he was just a down to earth guy, but he thought all this stuff that I liked was garbage. You know, why aren't you outside playing? You know, but I did those things. You know, I when I walked out the door in the and during the summer, they didn't see me till the street lights went on. You know, but there were just some times when I wanted to be with a book, or I wanted to sit and draw something, or I wanted to build something, or I wanted to read a comic. And I found out when I was, you know, 9 or 10 years old that there were family members who had collected comics, and they gave me comics, you know, and when I'd go visit them in New Orleans. And I truly fell in love with comics. When I ended up in the hospital for over a month, everybody was asking, "What do you want?" I said, "Just keep bringing me comics." When I left, I had 2 boxes full of everything from horror to Richie Rich, Archie to Superman, you know, all the superheroes, all of that. And one time a nurse asked me, she goes, which one do you like most?" I said, "All of them. I love every one of them because they all give me something different." Um, and that's what I tried to do with Vince and his sister, to make sure that, you know, they found what they enjoyed. And then when they were younger, I got on the floor and I played with them. You know, what were their interests? What did they want to do? You know, and that kind of helped me. You know, because it's tough when when you're a single parent, and um, that built a bond for us. And then I'm enjoying seeing that same thing happen between my children and their children, and at least some part of that legacy is going to get carried on. You know,
Mhm.
because every generation has their own likes. You know, um, video games seems to be one of them that runs through all of us. Um, Anime, manga, you know, things like that. But I was blessed enough to at least try to make my dreams come true. Having comic shops, creating my own comic, doing conventions, and experiencing getting to meet people. You know,
Floyd, by the way, if I ever shopped at your comic store, I imagine you to be akin to the bookstore owner in Neverending Story, where you like this, but you're not ready for this book yet. But then when the kid buys it or takes it, you're like kind of smiling, kind of smirking, like, okay, get in, get ready for a treat. You know what I mean? That's like the
oh
comic
yeah,
store owner I imagine you being.
my store, I had a rule, and that was everything is an opportunity. You know, when a kid comes in and they start talking about like a cartoon, well, that's great. Yeah, I love that, and I could talk to them about the cartoon. I watched it too. But you want to know, you want to something really good here. This is the origin. Remember, let me introduce you to what and where they came from, and it built it helped them get grounded in it and to find a I'm struggling for the word I want to use, um, a history, because sometimes the first thing they were exposed to was on a TV show or in a cartoon or in a video game. But the characters in the comics and stuff were so much more deep. There was a whole lot of more character development and life there, you know. And I never could stand that, like Peter Parker. You could never let him grow up. You always had to keep him a teenager or a kid like that. When I wanted comics to mimic reality, because comics are generational and so are the fans. Um, and then once they did it, the writers kind of stagnated. They don't know what to do with some of these characters after they reach a certain age. So what do? We retcon them and start over again. You know, I wish we could do that in life, but we can't. So, you know,
Mhm.
um, just I was passionate about what I did and I enjoyed it, and I would never give up that what we did together for anything. Um,
Di, you had a question. You wanted to answer that question I asked earlier?
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, for sure, man. Just like hearing all the stories,
Anna,
from your dad and
check the podcast group.
you and everyone, and just incorporating all the community into it. Like inviting me on, inviting Tib and Ryan and anyone that comes on is great to hear from them.
Hmm.
It really is.
I mean, this is kind of like
And of
what.
course, Colin and David and
Oh
all
yeah.
their stuff as well. So.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Um, the thing that like growing up at my house was having everyone over. Like all my friends and my sister's friends just wanted to come over, like just hang out, talk with my dad, and it was just this big round table of conversations. It's kind of like what I do with the podcast, and that's why like I love having every one of you guys on to just talk. It's not about ego. It's not about subscription. It's not about subs or all that nonsense. It's just like
Mhm.
let's just have a conversation and like have fun,
I'm so
and
glad you said that too, because that's what I was about to say. It genuinely feels like a round table gathering.
Mhm.
It really does. Like it's what I would imagine if we were all kids growing up with each
Yeah.
other, like sitting there waiting for school to be over so we can run to your dad's store and hang
Mhm.
out and geek out.
Yeah,
And I miss not having David here for this because getting to know David has been a real treat for me because I grew
Yeah,
up
kind of.
and I've known Vinny and his sister all of their lives.
Uh,
And I've been there. I saw a lot of their major milestones and everything like that. And getting to meet and know David through the podcast has been a real joy because he's something else. He really is.
Yeah, it's him being gone just kind of feels.
It feels a little off, but
Yeah,
yeah,
because this is 100.
yeah, and he's got stuff going on, and we completely understand and support him and stuff like that. And,
yeah.
we just if David, if you're going back and watching this, man, we love you, dude, and
Yep.
we're
Yeah,
so
because because this started out with him. It was him and my buddy Alex, and like it was just the three of us, and then it expanded into bringing on Colin, my dad, and our friend Mark, and us talking about the comic book shop, and then it involved with us just doing reviews and just branching out to other things, and like there's section of it where like I don't have dad and them on. I have like my buddy Adrian or I had Di on, and I've expanded it even more to adding you guys, and it's like I appreciate it. It's like um
You know what that got me thinking about too? It's like we were so blessed because we grew up in an era where we had spots. The
mhm,
comic book store was the spot.
yeah.
The mall was the spot. Once we take those away, places for people to meet, and now they don't much anymore. They're clinging to tablets and whatever. This isn't an anti-technology rant, but we were lucky to have spots where we could go and escape because just look at how divisive the world is right now. And kids growing up, they need spots. And at least maybe they got skate parks or somewhere to go. But that was for me, that's like a world of wonder. When you would go in a toy store or a comic store or a mall, meet up with your friends, get lost. That was growing up. I mean, you know.
right.
Yeah.
And
We've definitely lost something. I mean, it's one thing to be able to talk to a group of people like through technology, but it's different when they're in front of you and you're sitting there and you're talking, you're actually seeing and feeling their emotional responses. You
Hmm.
can see their body language
yeah.
better than you can on a screen. And they're you know, just it's like something really truly is lost. Um,
And
but I'm
those
proud of my
spots
son
for
because this
the
is our
like
go
comic
ahead.
book stores and stuff, in game stores, that was like the safe place. Like we had skate parks and stuff, but
Yeah.
try leaving going there without getting into a fight or something. So
Mhm.
Well, and we took it serious responsibility of when somebody was in our, a lot of the kids when they came in or they were in trouble or I had a kid come running in, some bullies were chasing them. I told him to just sit there for a minute and Jason walked over to the door and I walked out. And as I walked towards them, they took off running. And I said, just hang out here for a little bit. They'll get tired. And, if you want, we'll call your parents or however you want to do this. But, I always demanded it was a safe place, just like in my home, and the one thing I'm very proud of my son is that he's gone and done something I never could do, and he's expanding on it, and he's making something out of it. Um, and so it's fun to get to watch him do these things and to meet his whole new generation of friends, his whole new group of friends, um, and then to get to share y'all's conversations and y'all's likes, dislikes, and things like that. So this is a pleasure for me.
So I'll just read a couple of things. Thanks everyone. I really, this is like, that's why I try to do something different. Everybody streams games, right? Everybody has like the same thing that everybody else is doing. I've always wanted to do a podcast. I just wanted to sit down with my friends or my family and just like shoot the shit, talk about toys, talk about games, talk about movies, the things that we enjoy as humans. We consume this stuff because we enjoy it. It either is a nostalgia thing or it's like it's a passion thing. And I do appreciate everyone that is along with me
Yeah,
on this journey.
he used to make me he used to want me to record our conversations.
Yeah.
He says, Dad, that was so great, you should record that so we have it. Now he's doing it.
Excellent.
Yeah. Let me read what Lowe said and then a couple other comments, and then we can get on to our number 5 and then honorable
Yeah, number
mentions.
5.
Yeah. Lowe said that evening everyone, congratulations on the 100th episode. What I enjoy is the interaction as if you guys were sitting in the living room at a cafe or on a patio, having a great time chatting. And thank you, Lo. I appreciate that. And that's the whole thing. It's not about ego. It's not about any other stuff. I just, everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to just like have a connection,
Mhm.
and that's all it's about. Showed said a round table with great characters. Much love. Thank you, sir. And then Jason said that, well, I'm glad you started a podcast. Thank you. Because if I didn't start this podcast, I would have never met any of you great guys, and I appreciate it because it definitely did help me through some hard times I was dealing with, and it still does. And there's my wife saying happy. Thanks, sweetheart.
Text me
But
from the other.
yeah, but yeah, it's like great getting to play games with y'all. Like Tib, thank you for yesterday. Being able to play Evil Dead. I've been wanting to play that game with my friends, and like you're the only person I know that had that game, and I had a
Yeah,
blast, man.
I think that's been part of the fun of meeting like all you guys is sometimes we when we grow up, you don't meet people at work that have your same interests.
Mhm.
And you almost don't even want to talk about it because you don't want to be judged for like, oh, you still play video games
Mhm.
or you still like you like WWF, that's fake or like stuff like that. So like it's cool to have
Yeah.
met all you guys and
Yeah,
we're
Josh.
we're able to
Yeah.
be geek out in a safe space.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, and every one of y'all bring a different aspect to it. Like, Mario, you're very like deep rooted in horror, and like we can have these conversations, and you have this like genuine interest whenever me and Tyler or Ryan are sitting there bouncing these movies off, and you're like,
Mhm.
I've
I
never
want to,
seen that. I want to check
yeah.
this out now.
Mhm.
You know what all this stuff is too for me? Like, okay, toys, games, movies, it's all the good stuff, right? Comics. But it's like that scene in Godfather 3. I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Pulled me back
Like
in.
the childhood
Yeah.
brings you back, right? Because
Mhm.
you grow up, you become an adult. Yes, some of us are smart enough to have never left that stuff behind, right? But when you do, you're like, what's missing? Oh yeah, the toys, the sense of wonder, the imagination, the comics, it's like, and movies are always a standby, right? Everybody's always watching movies, but like returning to this stuff, it feels like returning home, reconnecting with your childhood, rekindling that magic. That's the escape, man.
Yeah.
You
For
know?
sure.
I mean, like with zombies like horror. He's like everything. He's like the other end, like we're a copy of each other, like as much as what we enjoy and what we talk about,
So
and
is your
it's,
soulmate?
I guess so. But same thing with Ryan, like, and Tyler. Like, I love talking to these guys and It's like I'm glad you're here, man. Like, you've been missed on the
Yeah.
podcast and stuff, and I know that you got work and everything. You've been busy, but like we definitely need to catch up more. But I it's just, this is great, but
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to, I love music was very much part of your life growing up, mine, because I loved playing music, and I'd like maybe for us to branch out into music sometimes. I love when Ryan plays, and
Mhm.
Oh, thanks.
yeah, I mean, he's got that awesome variety show where he
Mhm.
plays whatever people request, and then does his music, and I think that like there's a lot of us that I think need more little love in the community, because we're not in it for attention. We're just like good feel vibe people, and hopefully if you have a bad day, you can just jump in and we're like
Mhm.
take you back to the past or take
Mhm.
your mind off all that stuff. So, but that's why I love like your podcast with Loves, Tyler. I mean, it's
Uh,
great getting to like relive the Bond films again, and I look forward to being on whenever you do, License to Kill.
oh yeah, we got to have you on before that.
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
when are you doing the On Her Majesty's Secret Service?
That we did. That's the last one I uploaded. That one took
Damn.
forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad. I mean, that's the thing. I've
Yeah.
been able to do
Yeah.
things with most of y'all. Like, I know Zombie's not
Yeah.
doing much right now. He's healing and stuff, and whenever he's got time, maybe we can do something together other than the podcast. And then
Mhm.
same thing with Tyler. I've been able to be done
Yeah.
doing stuff with Ryan. I've done stuff with Di. I've done stuff with Tib.
Yeah.
I've actually quite a few of the guys in the chat I've done stuff with.
Mhm.
The
So
good thing about collaborations is the sum is greater than I'm gonna mess this quote up. It's like the sum of all the parts becomes something bigger
Yeah.
than just what I mean. And it's like when a band gets together, you combine all your best ideas and form something new. And when you collab, yeah, you have a chance to create something better than the sum of the parts.
Mhm.
If I said that right,
I think it's greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah, that's what I
Is
meant
how-
to say.
Mhm.
You fooled me once.
Ah.
Shame on. That's all I was thinking.
there's moments where like, oh, somebody set this thing to evil when we do these
Mhm.
podcasts anyway.
If you're gonna do that, you need to do your best Charles Bronson imitation. Is your problem? Somebody set this thing to evil. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I love my new doll, by the way. It
Oh,
is
wait a minute.
it is scaring the kiddo.
Oh.
The Krusty doll?
Yes.
That Krusty doll is mean when you put it on mean mode, man. He's cool. That's like the Kill Tony roast.
Yeah.
I can't wait till I can get my hands on a talking Tina from Twilight Zone.
Mhm.
I had a Chucky doll in the house that really didn't do much, so I want to go vintage on this.
You don't even have to have something from a movie. My daughter used to have this. It was an old doll. It was a wind-up doll clown, and the thing looked frightening as hell, right? So her husband picked up on the fact that I didn't like the damn doll, and he kept hiding it in my house in different places. And I would walk into a room and it would be moved, and it would be, and like one day I was sitting down in the living room, and all of a sudden this stupid thing comes walking down the floor
Mhm.
from the hallway. And I was like, either get rid of it or I'm going to shoot it. One of the two. It was, I mean, the most, and it was pink and it was beautiful, but it was terrifying. I was like, yeah, that is frightening. You don't.
And it turns
They
its
got
head
a kick out of
360
it.
and it's like, play with me now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd go in there to go to, I'd go in there to go to bed, pull my blanket back, and it's damn laying on my bed. I was like, get this out of here. But Talking Tina, man, that takes you Twilight
back.
Zone episode. Was it Telly Savalas?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Tylord, kick us off with number 5, brother.
Number 5, okay. I before I say, I want to second what everyone says, and I'm very blessed to be part of this community. Like, I'm super happy I fell into this community. I don't know if it was Tiburon or Omega Ace brought me over here, but I'm like really blessed. Like, I'm really happy to be spending my Saturday nights with you guys, and it's an honor to be on your 100th episode. But so no, number 5. Sorry, it's hard for me to get mushy, but that's how I feel. Number 5. I think Colin mentioned this one. Maybe Floyd did too. Return of the Killer Tomatoes. It's part of the
solid.
series. Of course, I love all of them. The first one's a classic from the 70s, and then Killer Tomatoes Strike Back and Killer Tomatoes Eat France. I love those,
Yes.
but the one that does it for me is Return of the Killer Tomatoes from the 80s. This is just nonstop knee slapping to me. And it's like a self-aware B movie. Like, it knows it's a B movie, and it makes like fourth wall breaking jokes. This is such a funny movie. I think it's a classic, although I don't really hear people talk about it that much. I think it's a classic 80s comedy. Pretty much every line in this is splitting my side. Like, self-aware, it almost has like that satirical, almost like a parody, like Family Guy type humor, but this is like way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Self-aware, like halfway through the movie they run out of money and they have to start doing product placement during the rest of the movie, and then they start getting money. And it's nothing like the original. It's not really a horror movie. I can't really describe what it is. It's sort of like a a love comedy, thriller.
George Clooney is in that?
George
George
Clooney's in
Clooney
it.
is in that.
Yeah,
The
this
That
is
whole
my
movie takes the piss out of itself. Just
yeah. Yeah,
it
this
is
yeah, go ahead.
very different from the other movies, and
Yes.
it was the perfect way to do a sequel without actually doing a sequel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so self-aware. I love the cast in this. Is like it's a corny B movie. On top of that, it's like self-aware, so it's corny. But I think like all the acting is fantastic. This is probably my favorite George Clooney movie. He's such a weasel in this. Like, he's a pervert little ladies man type of guy that he's kind of a worthless. The main guy in this is Anthony Stark is the main guy, and he's funny too. He kind of reminds me of a little Michael J. Fox type guy.
Yeah, and he's in a lot of stuff too.
Yeah. He was actually in a Bond movie around the same time, but and then John Aston Gomez Adams is in it. Probably like this is most iconic role. He plays Professor Gangrene, the evil scientist.
Yeah.
Like you guys were saying, he reprises his role a couple times in the next movie and also in the cartoon. The main girl in this, I really love her. She's so beautiful. Her name's Karen Waldron. I never really see her in much. She looks like a supermodel or a porn star or something, but she's a really good actor. Like, she really delivers her lines really good. Everything in this is so funny. All the characters, all the characters from the original movie come back. The professor's Igor character is so funny. He's like this jock-looking blonde guy that wears a suit that wants to be a TV reporter, but he's Igor. Like, Igor, come! And it's just this blonde guy, this tall blonde guy. Oh man, this movie's so funny. Like, I just can't get enough of it. Like, every time I watch this movie, I like it more. Return of the Killer Tomatoes for me.
All right, hold on. Hold that up
Yeah.
again. Just is it just me, or does that look like, and I'm not no political thing here, but does that look
Yeah.
like Trump a little bit, you know?
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
with a red face.
Yeah.
There's
And that can looks like its hair.
yeah, the can looks like his hair. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
It's like a garbage
Yeah, I
pail
never-
Kids version.
Yeah, it has a garbage pail.
It does. It has
It
a garbage
does.
pail Kids look to it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I'm
I
saying,
have the
Ryan,
Blu-ray of it, but I can't find it, so I busted out my
The
DVD
DVD.
collection. Yeah.
Ryan, you still here? Did you make your rounds or anything?
Yeah.
He must have made rounds. I was gonna have him
I
do his impression, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I liked the original.
What now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, do do
Um,
do your Trump impression? Your Donnie
oh
Douche.
yeah, he does. You do a really good one.
We love it when we're on the Dad Level podcast, okay? We're a bigly huge fan, okay? Like your dog. Excuse me.
Well, look at the DVD cover for Return of the Killer Tomatoes. It looks like Trump a little bit, especially with
Oh,
the can open. It looks kind of like his
Yeah,
hair's
the
combed over.
the can looks like his hair. Yeah.
Hey, someone in chat, if they can draw, I want to see I want to see that.
But make it an orange. Make it an angry
Yeah.
orange.
You can orange. Okay.
Um,
Make it very orange.
I love those movies that came out about that same time. There was the Killer Donuts. There was that one. There was like Airplane and all of them
Oh,
that just
yeah,
were irreverent,
Yeah.
funny one-liner jokes.
Yeah.
One of my favorites from the original Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is when the guy is talking. He's dressed in a tomato costume,
Yeah.
and he's talking about
Yeah,
blending in.
Yeah, he's
And then
undercover. Yeah.
he's undercover and he eats something with ketchup on it,
Yeah.
and he blows his cover.
He's on
Because
the-
they are like,
yeah, he's sitting around the campfire and they're all eating the tomatoes, and he goes, "Would somebody please pass the ketchup?" And they're, "Ah, what?"
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Die.
All right, so I actually had to tie for my final one because one I was like, well, it's not. It kind of is a B movie, but I wasn't sure of the budget because it looked pretty good. But one was more of a cult classic. Let's start with that one. Let's go with They Live.
Yes.
I love They Live.
Yeah.
Just Roddy Piper. Who was the other guy that was
Mhm.
there?
Keith David. Yeah.
Yeah, and then just that like outrageous fight scene they had together,
Yes.
and the glasses, and one of my favorite lines, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but I'm all out of bubblegum.
Yeah.
I love that line. Just the whole movie was good, and it's probably one of the most underrated
Mhm.
movies he did, in my opinion, because The Thing's amazing, and
Yeah.
all his other movies are great.
And
but,
again,
not many
it's based
people
on a
talk
comic
about it.
Mm.
Yes,
or
it
a
is.
short,
Yeah,
sorry,
8 o'clock.
short comics, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, 8 o'clock in the
Yes.
morning.
Keith David
Mhm.
knows how to deliver a good line.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, he
for sure.
does.
It's like in I'm trying to remember what the name of it is, with Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez.
Oh, friggin' Men at Work.
Minute Work. Yeah,
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
the
Work.
trash. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, where he was the supervisor in the truck, and they open up the trash can. He
Yeah.
goes, "Oh, look, somebody
Mhm.
threw out a perfectly good white man."
White boy. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. And then the second one that I would tie with it, it's not really a horror, it's just kind of a gory movie, which is Ichi the Killer, Have you
Oh.
guys seen that one? That one
Okay.
was fun.
It's been a while
Yeah.
since I've seen it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. I know it's became quite popular the past few years, but I always enjoyed that one.
Oh,
And I found
David's
that one
gonna
at Suncoast.
David's
know,
gonna
when I
miss
first-
that because that he talks about.
Yeah,
Ichi.
he's a big fan of Ichi the Killer.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I found that at. Did you guys have Suncoast? Or are you familiar with
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Suncoast.
Yes.
So we
I
used
miss
to
that
have them,
place.
I think they're gone now here.
No, they're
Yeah,
com-
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
they're
there's like
yeah.
one in California.
Yeah, there might
or
be one or
something.
two left, but
Pouring out one for my homies. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
at Suncoast.
David talks about Suncoast too.
Oh, yeah,
I can still
Suncoast
see
was
mine
awesome.
now. I could walk through exactly where it was in my favorite mall and tell you exactly where genres were on the walls, what they had in
Yeah.
the center, what was in the corner entrance with all the movie posters and all that. Oh
Yeah.
man.
Yep, and
And
the
that
music,
fun
and then
fact was that's the first time I ever saw hentai up against that wall.
Yeah. They were not
Yeah.
shy about that.
No,
They
Yeah.
no,
really
they
weren't.
weren't. No,
Neither was Media Play.
nope,
Yeah.
didn't mean to play either. Yeah.
but you could walk past all that and go straight to the action figures towards the back of the Suncoast.
Ichi the
Mhm.
Killer.
I
Yeah.
remember little old me bringing a tape to the counter and being like, "What's that, blue girl?
Oh.
Kid, you're not supposed to have that." But I saw it on the shelf and I want to know what it is. Little innocent zombie bringing up hentai.
It's got a werewolf in the third episode. No.
Yeah, you didn't have to tell me that one.
It has tentacles going where?
What?
And
Oh,
then my life changed when my uncle decided to get me Wicked City for my 13th birthday.
Mm.
Yay
Great one.
me.
Well,
Great one.
why do you think they closed down? I mean, like they were always busy
Mm.
every time I went.
I
Like,
think they were
why?
tied to Sam Goody, and so his like as the music
Yeah,
CDs
I don't
boom
know.
died.
I think some of it has to do with the way malls are now.
Mm-hmm.
The cost, the overhead,
Yeah, it's
the
gotta
type of
cost a
stores they want
fortune,
in
yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the same reason Media Play went. It
Yeah,
just
no.
became a dwindling thing because everybody was trying to push. Well, you can do this with this now, and you can do
Mhm.
this now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, it just declined because
Mhm.
they somehow spoon fed people a different thing to deal with.
Yeah. I'm really surprised I have an FYE in my town. You guys have those? They used to be
Yeah.
the warehouse.
The
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we
We only
don't
have
one
one.
here. We have one
Yeah.
like a couple hours away.
Yeah.
we had one and it just recently closed down. And
Uh,
I tried to get over there because they did this big sale, and I
Mhm.
wanted to go in there and see what I could find, but I could never get over there.
Yeah.
And it was there from before I moved up here and to just last year. So I
Oh.
was there for a while.
There's still a one I think in our Katy Mills Mall,
Mm.
but
God, man, I haven't been to Katy Mills in a while.
I haven't either. It's kind of like we had this mall open up. It was kind of like 3 times the size of our Galleria. It was huge, but it was awesome. They had like a store in there that had it had anime, it had video game soundtracks, like just different Japanese merchandise. It was awesome, and then they were there for about maybe 4 years, and then they closed down. It's like, dang it.
Dang.
That
Well,
was
there's
some of the
just
more popular comic book stores that had all that.
Mhm.
Hmm.
and the sad part was they couldn't, because I mean, like Third Planet was around for a long time. There was all these anime shops, and they just could not sustain them because of just there weren't enough people
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
come in and pay for it.
Yeah.
The
Whereas
thing about
nowadays,
like Planet Anime, they rented movies that were shipped straight from Japan. You would go in, you had to put a credit card down, and you could go home and watch a movie, bring it back in 2 days. Um,
Mhm.
and most of that stuff before
Mhm.
that, we had to be part of an anime club, and somebody brought it, made copies, and handed it out to people.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is that
Either
just
they
the thing for if a store carries anime that it has to be like Planet this or Galaxy this?
I have no idea. I don't
And I
know.
only bring that up because when I was growing up, we did have a store that specialized in anime products, and it was called Planet Neo.
Oh,
And
nice.
it was a small shop, but this guy brought in like so many cool imports of just about everything, and he mixed imports with American products, which is how I saw a lot of the older Bandai Dragon Ball Z figures that come in those horrible packages.
Yes.
And then when the American toys started coming out, he would have those, to kind of side by side comparison.
Mhm.
And out here, where I'm at now, we have a store called Our Galaxy. So I'm like,
Yeah.
what's with this trend of like
Yeah.
Planet this and Galaxy this when
Because
it comes to anime?
maybe it was because the Sci-Fi Channel had Welcome to Another World, with like it's anime Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
So put up
keep
a comic
saying
shop
Ryan needs
in
to
the
recreate that theme.
Yeah. Tim, you
Now
weren't.
you find a lot of little Asian shops,
You're right.
usually
Yeah.
where there's a market. And if you're into costumes, man, you can go in and buy almost anything in one of these places.
Mhm.
But they have like the stuffed dolls. They don't ever have the collectibles like that. They might have the blind boxes and things like that. But
Right.
I'm like, I don't know
Mhm.
how you guys make a living. You know,
Um.
a lot of Sailor Moon stuff.
Yeah, just don't go into a store that sells cosplay items being over 6 foot and going, do you have any Sailor Moon outfits?
or being over a certain weight.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Goodness skirt.
You have the plus size? Yeah.
You just walk up, you're a big guy, walk up with it, and you, will this fit me?
Yeah.
This
We
With
got
this-
that a lot at Spirit Halloween, but it was always funnier at anime shops because it was
Yeah.
obviously more accepted there than it was
Yeah.
anywhere else.
So I was gonna ask Tib a question, but I just thought of this real quick. So there was a comic book shop that my dad ran for a little bit, and then he left, and then it got purchased out by his co-manager, whatever, Jason at the time. But there was a Bedrock City Comics location that opened up like a block away.
Mhm.
And Josh, my best friend that was supposed to be on tonight, he literally put on like this Superman costume with like a turtle mask and all this other stuff. And it's somewhere. I have this picture. It was just hilarious. But he walked up, he drove over to Bedrock Comics and was like, All Star Comics is better dressed as this like this super turtle.
Oh man, I remember that. And then there was Legends, man. That I hated that place. These guys would come in, they'd find a local store that was doing real well, and open up shop right next to you, and they would sell nothing but 50-cent comics.
It was like gang
And it would
gang
put you
wars with
out
the
of
comic stores.
yeah, they
Yeah, yeah,
would
it
come in
was.
and put your store out of business.
Wow.
Man, they were, and nobody liked them.
Oh,
I was like, who won? Hey, how about let's go firebomb somebody tonight?
Yeah.
Uh,
But Tib, like I know you're not a big anime fan, right? You
No, not really.
Yeah.
I think I
But-
only know Akira. That's about it.
which is fantastic, man.
That's it. Kick him off the
Yeah.
show.
Get out. Get out.
Blasphemy. Anyway, but like what are the shops near you? Because like I'm Texas area, so I mean I just was like curious, like how is it for like the collectible shops and things like that?
Yeah,
And
there's a
it's
lot of
pronounced
good ones.
Akira, by the way.
Akira,
Akira.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would also
Akira.
pronounce Ninja
Akira,
Gaiden.
Akira sells furniture. No, that's
Tib,
somebody
I'm wearing
else.
your shirt right now, and you're breaking my heart with all of this.
I need to return this shirt.
I'm about to Hulk through it now.
No refunds, no refunds. Even though I paid for it, no refunds.
No refunds.
Yeah, the ones in my area are really cool. I think you guys would like them. There's like a comic book shop, like half a mile,
yeah.
like stocked, but I've been there once, and I'm just not a
Yeah.
comic book person either. And there's a toy shop, like it's awesome. It has everything: wrestling, X-Men, Super 7,
Yeah.
NECA. It's awesome. I go there because I do collect figures.
My
Yeah.
NECA.
Yeah.
That one place when we went deeper into LA, that was pretty cool. In Little Tokyo, that shop we went into.
Mhm.
I
Yeah, the
forget what it was-
Japanese store.
Yeah, I forget what it was called, but
There was like a Tokyo, like they had
Yeah.
comics and
Yeah.
figures. And,
Oh, that's
I know
awesome.
that place
and
you're
like
talking
little
about.
booby
Yeah.
figurines.
Yeah.
yeah, a
The
lot of
bootlegs are always the
booby-
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like almost like kind of not underground, but it's almost like
Yeah.
below street
Yeah.
level. It's
Mhm.
really cool. A lot of cool shops out here.
That's cool.
All right, so let's get into zombies number 5, and then we'll move on to Tib and Ryan's after that.
Are we doing our last ones in honorable mention, or just the last like
Just
5, and then
just the last 5, and then we'll just kind of round robin the last part or whatever. Just kind of throw out whatever for the
All
last
right.
part. Yeah.
my absolute favorite B movie that became a cultural phenomenon, Halloween.
Oh yeah, it is a B movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
is,
Yeah.
It
I
was
thought
made.
about putting it on.
It was made for about $200,000, and it grossed
Yeah.
over like what 14 million, I think it
Yeah.
was, if you adjust for inflation.
Wow, excellent.
And talk about not only revitalizing a genre, but showing that Carpenter could scare the pants off you with so little effort.
Yeah.
He was big on what you didn't see that made it all the more terrifying. And then, of course, if you know Carpenter, which I imagine everybody here does, the man
Who?
can direct. I was waiting for someone to do that.
The guy who played the piano with his sister.
Oh,
it's
I thought
Carpenter's.
Dun-
Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
was about
sorry.
to
I
break out.
apologize for that.
Oh no, you just got me in the mood to sing "We've Only Just Begun."
Beca-
Karen
Hit it, Ryan.
Carpenter.
Oh, no.
Karen Carpenter was actually a well-known drummer, by the way.
Yep.
He could write, direct, compose. He does
Yep.
it all.
Mhm.
And the Halloween theme, even though it is 4 notes over and over again, is one of the most iconic themes out there.
Yeah.
It's on ringtones. It's been parodied. I mean,
Mhm.
talk about a movie that wasn't expected to do well, and half the budget went to paying one of its lead actors.
Mhm.
And now Michael Myers is as legendary as any of the other slashers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just everything about that film.
Yeah. Speaking of the theme, I think that was one of my first custom ringtones I had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember Colin playing it on the keyboard
On the
when I was
keyboard.
younger. Yeah.
No, but you know the story. One time I was at a friend's house and we had a bunch of people and we were doing tarot card readings, right?
Woo!
And we were sitting there and he was playing the piano, you know, and I was like, man, play the theme from Halloween. And he's like, I don't know if I can do it. And he was like trying to do it from memory. And he started again. I was like, yeah, okay, now do this. Yeah. And then so he started playing it. And it got to that part was, you know, where it goes dun after it does do 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 and then dun. When the minute he did, the lights went out in the house. And we all took off running and screaming out of his mom's house, out the back door, out the front door. Somebody went through a window, and we all ended up. There was a church right next to their house across the street, and we all ended up in this church parking lot under the light. And we're like, "What happened? I don't know. You go back in there and see if everything's okay." We sat there and waited until his parents came home, and they went out and it was a stupid fuse that burned out.
Mhm.
But right, it was like you couldn't get any better timing.
That has to be the most iconic horror theme, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
One
has to be
of
like,
Most recognizable, probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
it's-
I'd put that on there with Tubular Bells from The Exorcist, even though that wasn't
Exorcist.
originally
yeah.
intended for
Yeah.
that film.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, and you remember Reagan's song, right, from The Exorcist? That had a lot of radio play for a long time.
mhm.
Every time that thing came on, I'd race to turn the damn radio off.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
not because of the movie, because the movie was some frightening, but I cracked up at certain parts. But I read the book. My mom read it, and then she left it, and I was like,
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna read this while she's not looking. And I got caught because I actually put the bookmark in the wrong spot. And so
Oh, no.
but she was into horror, so she had like I read The Omen because of her, I read The Exorcist and a couple other ones. And that the book was reading it, your mind is a better theater than what you'll ever see on screen.
Mhm.
And so that music brought back those visages of what I had. Man, I had to, yeah. It's weird that music could frighten you more than the actual film.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
When
Yeah,
music is
music
done
is
well,
what's
it
good.
complements the film.
Mhm.
And
It's
like
a,
we've
it's a
discussed
character.
that we've discussed that with video game soundtracks. A game can be
Mhm.
complete crap, but if the soundtrack is golden, you've at
Yeah.
least got something to look forward to.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Wrestling challenge on the NES. WrestleMania challenge.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, even the original WrestleMania too. Yeah.
I love 8-bit Honky Tonk Man's theme.
Oh,
What are you
that's
talking
yeah, I
about?
love that one. Yeah, that's the best. Yeah. And the girls in cars on the original one. It was supposed to. Yeah.
All right, Tib. What's your number 5? Because Ryan's got 3. He's got to do because he's.
Oh, I gotta do 3, so I just
Oh yeah,
show
yeah, yeah,
these
yeah. Go
3
for
right
it.
here.
Uh-uh.
So I know I was talking to Zombie about this one, and he's not a big fan, but god damn it, I will sing the praises of Rumpelstiltskin till I'm in my grave.
Rip that shirt off.
Rumpelstiltskin. Dollar Tree leprechaun, pretty much.
To reiterate my point, it's not that I'm not a fan. It's not that I hate it. I've seen far worse. I was just desensitized as a young kid, so it really didn't grab my attention. And it wasn't frightening to me, you know?
What
This is one of the like so bad, so
Yes.
terrible. It's funny. And
And
this
that
DVD's
box
like $70, I think.
Oh
and
my
that
gosh.
that
Yeah.
box art, just like the Guyver box art, is so misleading.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because we rented that thinking Mark Hamill was gonna be the Guyver. Like, nope.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
And when you look at Rumpelstiltskin on the cover, he looks nothing like that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But
I
I
got-
do support your Dollar Tree leprechaun.
Hell yeah.
I support that high heavily.
The next one, brain scan. You know, as gamers,
Yes.
you got
Oh,
a brain
no.
scan with Trickster and
The
Edward
trickster.
Furlong. You know,
Oh
yeah,
yes.
Edward
Yes,
Furlong.
dude.
Yep.
I love that film, man. Ah,
such a cool. I don't think they did release in theaters. I remember
Yes.
just
Yes,
seeing
no,
that
it
Yes.
did.
HBO
It
Yeah.
did.
a lot.
It did.
It did. Yeah.
That one I just saw on HBO like every time it was on back in the 90s. And last but not least, I think my all-time favorite, I got Dead Alive. I love
Oh,
Dead
Dead
Oh,
Alive.
Alive.
that's a good
Oh,
one.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
classic.
Peter Jackson. I saw that for the first time like 10 years ago, and I was like, man, why was this movie never in my life before? It's so funny.
Yeah.
That was before he took himself serious.
Yeah, what is
There-
that?
That's the Guyver. This is the 4K
yeah,
release, but
yeah.
that's the original cover, right? So it's like you think Mark Hamill's the
Hamill, yeah.
main.
What the
Yeah.
hell is that? I've never even heard of that.
That's false advertising. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And the original box art actually said his name at the top. It was the top scroll.
Yeah.
But see now
So
with
like,
the
holy cow, he's the
with
Guyver.
with the 4K release, you get this awesome like freaking Guyver, and then like the Zolord, which is a dragon, which is really
Yeah.
weird. I'm like,
Dragon.
why? Why?
Is that like a kaiju? Like a kaiju movie?
Yeah, they
or-
made it. No, it's like
No.
so it's based off an anime. The anime is very super violent, very gory. It's about basically mankind was created as a weapon by these creators, and then they started experimenting on them to make them these monsters to be warriors for this war they were fighting. Well, they tested this armor called the Guyver on a human and realized that the human was no longer being able to be controlled by the creators. It was super strong. It actually could take on the creators, and they feared it and they left. But the corporation, like the resistant, I mean, like not resistant, but like the kind of the people that were like the underlings for the creators, decided to create this organization and like build up all this technology to adventure out to figure out where the creators went to get revenge. But this high school student gets the Guyver unit and ends up getting thrust into this crazy world where there's monsters and everything. And but the movie is drastically different, but it's
No,
still
and
worth
you
watching.
really the Guyver is really, and it's also the girl, and it's
Yeah,
his friend.
yeah, it's his journey of his friends dealing like high school, like his crush, his best friend, and then like this other guy who also gets the Guyver unit. They end up
Yeah, he was
meeting
the
all these other
popular
people.
kid in school.
Yeah. But like the movie, it's like this college kid gets the unit and gets thrust into it because his what is it? His girlfriend was his girlfriend's dad
Yeah.
worked for the corporation, and then like
Yeah.
he was trying to smuggle the Guyver unit to Mark Hamill's character to like kind of out them and stuff. Sho and Mizuki, yes sir. So it's like it's totally different. Like it really, but it kind of like has these beat for beat moments that are like kind of like the anime, but not. But it's still good. It's Roger Corman. Like it's so like there's all this like transformation body horror. Like you have monsters and stuff. It's awesome. I enjoy it a lot.
It had a
Free to
dragon
watch-
in it. It
and
had a
free to watch
dragon
on
in it.
YouTube.
There's no
Yes, you
dragon,
can.
and don't watch it. It's got a dragon.
It's got a dragon.
Go,
Yeah, yeah.
go watch Dragon Slayer. It's better.
Or Dragonheart. There you go,
Man,
Dragonheart.
I was so angry in the theater. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Dragonheart's so good.
With Sean Ray Connery.
Genre, yes. All right.
am the last one.
So, Ryan, you back, man? Are you you want to do your three, your last three?
Taking a stroll with Precious.
Oh, he's still.
Good boy.
Yes, Dark Hero was a lot cooler. We can come back to him.
Yes.
Because he's still on mute.
Gilgamesh.
He might be
Wait,
making
stop.
rounds. All right, Colin. You're
right. My number 5,
Mhm.
the 5 Deadly Venoms.
Oh, yeah, there's a good one.
Oh,
Absolutely, just it was my first foray into the Shaw Brothers and Kung Fu theater and stuff like that way back in the 70s, and I have owned multiple copies of it, had them lost, had them whatever. I have it digitally. It's a movie that I can go back to any given time if I want a little, just little Asian kung fu action, because it for me it hits a lot of the beats. The fancy cool martial arts. It has a little bit of like superpower in it.
Yeah.
And as far as like kung fu movies go, this one had a really great storyline to it.
Yeah.
It was suspenseful. It had mystery. It it had the heroic.
It was about
Avenge the
revenge.
master.
Yeah.
It was the youngest.
Almost like superheroes too, in a way.
Yeah.
What
wasn't that? I mean, it's been a while since I've watched it, but don't they have a fight scene where they're both two of the guys that are fighting are standing on the wall? They jump
Yes.
up and go to the wall, and then they're I love that.
Yes.
Mm.
Because the youngest one, who was the sixth student of the
The
master,
sixth student, yeah,
yeah.
who was taught all of them,
Mhm.
right? If I remember,
Taught
he was taught
enough.
all. Yeah.
He says if you find this one, you have to find the good ones. You have to pick out the bad ones, and they could all be bad. So you have to know enough to be able to counter them. But if you
Yeah.
pair up with one of the ones who are the good one, the two of these can defeat this one.
Hi.
So he learned all of the Venom skills, and then there was a lot of misdirection in the movie, which was really good because you would think, okay, this one's the bad one. No, wait, that one's good. It's this one. No, wait, this one's here. This one's got a bit of an ego. He's an asshole, but he's actually one of the really good guys. It was. I never get tired of watching it. I've watched it, I don't know, upwards of 50 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
They just did an anniversary release of it, not
Yes.
a couple of years ago.
Yep, and I got the digital version of the anniversary release, which is where it was fully restored and everything. Nice, crisp picture, clear dialogue, English dub. So
it was kind of like Fist of the North Star too, in a way, where you had these elite warriors with different styles, those similar, but focused on different techniques and kind of wondering, well, whose style was better, who was going to outclass the other.
Right.
And it's funny you mentioned that, because I was rewatching Power Rangers, and there's a team that I wouldn't doubt for a moment was based on them in the show Jungle Fury, because they have their own team. They're called the Five Fingers of Poison.
Oh, yeah.
And that reminded me a lot of that film, and I'm like, I wonder, did you actually pay homage to that? Because if you did, your show just went up in popularity with me.
So Jungle Furies is different than Jungle Fever, right? Just want to be clear.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
just making sure.
Yes. If I have Jungle Fever, I'm not jumping around in spandex.
Hey, it depends on right. It depends on what she's into, right?
Well,
Watch
if
out,
it's
you're
Michelle Pfeiffer, then
you're gonna put your eye out.
you'll shoot your eye
Put
out.
somebody's eye out.
Maybe she wants to be Storm, and you want to be Black Panther. You never know.
No comment.
So yeah, that's.
But yeah, I mean, I've never heard anybody compare it to Fist of the North Star, because I'm like, yeah, it's like Fist of the North Star, but no. There's none of that in it.
Right.
Yeah, like
You're already dead, Lard.
What are we talking about with Michelle Pfeiffer?
Oh, her in spandex.
Oh yeah, the Catwoman, man, that was epic, dude.
Yeah.
See, none of us mentioned Catwoman, but we all knew where he was
Dude.
going.
Yeah.
When she licks Batman's face, you know he was popping bone. Not to be gratuitous here, but you know he was.
Yeah, his Batarang got launched.
Uh,
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, Ryan, so you need to name your last three movies for your favorite B movies.
3 what now?
Your last three B movies, sci-fi or horror.
Quit thinking about Michelle.
Man, that's tough. So like sci-fi B movies, like does all of like the oh
It doesn't
God,
have
what's
to
the
be.
name of the
It does.
director of
It
David
doesn't.
Lynch? No, not David Lynch. Who did Videodrome and Scanners and all that?
David Lynch.
Cronenberg, isn't it?
Or Cronenberg, yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cronenberg.
Cronenberg's like kind of the king of like the bodily horror stuff, like kind of sci-fi.
Yeah.
Because all those kind of have a sci-fi vibe to them, like Scanners, you know,
Yeah.
Scanners, Videodrome, The Brood, but they're kind of horror too. Isn't it weird how they straddle that line of sci-fi, horror, weird kind of? You almost don't know where to put those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd go with like 3 of his, man.
Those
Like
Yeah.
I'd go Scanner. You know what? He did the Dead Zone too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The Dead Zone's so good, man. So I'm gonna go like Scanners, Dead Zone, Videodrome.
All right.
Okay.
Good call.
3 of him. Yeah, 3 of his.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
That scene at the end of Scanners, that throwdown, and like the veins are bulging and
Mike
like
Ironside.
Michael
Loading.
Ironside, yeah.
now I'm gonna suck your brain. It's hilarious and
Yeah.
like epic and intense at the same time.
Yeah.
Come on, he blew up Frank Oz's head, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've never seen anything quite like that in
I
my
know,
life.
I saw that on TV and it wasn't edited for some reason. I saw it like on a local, like a broadcast to that guy's hair.
Mhm.
With
Yeah.
his head blown up. Yeah.
Isn't it amazing that Cronenberg even got
Yeah.
to make all those? Like, what a
Yeah.
time. What a time to just, you don't see stuff like that anymore.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
you
though,
don't.
like, and just one thing, like,
Yeah.
The Brood wouldn't be my pick because it's kind of low budget. And a
Mhm.
scene that comes to mind when the little kids, the dwarfs, are like busting through that like 1-inch piece of wood.
Yeah.
There's like a piece of cardboard. Dude, that is such that is so hilarious. Unintentionally. Like, what a piece of crap door.
Oh man.
Good Lord, that's a cheap door.
Well, I mean, there was It Lives, which is the one about the baby that flies around and attacks everybody. They all came out about the same time. Venom, about the snake loose in the apartment. But Brood, man, the thing that freaked me out about that was when she popped them things off her body and they would grow into those
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
little
Yeah.
creatures. I was like, "Ugh, is that
It's
what that's like?"
disgusting.
So, all right. My number one or number five is a movie with Bill Paxton and Mark Hamill. Yep. We talked about this like briefly before we started.
The banana splits.
The slipstream, of the world being ravaged by crazy winds, and the only way to get around is through planes.
Oh,
No
with Bill
trains, no
Paxton's-
automobiles.
With Bill Paxton's Fabio picture.
Oh my God, yeah. Hold on, yes.
There it is.
You know what? Honestly, I want to say this, right? So look at the figure. Let me look at him. It looks like he's posing for Near Dark, right? Where he's going to
Yeah, I
be
think
playing.
this is from Near Dark. He has a pistol and a wife beater, and his
Yeah,
wife beater's kinda
yeah.
dirty. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically it follows Bill Paxton as he intercepts a guy, which is Bob Peck, the guy who played Muldoon from Jurassic Park, for people who don't know who he is. Yep. He's basically he's a I don't want to ruin anything, but
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
but he decides that he's gonna take this guy. Mark Hamill is a bounty hunter with I can't remember who the actress is.
Oh yeah, she was a little cutie. What's her name?
Mhm.
Katie. Oh no.
Yeah, he's trying to get the bounty from the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
for the big bounty hunter. So,
Mhm. And so it's like him trying to outmaneuver Mark Hamill and like just how villainous Mark Hamill is in that movie.
Yeah. He's drunk with like justice, and he's really evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
well,
it's
I don't know if he was evil. It was
Yeah.
anything to accomplish his mission. He was
Yeah.
well but he was also arrogant because it was like this was the first time he ever had to deal with somebody having the balls or the gall to like friggin' take his prize. But
go ahead. I was
it
going to
play
talk about the villains.
it plays up on the whole thing of like Isaac Asimov's like I Am Robot. It plays up on like post-apocalyptic futures. It was and then like even what is it A Boy and His Dog, like the whole thing of the society underneath the that have like escaped this or Logan's Run kind of feel.
Great movie.
Good one.
So but it's just a great film. It has a great cast, like Ben Kiesling's in it.
F. Murray Abraham.
Yeah.
Robbie Coltrane.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I was like, it was funny. It was like, I remember watching it. And I was like, oh wait, hey, look, that's Hagrid right there.
Yeah.
I was thinking Zukovsky from 007. Yeah.
Except you didn't know he was Haggard from when that went.
No, I did not. Yeah.
He hadn't even done the Bond yet.
But this was
that was more Krull.
Yeah.
He was in Krull.
Krull, yeah.
But this was definitely a movie that like my dad introduced me to at like a teenage. I think I was like 12, maybe 13 when I saw it. Because I never watched it when it came out because it was like really hard to find. And like the version that my dad found me was like an import that's in a jewel case, but it's a DVD. It's somewhere in one of my boxes. I'll have to show that.
How is the picture on that? Because every copy I've ever seen is crap, like the picture quality. Or how is that?
It
really was okay considering the TVs we had at the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like the part that always gets messed up is like when they're in that like the prison and the caves and stuff. That like with all the wind, that part of the film is always messed up on every version I've seen.
Yeah. What I enjoyed was the world building.
Yeah.
That whole society that lives in the air and travels by air, because there's no real power for anything, like Mark Hamill's plane is the only technology really that you see in it.
Oh yeah, Mark Hamill's like plane is amazing looking.
Yeah.
And that was a real plane.
Yeah.
It had a cool like little North by Northwest type moment at the beginning when he's chasing what's that actor's name, the main guy, where Mark Hamill's plane is chasing him and he's running and ducking and the plane is like chasing him.
Oh yeah.
Now with the rocks, right? In the rocky area.
The rocks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know what to think of that Wing Commander game, Vince, you're playing. It looks so bad. It looks so bad, it's good.
Hey man, look, Mark Hamill as Blair. And you got I mean, man, you got most of the cast from the Flash TV series in it. You got Biff Tannen. Yeah. Man.
You guys never played Wing Commander on the computer?
Oh, it's awesome.
I did.
It was when it was text.
Yeah. Oh no. I didn't go back that. I think 2 or 3 was the first one I played.
Yeah, I remember playing. Yeah, because you had to type in the commands, but then when you're in the actual ship, it was like
show you the
joystick and stuff. But man, it was pure. Like that was back when like gaming was so cool with like the hand drawn animation and stuff they would do.
It did look a little clearance rack Sega CD FMV game though.
Yeah, I gotta say, wait a minute, they all did back then, man.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, they all did. But
and most were better than Sega CD.
Oh yes, they were.
Shoot the tubes, dog meat. It just makes me think everything makes me think it's really dark.
But Malcolm McDowell, man, like, he was in
Yeah.
both
Clockwork
those
Orange,
games.
bro. Clockwork
Yeah.
Orange.
So, all right.
Wait,
Oh,
but before we go on, I could kind of see why you like this movie too. Speaking of video games, it almost feels like a role-playing game. Like this could be
yeah.
a Final Fantasy or something. Like I
Mhm.
can see Bill Paxton's character being like the lead of a Final Fantasy, and the other guy being like a party member, and they go from place to place like a fantasy or like a role-playing game. This movie really gives me like a Final Fantasy vibe. I was thinking maybe that's why you might have liked this movie so
Well,
much.
because you get this point where he's like he builds
Yeah,
this ensemble, right?
yeah,
He's got the one dude he captures. He's
yeah,
got the girl that there's
yeah.
the
The
love
girl, yeah,
interest, and it's
yeah,
like, yeah. No, I get that. But I don't know. It
yeah,
just captivated my imagination. It's like
yeah,
Hell Comes to Frogtown. I love that movie, of
yeah.
course, with
Oh
Roddy
yeah,
Piper. But
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I was gonna say, y'all were comparing it. What was it? Y'all were comparing it to Final Fantasy.
yeah,
Yeah.
Um, oh, it's gone, man. It left.
yes,
Gosh,
yes.
man, I remember watching that on Cinemax. That was the first place I ever saw that movie.
Yeah.
Another movie that's very similar to Cyborg, which would have been
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Cyborg,
Yeah.
the Slipstream was like when they decided not to do Masters of the Universe 2
Two.
and to
Yeah.
create Cyborg. They were like, "What? We got to have a storyline." I watched this movie
Yeah.
because it's very similar. Bounty hunter taking a person, got to deliver him while the other
Yeah.
bounty hunters are hunting for him.
There you go. Yes, there you
Yeah.
go.
And that's the Albert Pyun cut to the Slinger, which is supposed to be crap, but I didn't really think it was that bad.
Okay, I need to see that.
Yeah.
But I just think of that villain because like he's in Point Break
Yeah.
and he's like he just says like like that weird the growl he has. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Dad, number 5 for you, and then we can do our little round table and we can end this episode.
In 1979, I'm going to read this. 1979, it was either this or Bubba Hotep, the one that I'm going to give you. I had a choice. And I went with this one because when it came out, it was filmed before Halloween. But because it was made by a family on their own budget with people from the town they lived in, they could not find anybody to release the movie. Nobody was willing to give it an effort. It was co-produced and directed by Don Carcielli. I believe that's how I'm pronouncing it.
Coscarelli?
It's Coscarelli, yeah. And when it came out, I loved this movie from the day one, and I went and saw it several times. It's called Phantasm.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It was a franchise that spawned 5 films,
Yeah.
It's
and
so
it
good.
introduced us to one of the best villains in any kind of horror. He wasn't Jason, he wasn't any of those, and he was before them. Michael made it out first because it had somebody who would release it. But we would have had this first, and he would have been the first slasher killer. And that is the tall man played by Angus Scrimm.
Yeah.
I think the scariest thing was Tall Man's haircut, Floyd, to be fair.
Oh, hell no, man. Having somebody who could just appear out from under your bed, under your closet, in the car, anywhere, and
Yeah, the teleportation thing he had.
teleportation he had. And the fact that it was, just this guy and his brother and their best friend who was an ice cream salesman of the town and the local
Yeah, Reggie.
and the local guitarist.
Floyd? You know what I love about it? I just want to say one thing. I love it. Doesn't it have like a Kubrick vibe a little bit? Something
bit.
about that
Yeah,
movie.
it does.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
I
really
mean,
does.
it's the portal, it's the humming from the little
Yeah.
holes. It's
Mhm.
that glint, that glimpse into the alternate world,
Mhm.
which was later borrowed for movies like Black Hole from Disney.
Mhm.
The little bitty Jawas running around, which happen to
Yeah.
be your
Titty.
parents who were
Yeah.
shrunk and
Yeah,
then
people that
turned to
got
use.
shrunk.
Um, it felt like a nightmare, like you were watching somebody's own nightmare happen, and
Yeah.
you couldn't wake up from it. When the boy cuts off Billy cuts off the hand of the tall man, remember, and his finger
Mhm.
and his fingers become that insect. So it
Yeah.
had everything in it. Stop
Right.
animation for
Yeah.
that. Um, I just was like so amazed when I found out that it was made by just this small group. I mean, that to me blew away Evil Dead, the first one,
Mhm.
because at least they had a production. These guys were shoestringing it and just putting it all together,
Yeah.
and they ended up
Mhm.
creating a movie that I would put up too with
That
Halloween
that
and
music
Friday
too with
13th.
the organ
Oh
music
yeah,
in it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
This movie was financed by people in their town. The cast and crew were all amateurs and aspiring professionals. Most of the townspeople were actually their
Yeah.
neighbors.
Well, where were
Um,
they? Where were they from? Do you
I
know? Because
don't remember the town it was
I
filmed
know
in.
they use that Dunsmuir estate in Oakland. I don't know if they may have just traveled there to film there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
Okay.
what the town was. I could find it later.
Okay. All right.
Um, but because of Halloween being such a success,
Yeah.
you the somebody else was like, you know what? We're looking for something. We need our version of Halloween.
Yeah.
We need to make some money. They saw this and they put it out
You're
and
breaking up, Dad.
took a chance on it. And sorry, and
It's
they took
okay.
a chance on it. I think it was Avico Embassy Pictures who went ahead and released it. I think Halloween was released October 25th, 1978, and this
Mhm.
released in March 28th, 1979. And the only reason was because it took a while for um, somebody who would pick it up and somebody who would um, saw how much money Halloween made. They went, you know what? We need something. Let's put this out.
Excellent.
And just to me, that's as guerrilla as it gets, and by every definition, is a picture that turned into something else.
Mhm.
Mhm.
By the way, if they didn't make a pinball machine out of that, missed opportunity
Oh,
because it kind
yes.
of looks like a killer
The
pinball
silver
Yeah,
ball.
little
Yeah, I
pinball.
wasn't
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
mention those. You know they
Yeah.
made those, right?
Yes.
I mean, you can buy a movie prop, but we took balls, painted them, used the friggin' screw noodles, the ones that look like a drill bit,
Yeah.
put them in and cut little metal with metal shears and made the prongs so we would have copies of that just so we could
Wow.
have something
One
set
of the
in,
box sets is in the shape of the sphere,
Yes.
if
I
I
remember
remember
seeing that.
right.
Hmm.
Yeah. And it's another one of those movies that was created through a dream that Coscarelli had. Sort
Oh,
of
wow.
like what Terminator was
Yeah,
with
James
Cameron.
Cameron.
Yeah.
Hmm.
for
Yeah.
James Cameron. Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually dreamt the mausoleum scene and dreamt the sphere was actually trying to chase him and drill him in the head.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
What what did he eat?
What did he eat?
I just want to know
Right?
So I don't.
that made him have that dream, man, so I
Yeah.
can stay away from it.
Yeah,
Man,
Also,
and
it doesn't look. It doesn't look low budget, by the way. It does not look.
Yeah.
No.
It looks like feature film,
Yeah.
big
and
studio.
see, and that's the thing is when you don't have enough money, you get creative.
Yeah.
Sometimes having a big budget, sometimes having a lot of money to accomplish things, you have too much, and
Hmm.
you're indecisive. There, you cut corners. You got to do what you got to do, and
Mhm.
happy accidents make things work.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All
Again,
right.
when you rely on cheap tricks.
Yep. I mean, that's what the beauty of practical effects, honestly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um, really kind of like changing the angle. You hide what you can't do
Yeah,
with a.
because and also what you don't see is what scares you.
Mhm. Yeah.
Which
Well,
is why I'm kind of glad Angus Scrimm didn't talk much in it.
oh yeah.
Oh, I
Although he
think that
does,
would have ruined it. Yeah,
yeah, he
can you
does have
imagine if
some
he became
very
like a Freddy
memorable.
Krueger character?
Yeah, because he's not that type of
Mm-mm.
boogeyman. He's very about, like you mentioned, he's about his presence.
Yeah.
He's the tall man, He doesn't need to say much. You just see this giant figure approaching you that doesn't feel like he's from this earth.
Yeah.
Turns out he's
Yeah.
not.
Very, very alien. Very,
Mhm.
very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, some people were like saying it was a supernatural or a horror movie, and he was like from hell. I didn't get that vibe. I got more of he was from an alternate dimension or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they were needing workers, and so they built a portal and they came to Earth, and they were gathering up humans
Yeah.
to use as slave labor.
Yeah, because it wasn't until like the third one, or in part of the second one, where you kind of like get this feeling like he's terraforming Earth to be the next place for his
Next
inhabitants.
place, yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
And remember, this is the guy who gave us Bubba Hotep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is where I'll start this real quick. Well, let's do our little rounds of just honorable mentions, and then we'll wrap up the episode because I know it's late for Colin and Ryan, but Bubba Hotep is mine. That movie,
Yeah.
so good. Like just Elvis and JFK going up against the mummy, Ozzie Davis and Bruce Campbell. I mean, just they steal the whole thing. Like just yeah. But that's my honorable mention.
Excellent.
I really like Firestarter.
Oh yeah.
Barrymore was really good in that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stranger Things borrowed a lot from that. The
Oh yeah.
nosebleed,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
telekinesis.
Yeah.
Well, I think Firestarter, the book, came out first, so
But yeah, it was still yeah.
Stephen King.
Mm-hmm.
So we just doing these randomly here, or
Yeah, just do
Yeah.
it. You got one, go for it. Don't
see my honorable mention, Vince. Jekyll and Hyde together again.
together again. Yep. Alrighty.
Let loose.
Do you have anything to declare? Yes, that the human race is not evolved a bit from the primordial ooze that spawned it.
It's not involved in it. That's fine.
And
What do you guys think of the movie Arena?
Oh, I like that movie. With it,
It's kind of fun.
yeah.
Kind of like a sci-fi alien fight movie.
Yeah, like a sci-fi Rocky or something.
yeah, that's being kind.
Hey, did you
But
notice
yeah, I can see
that
it.
little guy, that one little guy that plays Quark is in it, and he plays like a weird little Weasley alien like that. I can't think of that actor's name. He plays Quark in Star Trek,
And
but
Deep Space Nine. Yeah.
yeah.
he plays like a little Weasley alien guy, like with prosthetics on his face.
I like anything that looks like co-stars that didn't make it as aliens in Star Wars movies.
Yeah,
Like they just look like Star Wars rejects,
yeah.
Star Wars alien rejects that like Lucas threw away. Like anything that looks like that, I'm in. Like I kind of
You're
love
in.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Tib, what you got, man?
I gotta go. I know not a lot of fans of the Texas Chainsaw series love this, but I gotta go. Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation with
Oh no! Is that
With-
with?
Matthew
Well, all right.
Matthew
All right.
McConaughey,
Yeah.
Renee Zellweger.
Yeah.
Are my stockings on straight?
Yeah.
Leatherface is
They should-
terrible in that movie, but
Yes.
man, I love that movie.
Yeah, it's
I love
almost like the whole idea of the movie is like it's a letdown compared to the first one. Like it's written to be a letdown.
People forget how hot Renee Zellweger was.
Yeah.
Like before she did all those Bridget Jones Diaries like mom movies.
Oh
she
yeah,
was like
yeah.
a chick. She was like the
Yeah.
hot blonde chick in all the movies, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Jim Carrey.
Well,
Bangkok's
I mean,
good looking now.
that one was like the
Driving
third
the
one, right?
chainsaw.
Because
Mhm.
Dennis Hopper played the Texas sheriff who fights with
Yeah.
Leatherface
Yeah,
with
it's
the
the fo-
chainsaw on the second one at like
Yeah.
one of
it's the
the like
fourth one.
Texas State Fair or something.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
at like an old abandoned like amusement park. Or
Right.
something.
Second,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was
Yes.
the second one.
Yeah.
That was the second one. The first one actually, that whole ending with when he's trying to kill her in the truck. You see
Yeah.
that truck driver come like
Oh,
it's gonna
yeah.
help, and all of a sudden you see, and that truck driver turns and just books
Yeah.
and takes off.
Yeah.
And then doesn't somebody else in a small truck come
Yep.
by and she
Yeah.
jumps in the
Grabs
back of
it.
the
Yeah.
truck
She jumps in
and
the
he takes
back.
off?
Yeah.
She jumps in the back
And
of
if
his
you
pickup.
Yeah, and you see at one point where he's twirling
Yeah.
the thing
It's the fucking
and it hits his
chainsaw,
leg.
the
It
chainsaw
hits
dance,
the
man.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah.
way, Tib, you got to get that for $50 at Spirit. They got the chainsaw that does run. Have you
Oh,
seen that
really?
prop?
No, I
Yeah.
haven't seen
They
that.
got a chainsaw prop this year that the blade, like the bicycle chain part,
Yeah.
goes around.
Oh, I
No,
gotta
Yeah.
get.
It
I gotta
doesn't
get that.
spin. It doesn't spin very fast, but yeah, it moves.
No, yeah, and
That's
it,
cool.
yeah.
You saw
They've
it,
had
Tim?
it.
You saw it,
They've
Tucson?
had it.
Yeah.
They had it before because we were going to try to turn my grandson into Ash one year, and I was going to cut
cool.
it and make it where it could fit over his hand.
Mhm.
So every now and then they bring it back.
Which reminds me that I missed out on that Resident Evil 4 chainsaw controller.
Yeah, me too. I wish I would have bought that. No one wanted it back then.
I
What
know,
is that
no,
like? What is it
Yeah.
like $500 now? or
it's
more?
ridiculous, especially if you got it with the whole case and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just Josh mentioned Monster Ball or Monster Brawl.
Oh, Monster Brawl. Yeah, the
Is that the wrestling one? Pro
Yeah,
wrestling?
it's got
Yeah.
Kevin Nash and Kurgan, I think.
Man,
Yeah.
Die, what you got for your?
I had. All right, so I had the Terminator, the original Terminator.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was the original one. Then
Oh.
I had. So,
I'll be back.
yeah. Oh shit! I lost my other one. I'll come back.
Okay. Tyler.
Oh, I thought I would mention some Charles Band Productions. In this universe, this shared universe, I thought I'd throw in Demonic Toys about the killer toys in the warehouse, and then
Yes.
Doll Man.
Doll Man. Yes.
Yeah, I did.
And Doll Man,
I
that's
didn't
Wait,
mention
Doll Man
are you
versus
going-
Demonic Toys.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
didn't-
going Trancers? Are you going Trancers, Tyler?
No, he
Brian,
already had that.
That was me, man. I did that
yeah.
already.
I
And
didn't
I-
mention it, and I wanted to
And
get
then there was Demonic Toys versus
Versus
the,
yeah,
Puppet
Demonic Toys
Masters.
versus
the
Doll
Puppet
Man.
Masters.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
it was
man.
also this was tied in it too. This movie Bad Channels, where the
Yes.
alien takes over the radio station.
The radio
and
station to
yeah.
kidnap the girls.
And
Yeah.
they turn the little girls. He captures them through the phone or the radio, and he turns them into little tiny girls and puts them in in these little
tubes.
jars. And one of them ends up. It's kind of continuity is kind of messed up, but one of them ends up being Doll Man's girlfriend in Doll Man versus Demonic Toys. I love this little shared universe. Yeah.
You're not gonna mention Jaws: The Revenge? That's not a B horror.
That's not
Yeah,
a
no
B
one,
movie.
no,
That's
no,
an- that's an-
I
that's an
know,
A+.
I know. No
That's
one did
A+.
any kind of shark movies with the
Yeah.
the two shark guys in the
I know. No, those are A+ movies.
Yes,
See,
they are, yeah.
You know what though, Tyler?
I was
bums
thinking
me out-
Sharknado too.
Yeah.
I would have
Dude,
done
what
Shark
bums me
Exorcist.
out is like that transition to DVD cover art, man. Do you remember how great the VHS Demonic
Yes.
Toys cover was with
Yeah.
the Jack in the Box
Yeah.
and the bear and the man? Did they not? They don't even give you the cover art on there, do they? On
yeah.
the DVD?
Mm.
No, this is just like a 3-set compilation, so it just has
Oh,
like that. But I know what you're
And it
talking
doesn't
about.
have anything inside.
little
It's
bit of
just the
The disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
discs, yeah.
one disc, like one of these cheesy discs that has
The dual sides.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hate those.
Yeah, you just
Uh.
open up a giant Jack in the Box pop out.
No,
Yeah.
but so Ryan, I did talk about Trancers. That was one of my first few, and the fact that
Oh,
like
nice.
that Helen Hunt at that young
Wowie
age was
wow.
yes was the babe.
Mhm.
Man, like
So were you like going full on like obsession with Helen Hunt far into like Mad About You sitcom era? Or
oh
were
yeah,
just like
even
like
Twister, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Twister, I know why they're really pushing Bill Pullman. This was printed in '97, so with Pullman and Helen Hunt in that movie had just come out, right? So
Yeah.
that's probably why they
Yeah.
printed it.
He kind of looks like Waylon Mercy right there.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say he looks like Deuce
Lives
Bigelow.
are
He looks like
gonna
freaking
be.
Rob, he looks
Dude's
like
big.
Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider.
Bro, hold that up again. Why does he look like Rob Schneider, bro? That's not Bill Paxton, dude. What the? That's Rob
No,
Schneider.
that's Bill.
Right.
That's Rob Schneider if he like bulked up and
No, that's
If he
Chet.
was a
I mean, you
stud,
got to get it right. That's Chet after he stopped being a dick to his brother.
Brother,
there you
yeah.
go.
No, Chet, the big pile of you know what.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's him in the lesser known sequel Dirt Roadhouse.
Dirt Roadhouse.
Mudhouse.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not.
the underrated Bill Paxton movie was A Simple Plan. Nobody talks about that one anymore. With
no,
Billy Bob Thornton. That
yeah,
was great.
a lot of that stuff.
no,
in the
no,
90s.
no, no.
Yeah.
Pass the ammo
Oh yeah,
or
Pass the Ammo.
Trespass.
Pass the Ammo is great.
Those
Tim
are
Curry,
two great
Amy Potts.
movies with
Yeah.
with Bill
Oh
Paxton. They never,
yeah.
nobody ever gives them any love.
And it wasn't the other female in it was from Raising Arizona.
Oh, Holly Hunter?
Yeah, wasn't she the one that she got Bill Paxton to go do this whole robbing the church thing? Because
Yeah,
yeah, it's a great film if you've never seen it. I'll post the trailer in Discord, but
Lord, the
Let's hit-
Lord
Tim-
made this.
No.
God.
Tim Curry. Oh man.
Trespassers with Ice-T.
It was a great send up with on evangelicals, the
Yeah.
kind that that the kind of church. that
Yeah,
looks
like
off with the old
Copeland.
people.
Yeah, the Copeland. Yeah, type of churches. Yeah. Except for he looks like the devil. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Did nobody say Explorer?
Oh, Explorers?
I love that movie.
That's
Is that
great.
See that,
another
but that-
Joe Dante?
yeah,
That was Joe Don. Yeah.
Yeah, I love
and
that.
it was a kind of a bigger budget too.
Yeah, it didn't
Yeah.
seem like a B movie too much. That was like, well, didn't Steven Spielberg produce that or no?
I
Yeah, he
think so.
he-
Yeah.
Steven
Yeah.
Spielberg produced it.
Dude, I love that movie.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah,
River Phoenix.
yeah.
That
Yeah,
made
what's
you
his
feel like
name?
you could make your own fucking spaceship.
Oh,
as
I
a kid.
know.
It really
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
It really made you think you could.
yeah.
I love the music in it.
Oh yeah.
That was great music. Yeah, kind of eerie type music.
Ethan Hawke and everything.
Well, then
yeah.
the whole thing where they did Little Richards all around.
Oh
the world.
yeah, the monster was
Man,
singing that.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
it was so great.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Before it was everyone Killer Clowns from Outer Space. We did
Yeah.
we did talk about that earlier.
Mhm.
Wouldn't well I wouldn't even say that's but like what is it? Space Invaders is technically not a B movie, but it has that status of the fact that it's not well known within enough.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Although the movie poster and box art is highly memorable if you ever saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that the aliens all were famous, they were mimicking all these
Yeah.
old famous
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack
40s,
Nicholson.
yeah.
Or-
I
Yeah.
would think that the two guys that did Killer Clowns, right? The two friends or whatever. I would think they're like swimming in money now, and whereas they weren't before, because like
Mhm.
it went from cult
Oh.
classic to merchandise like a
Yeah.
mother effer, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were talking about that. Yeah.
So much
Yeah.
merchandising now.
It's all over GameStop. You see the
Yeah.
Killer
Well,
Clowns.
you
Yeah.
gotta
The
wonder.
pops
you
and
gotta
everything, yeah.
wonder, You gotta wonder who got that money though, because remember,
Yeah,
I
it
hope
was
they
just-
did. I
George
hope they did,
Lucas.
man.
George Lucas is the one who really
pioneered the whole
pioneered getting that
merchandising.
kind of money for the creators. Before that, everything
Merchandising.
went to the studio.
He said thank you, Zombie. I was about to do that too. I mean, that's exactly why Mel Brooks definitely made that joke. Merchandising
Yeah.
and all that whole
Merchandising.
May the Schwartz be with us.
So adorable.
Baseballs the flamethrower.
The kids love this one.
Dude, the Mel Brooks movie that never. Sorry, this is really off topic, but the Mel Brooks movie that never gets love is Life Stinks. You ever seen that? It's
Oh
kinda
yeah,
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
We
That's a
loved
great
that.
high
We
one.
used to
alien
watch it.
places.
Didn't have anything else to do with
Bye,
it.
sailor. Bye, sailor.
I love that movie.
Goodbye,
It's a great
sailor.
one. Life
Yeah.
stinks.
Burying him, and everybody's getting
I love when he's fighting with
cremation
the
dust.
other homeless guy about who's richer. It's like,
Yeah.
I made 5.1 billion. I made 5.2. No, you didn't. And then it turns into some Three Stooges. It's
Yeah.
just that movie.
That's a good one. I
Yeah.
like that movie.
I remember one of the parts I remember most is like when he's standing and he's talking about the building he's gonna build, and he stands behind this building and he goes, "It'll be the biggest ever," and he puts his hands on his hip, and it looks like it's just a big Phoenix.
His Schwartz is big as mine,
his
right?
support is, and the two smaller buildings on the side were his, and just the look on his face, man.
Oh man. All right. Anything else we want to mention real quick?
Yeah,
I know
Yeah.
that
remember it was Cornosaur or Cornosaur.
oh, Carnosaur.
Carnosaur.
Yeah, yeah,
Carnosaur.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just rewatched that one not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta revisit that.
Josh brought
Corman's
up
Jurassic Park.
Vampire Girl versus Frankenstein Girl. That was a
I don't
sci-fi
think
thing,
that's
right?
I don't know if that's a. Was that the triple X or the what version?
Which version?
I'm gonna say for my honorable mention, would be the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
Dude,
Vince
that
got
movie
mad
had
at
so
me.
much hype. That
Yeah,
movie had so much
Because
hype for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It
that
did.
movie was, it's not the first in the found footage genre. Cannibal Holocaust and films prior, but it revitalized the genre. And although I respect it for what it did and what it pulled off with such a small budget,
Hmm.
I can't honestly say that it's a fan favorite of mine, because I was heavily let down by the fact, and I know with how much I just spoke about how great Carpenter was with not always
Halloween.
showing everything.
Yeah.
I felt like we were owed that with Blair Witch. For a film that had so much hype, so much buzz, media coverage galore, and it did the same thing that Cannibal Holocaust did, where people were believing that the actors were literally dead and missing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
even though they were doing talk show interviews. They're like, no, we're still very much alive. We didn't die.
Well,
Yeah.
in Cannibal Holocaust, it wasn't a found footage though, right? It was like Green Hell. It was just a telling of these people who went into the Amazon and end up becoming, food for cannibals. Back then, we didn't have any. I don't think there was any video of those, right? It was a total different type of film.
It was sort of, yeah, it was kind of like documentary-esque.
Yeah.
Yes, it was yes, but I don't
Yeah.
think it was a found footage type film. I think it was more of that documentary stuff. It had enough of a feel of realism that people
Yeah.
bought into it.
More like Texas
Yeah.
Chainsaw.
I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
I remember my dad being obsessed with that movie. And then like I was
Yeah.
hold on, let me say this real quick and you can get into your little rant. But first off, my thoughts were, and you can ask my dad, why didn't they just burn the forest down? Fuck this. Like I'm not gonna play
Yes.
this shit with the
He's
witches.
like, just
I
start a
got
fire.
matches. I'm gonna start a fire. The search and rescue is gonna find me. I'll be all right. I don't need to worry about this witch. And then the other thing was, it's like Josh threw the map in the river, man. Like that guy's trustworthy.
Why don't they just follow the river?
Yeah, that's true too.
Well,
Yeah.
it wouldn't help because the whole premise is that time and space
Yes, are manipulated by
warp
the
there. You would once
yeah.
you were in there, you were never getting out. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you did.
And then every skit show had to mock the whole beanie and the snot coming out of their nose.
Yes, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Even
Yeah.
some of the anime mocked it. Didn't even South Park do a thing where
Yeah, I think South
Cartman was
Park.
doing
Yeah, I think so. Oh man,
but it had a great viral campaign.
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
There was enough stuff that people were following it online and tracking it down and doing all. I did it all. I read
Yeah.
the comics, I read all the promotional material, everything. I did all the stuff online. And that is where you built up everything that you were going to need for that movie.
For that movie to work.
So,
Mhm.
right. And then if you realize the whole thing about the witch, she would take a child that would become her whatever familiar whatever, and then make them watch her kill all the other children. And that was talked about several times in the comic. It was shown, and then it was kind of left off and everybody forgot about it until you get down into the basement, and she's running down,
You see
and
the handprints and everything
who,
everywhere.
who was it?
Yeah.
Was it Josh?
Yeah, it was Josh.
Was
It
it
was Josh.
Josh against the wall?
Mike.
Against
Yeah.
the wall.
Or no, was it Mike?
No,
Okay,
it was
yeah.
Mike against
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
wall. Yeah. And Josh is like, Mike, and he's running down, you hear poop, and then you don't know what happened to him. And she
Yeah.
comes down, and she's like, what? And all of a sudden you pan over there, and there you see him in the place where the children were.
Yeah,
And
he's
you
in the
knew
corner.
right then and there, this was it.
Bam, and she just
You were gonna
drops.
kill.
Yeah.
And I
Ugh.
have always been in a movie, and I'm in a movie, I put myself in one of the characters and see how long, if I can solve the crime, if I can survive the alien invasion, or if I can survive whatever the trap is. That's how I get into it. I was into this movie, even with the headache that the friggin'
Yeah.
video was giving.
Emotion.
Yeah.
The one thing it gave me was being sick.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
steady cam. Yeah,
And
because it was. Yeah, that was.
How many
Uh,
kids you think in high school in their AV video class handed
Mimic
in
that?
like a mock up of that movie,
Mhm.
just borrowing their parents' camcorder and running in the woods with their friends, made some
Oh, I'm sure tons of them.
copies of this.
Yeah.
I made a trailer for a mock Silent Hill film, like from when I was in film school.
Oh, can I see it?
Yeah.
I gotta find it. I have to find it. I had it to like where because it was my brother-in-law
Yeah.
before my wife and him were married, and like we had
Mhm.
I had him walking through this forest. I had like the fog like through like some editing
Oh,
software I was
cool.
using. Like he had went into a house and stuff and was
Yeah.
looking around. It was like pitch black. It was really cool, but I gotta find it. It's somewhere. I'm hoping I still have it, but
But
yeah.
when she gets hit, I get hit. I was right there with her, and I see him and I'm like, oh shit. She turns, boom, I would have been dead. I was right there with her. And I was like, damn, I would have died. It pissed me off that I would have died. And then I went home and tried to replay that movie in my head for weeks. How could I have found a way to survive it? I even had to write a small story to get it out of my head because it was an
It
earwig.
lingered.
Once
Yeah.
it set in, it lingered,
Yeah.
and it hits you at night when you're laying there and you're calm and you're just relaxing.
Mhm.
Boom, those images
Yeah,
start
yeah.
playing in
And
your
then
head.
came all the Paranormal Activity movies, and what were the
Yes,
other
yes.
ones?
Was it there was the troll, I think was one of them.
Oh, there's
The
like Cloverfield.
Cloverfield
Yeah.
did the same thing with the
Yeah.
Yeah.
ad
The
campaign and
viral
stuff.
campaigns.
Hmm
Yeah. And that's what I'm getting at is that it revitalized the film genre.
hmm
There came a lot of movies that built upon that platform, and
Yeah.
you were hearing statements like this will be the next Blair Witch kind of thing. Me
Yeah.
personally, I was just kind of left defeated because I really wanted to see something that would solidify it a bit more for me, but
Did you
I
see
get
the remake?
yes, I did see
And so
the
and you
sequel.
they give you more about it.
Mhm.
Did it make you feel any better?
It
And
did?
I'm not talking Blair Witch 2, which was
No,
something
that was
totally different.
god awful.
I'm talking about the remake. I called it a remake because it's basically the same story,
Yeah.
but you get to see things,
hmm
and it didn't do as good as the original.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you should
You know
get
what
shown.
really so completely different type of movie. But you know what was really revolutionary around that time too was just, and he's a terrible guy, what Weinstein was doing to greenlight stuff like Good Will Hunting, you know, because that was like low budget, even though it's Gus Van Sant, he had made some movies before, but like that showed that like indie movies could be real big box office.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So you had a lot of smaller directors making stuff at that time. It's different than it is now. It's really hard to get those indies in theaters. They're here and there, but they're hard to see. That was like that era, late 90s, 2000s, where you'd have like a Blair Witch or you'd have like a Good Will Hunting movie come out where it's like Ben Affleck and Damon were nobodies at that point. They co-starred in like 10 movies before they could make that, you know.
Wasn't Sling
Small
Blade
role.
like that? Sling Blade was like that
Yeah,
too, right?
Sling Blade, good example too.
Well, if you
Yeah.
you know, even I mean anything that Terry Gilliam made, you know,
Yeah.
was not a big studio
Oh
film.
wow.
I mean, think about Fisher King. It had
Oh yeah.
two main actors and then everybody else were character actors.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
Ikun said was Shock Treatment a B movie?
oh, yes. I was congratulations. That was my honorable mention. Rocky Horror Picture Show and its sequel, Shock Treatment.
Yeah.
I've burned through 3 of those CDs and the album.
Wow.
Playing it because I love the music from the second one so much.
We should
I won't talk about what the first one, going to the theater and doing the acting and stuff, and Ray being the guy in the wheelchair and stuff.
well, like, I know Colin would love the fact if we just went out on a musical number. All right. Anything else, guys? We can exit this
That
process.
was awesome.
Yeah, we could talk. We'll be here for another 8
Yes,
hours. If
I
keep
we
going on
could. I know.
If you added it up, you know, we probably named. What if we found out we named exactly 100 movies tonight for your 100th podcast? You know, we probably all
Oh,
referenced like
yeah.
at least 100 movies tonight.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely.
Hey Ryan, I got one for you. You know how like there's like the 50 states from Animaniacs? Can you do one of 100 songs real quick? I mean 100 movie titles to go out?
Not at this hour. I can't. My
Not
brain's
at this
dead.
yeah. Maybe we requested on Tuesday when he's streaming. He'll put out his guitar and he'll do the Animaniacs theme song, but
There you
100,
go.
100
Well,
movies.
no. I wanted him to list 100 movies, but kind of do it like that, where they
Well,
did the
Well,
states.
do it
or
like we didn't start the fire style. Like just
yeah,
rattle.
something
Yeah.
like that. That would be.
Yeah.
That'd be tough.
Yeah. And then I have not. We didn't start the fire in my head, and lyrics are popping in.
Oh.
Chucky Psycho. No. All right, so guys, thank you. This has been fun. I really enjoyed this. I know that we should be doing more of these live events like this, like hangouts on a not all the time, maybe once a month kind of thing where we get together and just discuss a topic. Especially on movies. I mean, movies is definitely up our alley.
Hey, watch
But
out what you say.
what?
Up
What
our alley.
up our
You
alley?
let that stuff go up your alley. I keep my alley out of it.
There goes the rails.
Yeah. Look, as long as we're not, like Crime Alley, right? I don't have to worry about losing family members and becoming Batman, even though I'm like 43 years old. Anyway, I'm derailing the conversation. But yeah, guys, thanks. I really do appreciate everyone that I've become friends with. Anyone that couldn't be here, because like I did ask Owaz, I did reach out to a couple other people, like people that have actually been on the show. Josh, of course, yeah, to be on this, but like stuff came up, and I'm glad that Di could make it through. I'm glad that Ryan, Tylord, Tib, Zombie, all you guys, thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. Everyone who's
Glad
been
I
in the
could make
chat.
it.
Yeah. Hopefully we can definitely plan out one again for next month and do this ongoing thing. Doesn't have to be 100 episodes to get together and have a conversation.
Nope.
But I do appreciate it. And I hope everyone enjoyed this conversation. Thanks for everyone again for coming, checking out these episodes. I hope y'all enjoy it. And let us know down below what your top 5
Five.
sci-fi, B, horror, and sci-fi films are. We'd love to read them. We'll comment on them. But in the meantime, we'll see you next week or the week after for episode 100. I mean, 101. But yeah. Later, everyone.
Later,
Bye.
fellas.
Peace.
Thank you.
Peace.